Hello, ma.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, all right. So, wishing you the best. You can also, I've just checked. Most of the morning sessions will also
Yes.
take place on this link, so you can attend if you want.
All right, sir. Sir,
Hello.
okay, I'll call you. I'll call you.
Okay, bye, bye, bye.
Thank you, sir. I so much appreciate this prompt response. Thank you so much.
Okay, okay. Have a nice
Yes,
day, ma. Enjoy, ma.
I will. Thank you, and you too. Hello. Hello, good morning.
Hello, ma.
Hey, well done, sir.
Okay, so my colleague is going to also join now, and is going to take you through.
All right,
But
sir.
anyway, okay, let's start anyway, because I just have one or two other things to Yonju. Can you see a share button, ma? Can you see a share button?
Yes.
Please
Yes, I've
click
seen
the
it.
share button.
I should click
Okay,
on
click
it.
the share button. Yes.
Okay. Document.
Then go to where that document is.
All right, sir. I'm seeing device storage.
Okay.
I'm coming now. Hey, where is this thing?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure if it is. Let me click this one. Is it this one? No, thank God I even have to. I'm not seeing it yet. Sorry, I'm coming now.
All right. There's a woman.
I'm not even seeing it from my downloads. Let me check this one. I'm sorry.
Hello, ma. How's it going?
I'm not seeing, I can't find my own documents.
That's why Elati Koko Mobiti document in so you have to first know where that document is.
And I must do that before 9.
It's better get but Sherry, by 9:30,
okay,
this
sir.
place, on my bere conference in this room.
Okay.
By 9:30, so try attention money be.
Benny.
No, what am I saying? 9:30, 8:30 gone, 8:30. 8:30 ni
And it's
conference.
almost 8:30. Okay.
So
it's almost 8:30 now.
So by the time Teba will be by
Because
it's my button so gone by the time Teba. So worst case scenario, Teba get a boya ke send the see me so that colleague me my share. Although that's
all right. Yes. No problem about that one.
So
I can send it to your mail, Abi. Can you or your WhatsApp? Which one?
I'll send this WhatsApp.
Okay. All right, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right, bye, ma.
Okay. Yes, sir. Wow. Why is this thing? Hi.
Hello, ma.
Sir?
So no. No problem. Tebati send this to me. Tebati she presentation colleague me to mama buying movie. Ego must next. Tebati fellow next like next.
All right, sir.
So the saw or that particular slide. When you want to go to the next, just say next. Once you say next, you will move it to the next slide.
Okay, sir.
There might be a delay of 1 or 2, maybe 1 or 2 seconds, Emma, because you are not moving it from your side. But Emma, it will go fine. So echo pause there, but be 2 seconds delay, Mawa.
All right, sir.
Okay, God bless, ma.
Sir. So let me leave this place so that I can be looking for it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, all right. Bye, ma.
Sir. I need to leave this out. My work is, I'm not seeing my work. I'm running. Hello, sir. Which is too small. That's our limitation. Only mo ṣe gbé kúrò. Only method ló ṣe change. Limitations is àwọn ọmọ yẹn nǹkan téèyàn lè go èèyàn lè pọ́nà ọmọ èèyàn lè mọ̀ wọ́n tán. So that's the only 56 to 61% that we could get from them of stress of their stressor. Bẹ́ẹ̀ mo ṣe tún gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe tí mo fi send ẹ̀ sí yín. Ìyá inú ẹ̀ ṣe máa lọ sábà kan sí báyìí ní wọ́n láìpẹ́. PowerPoint. Okay. Gonna start somewhere. Yes, sir. Okay. 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 Fóònù ni. Okay. 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 Okay, sir. Okay. 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 Hey. 4 minutes. Okay. So can download the PowerPoint now. Okay. Okay. All right, sir.
Nigerian qualified.
Okay. I'm coming. Maybe.
So we are good to go, Prof.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, all. Chairman LOC, good morning, sir.
How are you, Dylan?
Good morning, sir.
Okay, well done. No problem.
How are you today, sir? Well done for yesterday. Good morning, madam. How are you today?
Good morning.
All of you did well.
I'm very well, thank you. A very good outing yesterday.
Please connect us.
Okay. That's Professor Katibi. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Good morning.
I wish you would put the tea online for me. Hello, sir.
Morning.
Well done, sir.
I hear you loud. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Well done, sir. How is work?
Thank you. We thank God.
Okay, thank you, sir. My own VP is here. Good morning, sir. Good
morning. Morning, sir.
How are you today, sir?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, well done. Yesterday, we really thank God for the smooth running, the way everything went.
Yes.
We thank God.
Good morning, Professor Ansa. LOC.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Morning, sir. Congratulations.
Good morning, Prof. LOC Chair.
Yeah. The surgeon at the source. Good morning.
Professor Dili, you're looking like an Ichie. Ichie one of Benugu Buruburu. I haven't seen you dressed this before, you know.
Oh, you've not seen me this way before.
This is interesting. Where's my brother, Professor Sani? Where are you?
He's here.
I can't see your face. You're hiding your face.
I'm not prepared yet, so I will only hear my voice. You will see me.
Are you in the other room? All right, well done. Nice to be here. They called me up that I should suspend every activity this morning and show here. I don't know. When you have presidential summit. Yeah.
You have to act accordingly.
Well, I don't know. Not that I'm freshly
I think Dr. Zewi.
Yeah, Professor Dili.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Now that I'm freshly baked, you know, if we don't allow things to go well, there might be an unbaking process.
So please, we don't want to do any unbaking.
Well done, well done. Professor, is he online, right? I haven't seen him.
Professor, no, not yet. I've not seen him.
Okay, I can see the LOC chairman somewhere. Good morning, sir. Okay, I think they muted his phone. All right.
Good morning, Professor Katibi.
Good morning, Abukina Yakano.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. Who's connected?
Dr. Falashe is not yet here.
Somebody is in the citation.
This one is not to be somewhere so that they come to next and so. Move up from small like that. Next. No. This way. Or you go back to now. Just go back. So that this next video come and help this. So this panel can show. Don't stand there and be looking at you. No, don't worry. Just move back. no time for that. Just routine start, move back there. You make that's it. The two logos must show. This goes back a little. Move it back. Move back a little. Move it back. Move this thing back. So if it goes back to what the wind of your face properly, you can put one background camera so that this is one with a background camera. So please let's put it now. Put it not like a thing. Okay. Wait. When you can see the neck and conquer, that's all. So we are advertising something. No, it's not saying that. Ido, next one. Put it down one. Let's do one. Let that, it's not centralized. Okay, better like that. Better. Good. Better. All right. Can we hear them now? Can we hear them? Can we hear them? Hello? If I speak, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
We are ready. If Joe is ready, we can start.
But I've not seen Professor Nzewi. I hope he's not having any problems.
Okay.
Let me see if I can put a call across to him.
Okay.
And do you have Dr. Falashe's number? Because I've not seen him yet too.
Okay.
I'll call him.
Okay. Hello, sir. Good morning, sir. I'm Professor Dilina. Professor Dilina. How the master? We've not seen you on the.
I've just called Dr. Falashe. He will be joining in a few minutes, sir.
Professor Adele, can you?
Yes, I can see you, sir.
Okay, can you? I just want to test my system. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Excellent, thank you.
Good morning, sir. Dr. Nzewi, good morning. This is Dr. Wafo.
Morning, how are you?
You're looking very fine, sir.
Good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, LOC chair. With the Dr. Nzewi is here. So maybe we will start. We hope Dr. Falashe, who will read the citation, but as we are going through one after the other, I'm sure he will join.
Okay. Please let's not share. We are starting.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome all of us to the meeting this morning. On behalf of the President of Nigerian Cardiac Society, who is also trying to join us, I want to welcome all of us. We are just, I think, 5 minutes behind schedule, but I'm sure we'll be able to meet up with the time. Today, we have a very important aspect of this program, which is Fabian Udekwu Memorial Lecture. And this is the first time this type of lecture is holding in the history of Nigerian Cardiac Society. And without wasting much time, I would call on the Chairman LOC, Professor Victor Ansah, to give opening remarks. Professor Ansah, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odili, and good morning to all fellows and members of our great society. I believe we had a very exciting outing yesterday, and I bet you today will be no less exciting, if not more. Today, for the first time, we are presenting the Fabian Udekwu Memorial Lecture. This is in honor of our late doyen of cardiothoracic surgery, Professor Fabian Udekwu, who has trained many of today's cardiothoracic surgeons. This lecture will be delivered by no less a personality than Dr. Udekwu Nzewi, who will be delivering this lecture all the way from the Republic of Ireland. I'm aware that Udekwu's family are joining us on this program from all over the world. So it's quite exciting. It's indeed a dream come true because it has taken a long time planning this lecture. So once again, I welcome you all to this first ever Fabian Udekwu Memorial Lecture. And I believe it will be a feast of no less importance, a feast that will be rich with intellectual food. Having said that, let me introduce the chairman of the lecture series for this year. He is Professor O.O. Bashi, himself a renowned cardiothoracic surgeon, a teacher of teachers, and a mentor of mentors. So, Bashi, sir.
Thank you. President of the Nigerian Cardiac Society, fellows, members, associate members of the society, on behalf of the chairman and members of the local organizing committee of this year's conference, I welcome you to the second day of the 49th Scientific Conference and annual general meeting of the Nigerian Cardiac Society, also called Kenan 2020. Most specifically, let me welcome you to the first ever Dr. Fabian Udekwu Lecture. Fabian Udekwu Lecture is dedicated to the memory of Professor Fabian Udekwu, who was a member of the team that performed the first ever open heart surgery, not only in Nigeria, not only in Enugu, but in Black Africa. And that it took place on the 2nd of February, 1974, 46 years ago. That team was led by Dr. Magdi Yakub, an Egyptian cardiac surgeon who was then in Hayfield, was a consultant cardiac surgeon in Hayfield and National Heart Hospital in London. Other members of the team were Professor Fabian Udekwu, who was then the head of the Department of Surgery, UNCH Enugu. Others were the late Professor David Nwafo, cardiothoracic surgeon, and Professor Humphrey Ayawu, who is still a member of the faculty at UNCH Enugu, the practicing cardiac surgeon. This trip took place 46 years ago and was carried as the national news by Daily Times on the 2nd of February 1974. Since then, several open heart surgeries have been conducted in Enugu by the team that was trained by Fabian Udekwu himself, including Professor Martin Agaji, who is a member of this society. And he has produced, Fabian has produced several other surgeons like himself. And it was an account of this surgery that he performed and subsequent ones that Enugu became the center of excellence for cardiac surgery. What has happened for the 6 years after? For 6 years after, like many things in Nigeria, we've lost the momentum. If we carried up with that momentum of 6 years ago, Nigeria would have been a prominent, a leading center in cardiac surgery. And we have been having a stop-go attitude. And but today, I'm glad to say that the speed that Fabian showed several years ago
I'm not going to give, I'm not getting the lecture. Somebody will say a lot more about stadium. So, again,
we can't hear you, sir. There's something wrong with the audio. We cannot hear.
you hear me earlier or?
No, we didn't hear you.
Did not hear anything.
No, we had to a point.
All right. All right. In summary, I want to thank the society for honoring the memory of Dr. Fabian, Professor Fabian Udekwu, who was involved in the team that performed the first ever open heart surgery in 1974. And I hope today, as we honor him, we'll continue with the momentum that he left behind and let open heart surgery be a routine form of surgery so that as doctors can be trained here and don't have to spend money being trained elsewhere. Having said that, I want to welcome you again to this lecture. Just relax as we invite Dr. Osinzewi to give us the lecture after the citation has been given by Dr. Falashe. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very happy morning and very fruitful morning. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Bassi, for the wonderful opening remarks. May I now invite Dr. Bode Falashe to take the citation for our guest, special lecturer. Professor Dr. Falashe is cardiothoracic surgeon with the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, and they're doing quite a lot to sustain the work which was started by the renowned cardiothoracic surgeons in Enugu, and is going to be giving the citation of Dr. O.C. Nzewi. Dr. Falashe, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can all hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, it is a real privilege and honor to be asked to give a citation of my mentor, Mr. O.C. Nzewi. I call him Chief. I'll make it brief. He started his secondary school after the Nigerian Civil War. He passed out with grade 1 distinction in 1974. Medical school was at University of Nsukka and College of Medicine at UNTH 1974 to 1980. He graduated in June 1980 with distinction in anatomy and pharmacology. He won the Best Student Prize for Best in Anatomy, Pharmacology, Best Department of Surgery, and the Best All-Round Faculty of Medicine Prize, as well as the NMA Best Final Year Student Prize in 1980. You can see that his excellence has gone back many years. After housemanship, he went to MUBI for his NYC in 1981, returned to UNT for residency training in general and cardiac surgery, 1982 to 1989, obtained the fellowship in 1989. He had the privilege of being Professor Udekwu's trainee, as well as his registrar during training, with Professor Anyawu also being his mentor. While a full-time resident in surgery at UNTH, he also did a part-time master degree in clinical pharmacology, getting his MSc in pharmacology in 1986. During that period, between 1985 and 1989, UNTH was already doing routine open heart surgery. At that time, Dr. Okereke and Professor Agaji had joined UNTH after training in the US. He was appointed consultant surgeon and lecturer at the newly established Nnamdi Azikiwe University Teaching Hospital. He was the first clinician to be appointed to the College of Health Sciences, and he set about helping to build the medical school departments. He held several tasks. He was head of surgery, anatomy, and pharmacology during his stints at that medical school. He went to Belfast for training. He left for Belfast in January 1980. So it's a lot of background noise. He obtained his fellowship training. He obtained his fellowship in Belfast and got the award of FRCS cardiothoracic surgery. He returned to the UK after this and became a consultant cardiac surgeon at the American Private Hospital Healthcare International Medical Center in Glasgow for 5 years, 1995 to 2000, and was the director of overseas services. He went back to the NHS after the hospital was sold to the UAE. He held positions at the Edinburgh Royal Infirmary, the Heart Centre in London, before going back to Belfast to help develop the mini APR surgery training. He has just retired, interestingly, after 25 years as a consultant cardiothoracic surgeon, having worked in the NHS. So in total, he's worked for 30 years in the NHS. During this time, he has trained and mentored more than 20 fully trained cardiac surgeons who now hold consultant positions in the UK, the US, and India. I'm privileged to be one of those trainees. His next target, from what he tells us, is to now focus on training cardiac surgeons in Nigeria. And he set a target of getting 10 fully certified cardiac surgeons within the next 5 years. That's his targets. His interests are various. They include minimal invasive cardiac surgery, minimal access aortic valve replacement, rapid APR deployments, TAVI, cardiac surgery in octogenarians, and of most interest to us is training and mentoring young surgeons. And he's written extensively on mentoring young surgeons and his blood conservation work. His passion is developing affordable and accessible cardiac surgery programs in Nigeria for Nigerians. He often says this is a program for which to do nothing is no longer an option. As we all know, he champions the cause of accessible, affordable, and sustainable open heart surgery in sub-Saharan Africa, and in particular Nigeria. He's the executive director of Friends of Nigeria Save a Heart Foundation, which has done a fantastic job in getting heart surgery out to the needy. Through this foundation, along with Boom Foundation, they were likely responsible for introducing open heart surgery in Nigeria in 2013 with their groundbreaking work at the Center for Excellence at UNTH. And so far, over 200 cases have been done working with other charitable organizations. He's also helped other hospitals set up cardiac programs. I'm privileged to have been part of that. We worked together at Lagoon Hospital, Apapa, to set up a cardiac program there, also at Alliance Hospital, and also a program which is still in existence at First Cardiology Consultants in Ikoyi, Lagos. His next target is to now help to develop a fellowship center for cardiac surgery training with the Human Race Hospital in Owerri, Imo State. This is a brief video just showing some of the work he has done together. This is at Lagoon Hospital. You can see all the trainees. So this is OC's environment. Very, very busy, very noisy. And this is working on 28. His OC is element, leading teams, mentoring younger surgeons. He also helped to train and mentor nurses. This is Regina from First Cardiology, along with his nurses from Belfast. And he's also helped me personally. This was at First Cardiology, where he was celebrating my first cabbage. So thanks a lot, Chief OC. So I hope that we will allow his journey through the NHS and now in Nigeria to have some time to get some rest. Because I know that he's the kind of person who will keep on working. So I thank you for listening. And I give you the memorial lecture. Thank you very much.
Can you share your screen now?
It's a practice.
So, Professor, you are assisting your screen. You need to.
Yes. Okay, so what I'll do is let me come out and back in again.
You're yet to exit, yes.
Okay, there it is. I've stopped it.
Okay.
Do I have the floor?
Yes, you do, sir.
Warm greetings from Belfast. It's always a pleasure to be at the Nigerian Cardiac Society conference. Since my initiative in Nigeria 7-8 years ago, I have only had to miss it twice. And I'm delighted that I didn't have to miss it despite the code. I would beg to stand on the existing protocol, which was the code I was taught 7 years ago, because I'm not a man of protocol. But before I say that, can I recognize Professor Amsa, the chair of the local organizing committee, Professor Bassi for chairing this session, Professor Odele and Professor Nwafo for also anchoring this meeting. I would like to thank and finally, my good friend Bode for showering the glories on me. It's always a pleasure to be with you. I would like to thank the executive team of the National Cardiac Society, as well as that of the local organizing committee. First, for their collective wisdom in inaugurating Professor Fabian Udekwu Memorial Lecture, alongside that of Professor Antia Memorial Lecture. Secondly, I want to thank them for the honor of asking me to be the inaugural lecturer. I am humbled and very grateful. And thirdly, for leaving the choice of this talk at my liberty to choose. It was a difficult to make up on what to talk to. I want to thank Professor Udekwu's family, those present here. I recognize Dr. Ann Ndu, and I also recognized one of the young lady, which I don't know her name, and I thank them for providing me with information and free access to their family album. I am truly indebted to late Professor Fabian Udekwu, who I will henceforth from in this presentation just refer as Prof, for introducing me to general and cardiothoracic surgery. I am not sure that Professor Ansa knew my relationship with Professor Udekwu before they selected me to give this lecture. Let me tell you how it all started. The script is almost fit for a movie. I had just passed my Part 1 Nigerian membership exam in 1985. and we were in the theater. The old UNTH has 2 surgeons' rooms. The senior surgeons where the professor have their lunch, and nobody's allowed to go there except if you are attempt that position. And Professor Udekwu called me into the room. You can imagine my fright. I thought I had committed a crime. He said, sit down. Lunch was served to me, and I tried to eat as quickly as possible to get out of the place. And at the end, he offered me and served me a glass of beer and said I should drink. After drinking, he told me he understands I've passed my exam at first shot, and he's recognized me as now trainable to be a surgeon, and instructed Professor Nwako to change my rota and post me to Professor Anyanwu, who will be my mentor. So it's not only chose cardiothoracic for me, but he decided he's going to mentor me. For this, I am very grateful. His passion for teaching is legendary, and it's not just teaching. He's interested in operative skills and competency. He always tells us that if you become a surgeon, it's only when you're able to handle whatever faces you when you open the chest or the abdomen. That was the days where there were no CT scan or ultrasound to guide you in diagnosis. And finally, I want to thank Professor Victor Ansa for the assurance that I can overshoot my official allocated time. The title of my talk today is The Life and History of Doyen of Cardiothoracic Surgery with Passion for Training, revisiting training of skillful and competent cardiothoracic surgeons for 21st century Nigerian healthcare system. I have no disclosure to make, except that you all know me as self-styled champion for accessible, affordable, and sustainable open heart surgery services in Nigeria. To do nothing, not an option. My outline will be, I try and give you an insight into the life and history of Prof. I understand a lot of this has been covered on the conference brochure, but there are areas that I will highlight. Then we take an overview of the current training curriculum of cardiothoracic surgeons in Nigeria, and then we'll look at the realities of the current practice of such services, the trainees and surgeons' perspective. And I will try and hazard a guess as to what Prof would have thought of it. Can I ask that we take just a 10 seconds silence in memory of Professor Fabian Udekwu. This photograph was given to me by the family and is the cover photograph at his funeral. I read the top one. The heights by great men reached and kept were not attained by sudden flight, but they, whilst their companions slept, were toiling upward through the night. This quote by Longfellow, anyone that knows or have encountered Professor Udekwu knows exactly it's characterized him. He was a great man with great heart, with intimidating personality that matches his huge frame. He's a great achiever, which is displayed by his dogged determination, courage, and resourcefulness. And yet, beneath this show of seriousness is a man with a charming and agreeable character. He was my mentor. Below this picture is his professor's favorite prayer. Lord, do not lead me to riches, lest I might forgive thee, nor lead me to poverty, lest I might curse thee. But just give me all that is necessary to sustain my life. Reading through that, this show of kindness and generosity in this prayer displays exactly what Prof is all about. When asked, how would you like to be remembered? His answer was, a man who strove to give more than he. I hope you're hearing me.
Yes, we are, sir.
I remember when asked to ask for a prayer for blessing by the bishop, Prof's answer was that they should ask God for whatever blessing that is still left for him should be shared to the less privileged family, because he's completely, totally blessed and does not require any more. That is a man that we are honoring today. He is my mentor, a great man with a great heart. I'm going to take time and highlight, since going through his history will take the entire time allocated to me, some points that I think are relevant to my talk in his life. We know he was born in 1925. The exact date we do not know, which is not unusual. He started his career as a teacher, which indeed will give us an insight as to why he's such a great teacher and trainer. Following his completion of his St. Charles Teaching College, graduated in 1947 and was straight appointed into the faculty as a result of his excellent performance. And it's taught geography, arithmetic, arts, and music, as well as was a leader in the Boy Scouts. So he started early good leadership, and I will emphasize on the music because that was to be what really mattered in his family life. Whilst there, he took a London matriculation exam by correspondence and sponsored himself to the US for further training. Did his pre-medical, passed with flying colors, and was admitted in Loyola University Medical College, where he graduated with MBBS in 1956. Started his work as a doctor in the hospital, Cook County Hospital, Chicago, where he caught the eye of legendary Dr. Carl Mayer, who persuaded him to do cardiothoracic, something that would have been unheard for a Black African in those days. And he did. And he came out with a flying color. And not only that, he was given University Travel Fellowship Award on the basis of his brilliance. This is an excellent opportunity which he used to his greatest advantage. It therefore meant that he had to visit several renowned institutions up and down the United States and learned and picked up skills from them. He therefore became the first certified CT surgeon from Nigeria, indeed West Africa, and returned soon thereafter to head the unit in Ibadan. Civil War broke out and he relocated to University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, where he worked throughout his entire life and retired as the first emeritus professor of surgery in that institution. I said music was central to Prof's part of enjoying extracurricular activity. He met and married her beloved wife, Rita, popularly called a Swedish lady, in 1956. Sadly enough, Rita is not watching this program because I learned she passed away a few months ago, quietly in her native country, Sweden. Join me in passing our heartfelt condolence to the family of late Professor Udekwu. May her soul rest in perfect peace. Story had it that he met Rita and wired her in a dancing floor at the Chicago University. And from then on, it was love at first sight. I was also told that they made a vow that they will have 10 children. It was probably a white lady trying to compete with an African lady, and they kept to that vow. The marriage was blessed with 10 children, 6 girls and 4 boys, all apart from 2 who are PhD holders in their chosen field are medical doctors. Story also had it that the 9th child, which was Ifeanyi Chukwu by name, Rita was celebrated with the traditional Efiukwu Igbo tradition. A big cow was killed for her, and she proceeded to have the 10th child without problem. Outside medicine, Prof is known to be a keen sports, football, music, table tennis, and I understand and I knew that he's hard to beat on a draft board. I have the pleasure to share some of the memorable pictures I got from their album. Obviously, it's blessed with a lot of grandchildren. And Prof is always a team player. On the picture on the left side, down one, you can see black and white, the surgical team he assembled early in UNTH. You could see Professor Ibwe, you could see Professor Anyanwu, Dr. Kechuku, the legendary anesthetics, Prof himself, the diminutive, intelligent Professor Okafor, the ENT surgeon, and you can see Professor Mbono there. They always work as a team while at UNTH. Prof, interestingly, is a very staunch Catholic and a believer in faith and love for humanity. I've highlighted a point here. This is a man that donated a day of his life each week for free surgical care of the poor. Every week he will take a mission, alternatively to either Bishop Shanahan Hospital in Suka, and Calago Cement Factory Hospital, Mbano Joint Hospital, and the Joint Hospital Archie. I was to be a double beneficiary of this program. Even before my colleagues knew how to enter theater and gown, I had followed my SHO and registrar to join Prof at this mission. And I was taught how to do hernias and appendix even before my peers know how to touch a knife. More importantly for me, it was inspirational. And seeing him give to charity was responsible for, down the years, my setting up the Save a Heart Foundation. For that, I am most grateful to Prof. I would like to touch on Prof's character and his administrative skill. He's a man that has won all awards you can think of. He's a fellow of the American College of Surgeons, fellow of the International College of Surgeons, for which he brought to Nigeria and encouraged all of us to join. I was an associate member as an undergraduate, as a resident, as a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Science, fellow of the American Association of Cardiothoracic Surgeons. For me, he's arguably the most productive surgical educator in the history of Nigerian academic history. Best known for his passion to teach and his dedication to his patients and students. Prof will always tell you he's teaching you the technique and guiding you because he doesn't know who will operate on him on an emergency situation. And you will know that you've graduated as a surgeon and a thoracic surgeon, according to him, because as a surgeon, you have no business to open the chest nor the abdomen if you cannot deal with anything that faces you. And once you get to that stage, you're a trained cardiothoracic surgeon. He served in the National University Commission, and no doubt he's left his mark there in Nigerian graduate education curriculum. He is best known by everybody as the first person to do open heart surgery in Black Africa. History was indeed made in that February 8, 1974. That was responsible for designation of UNTH as Center of Excellence. But more importantly to me, as a mentor observing Prof as a young trainee, was his attention to excellence. It shouldn't be an isolated act, it should be a habit. And he was well into clinical governance ahead of us. I tell you an encounter to illustrate this. I was scrubbed with him as a house officer. We are doing a retrosternal giant thyroid, the type you wouldn't see these days. And we ripped in the innominate vein, and blood welled out. And I screamed, "Oh my God." And he said, "Shut up." Gave me a big mop and said, "Put a pressure there." And he shouted in the theater, "Can somebody send for Humphrey?" Humphrey, he was referring to his Professor Chijoke Anyanwu. There was very little movement in theater, and he told me, "Descrub and go and get Humphrey." I descrubbed, ran as fast as I could, probably beat Usain Bolt. Went to the ward, Prof wasn't there. I was rushing to his office when I found him. I said, "We need you in theater now." And he followed me. Professor Anyanwu is a typical British trained surgeon always immaculate dress in his suit and tie. We walked as fast as we could to the theater. He opened the door of the theater and said, "Fabian, did you send for me?" The English surgeon have a way of calling their colleagues by first name. And Professor Udekwu looked up and said, "Shut up, go and scrub." Both of us scrubbed as quickly as we can and came to the operating table. And Prof lifted the big swab and the blood gushed away. And he told Professor Anyang, "Fix it." That's why I sent you to London to train. And he walked away and left both of us. Professor Anyang asked for a side-by implant, 6-0, and within a few minutes, it's all sorted. And I made up my mind there and then that I was going to be a cardiothoracic surgeon. And mentored by the biggest of them all and handed off to the most meticulous surgeon of all to train. Prof went on to become any position that I was available: first head of surgery, first dean of faculty, provost of the college, and by default, CMD was administrative head of the Enugu campus, which is equivalent to vice chancellor, and no wonder he retired as emeritus professor. I just want to share a quick thought on what his colleagues think about him, because that is what exactly shows how admirable or great you are. Professor Festus Nwako, late now, said that Professor Udekwu epitomizes what this story says, that a good surgeon knows how to operate. A better surgeon knows when to operate, and the best surgeons know when not to operate. He was making a reference to the incident I've just told you, where Prof recognizes his limit and bowed out. That encounter in theater with Prof and Professor Anyang was the last Professor Udekwu did thoracic surgery. He recognizes that he's trained them all and he handed over the baton. But to Professor Udekwu, a big surgeon makes a big incision, while a small surgeon makes a small incision. This was his normal banter with Professor Nwako. Obviously, he's referring to Professor Nwako's small stature. However, he was quick to acknowledge the two surgical specialties that eluded him: pediatric surgery and neurosurgery. Pediatric because Professor Udekwu is a giant, his hand is as big as a neonate, and therefore there are no space to compete with the patient. And neurosurgery because he couldn't stand sitting on a chair, sitting for hours trying to dry up a capillary plate. So this is a man that recognizes his limitation and knows his strength. One of his trainees also said that at the operating table, his assistants is given opportunity for active participation and not a bemused onlooker. And that is absolutely true, because he believes he has to train the surgeons who might one day be at the end operating on him as an emergency. And therefore, proper hands-on training was central to his method of training. He's, however, very intolerant of lazy trainees. At the exam, he's always helpful to candidates. I recall an incident which I must share with you. I was usher, and there is an external examiner, professor from Ibadan, and they were examining this chap who is almost heading towards a failure. And they wanted to give him a final chance. It was a hernia, combined hernia and hydrocele. And he was able to identify the hernia, but was not able to get the answer for the hydrocele. And they were pushing on him to either get it, because his passing would be detrimental, would depend on this. And Prof, who normally walks from one station to the other, came in after a few minutes and said, "Stop, you can go," and asked the candidate to go. And behind, when the examiners were collecting the results, said, "You pass him, we will teach him later." And by the way, the external professor from Ibadan, I won't mention his name, he told him, as my registrar, he wouldn't have identified both of them. And yet he grew up and became an eminent surgeon and professor. So pass this boy. And the boy was passed. To me, he's a teacher of teachers. He stayed passionate to promoting our specialty, especially cardiothoracic one. As a team player, I adore him. What would Prof think of the cardiothoracic service training in Nigeria today? To answer this will be the second part of my talk. The avenues to fellowship training in Nigeria as it currently stands is through the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria or the West African College of Surgeons. I am a fellow, proud fellow of the Nigerian Postgraduate Medical College. I graduated actually 10 years after the inception of the college, so I'm quite an old fellow, and I always try to protect it. And therefore, I will take you through the training as this relates to Nigerian Postgraduate Medical College curriculum. Their vision is to train the specialists of the highest standard who will provide, I repeat, world-class services in teaching, research, and healthcare. And they went on to say that their mission will be to plan, implement, monitor, evaluate postgraduate programs required to produce such a specialist of the highest quality, competence, and dedication. In addition, they will empower them to organize clinical attachment for qualifying residents in order to achieve this. This is a brief summary of the accreditation criteria for assigning a unit that will train fellows for the college. And I draw your attention to the fact that the part 1 is slightly different from part 2, but part 2 relates to my talk today, which is the cardiothoracic surgery. They must have a fellow in the faculty that's up to 5 years post-graduation. Otherwise, that institution will not be accredited, no matter how good they are. Looking through their website just a few days ago, incidentally, there are only 3 accredited centers that can have candidates for training for part 2 cardiothoracic, and that's UCH, UBTH, and UC Calabar. Incidentally, I did not see UNTH there, and maybe the website is not updated. But that's what I saw. The training is very robust. The academic objectives is superb. There is no doubt about that. It matches anyone. To be admitted into the residency of Nigerian Postgraduate Medical College, you ought to have passed your primary exam, which is outside the fellowship requirement before you apply. And that deals with applied anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, and pharmacology, as we all know. And then you seek for admission into any of the colleges that have been recognized. And there are 2 parts. The first part is 24 months, which gives you an absolute grounding in general surgery, and I think is commendable, the program for the part 1. After that, you pass your part 1, only then would you now be required or be qualified to apply for specialization, part 2, which will last for 48 months. During my training, there was no specialization. You pass your part 1 and you are mentored towards the area you want to specialize. So we actually all graduated as a general surgeon with interest in thoracic. Looking at their curriculum for cardiothoracic and vascular specialization, I found this very interesting. After your training, you should have acquired a sufficient knowledge in principles of preoperative evaluation, operative management, and postoperative care, with operative skill, I repeat, operative skills and competence in the specialty that will enable you to function as a consultant cardiothoracic surgeon in Nigeria and anywhere in the world. And this statement is true. I recall when I went to England to do cardiac surgery, I intermittently was acting as a local consultant thoracic surgeon when someone is on holiday. It goes to show that the level of the training set at that stage was superbly high. To articulate that, this is, you all know about this, but I just will have to highlight to you the postings that you require to get all the credits required for you to qualify to sit the exam. 18 months in general thoracic surgery, 18 months in cardiac surgery, some months in vascular, cardiology, etc., etc. I will highlight on these 2. It's really 18 months adequate to train a thoracic surgeon of international standard or a cardiac surgeon of international standard. We will try and hazard a guess. It's interesting, the curriculum is quite comprehensive. There are 12 domains. As a surgeon, all we're interested in is what we do in theater. Professor Udekwu told me that the office of a surgeon is in theater and he has no business sitting in the office or in administrative position. So the list is comprehensive. It's a 12 domain, chest wall, mediastinum, lung procedures, the diaphragm, esophagus, and pericardium. And then congenital cardiac, corrective acquired cardiac, a bit of vascular, a bit of other procedures, pacemakers, and what's classified as miscellaneous. And they have a well-tabulated portfolio for you to collect all that, and you are supposed to achieve a 366 cases, which include those you assisted on and those that you helped in order to appear for the exam. And at part 2 exam, specifically tested candidates' ability to cope with responsibility for professional judgment and problem solving. It's aimed to test the candidate's readiness for responsibility of leadership as well as being a surgeon. A pass will lead to an award of Fellow of the Medical College of Nigeria, these days attached CT, cardiothoracic, and you'll be eligible for appointment as a consultant surgeon. Since the establishment of the college, there have been over 1,000 surgical specialty trained. I could not obtain exactly how many of them were cardiothoracic. The West African College curriculum is more or less similar to Nigerian postgraduate. Can only just highlight a difference. There are more time spent on general thoracic than cardiac surgery. So they recognize they cannot train cardiac surgeons with the facilities available. They aim to train a proper thoracic surgeon. Interestingly, talking to those that have passed through the West African Medical College, the overall number of major cases required before you sit the exam is around about 50. Other parts of their curriculum is the same. Interestingly, the accreditation process seems to me to be more robust and perhaps more forgiving. For instance, they accredit units that are not in the teaching hospital. They also accredit private hospitals that have the facilities and manpower and capabilities to deliver the training. Interestingly, they also interested or approve joint institution within the same geographical area in order to complement facilities, manpower, and strength. Number of trainees per surgeon or per trainer is 2 registrars and 2 senior registrars, which for me, based on the number of volumes in each unit, is probably too many people competing for very little facilities to train. That said, they have currently over 200 centers across West Africa, serving their 7 faculties in surgery since their inception 25 years ago. And I would guess a good number of those centers will be in Nigeria. Let's leave that. They recently audited their program, and what came out or the judgment given is that they should aim at establishing regional simulation center to complement lack of volume of cases. And they are keen into collaborating with other colleges in order to help them accomplish this goal. Let's compare that with cardiothoracic training in United Kingdom. More or less similar academic context. And the training in UK is over 6 years, just as it's in Nigeria. One thing that is the difference is that we tend to concentrate training in certain areas, one of which is clinical experience, where we deal with making sure the candidate is able to deal with acute emergencies, all acute emergencies in cardiothoracic surgery. And we tend to encourage them to deviate into one specialty or none, and there are no more training for combined cardiothoracic surgery. In UK, what is interesting for you to qualify before you sit the exam, whether you're thoracic or cardiac, you must have achieved as an independent operator 250 cases. And no wonder they come out all performing at the same level We also have moved away from using thesis as a means of judging individuals' ability to research, and rather encourage them to publish in international peer review and journals and present actively at conferences before they qualify. We're also very interested in quality assurance. Individuals must have completed an audit of activity in the unit, in addition to the other parameters that's done in Nigeria. Now, how has both colleges achieved in their objective in producing a world-class cardiothoracic surgeon for Nigeria and West Africa? I would say the answer is yes, as well as no. Since inception, the Postgraduate Medical College has trained over 9,600 specialists across all board in Nigeria, including 1,020 surgeons. Difficult for me to know how many are cardiothoracic surgeons, but judging from our newly formed association, ASCON, we have 60 members. Not all are resident in Nigeria, about 45 are residents in Nigeria, and they were all product of this college. The practice of cardiothoracic surgery in Nigeria is actually very rewarding, and you look no further than to look at this excellent landmark paper by Bode and his team in lawsuit, for which I co-authored. They're looking at their 12-year experience. They had over 1,500 procedures done, but only 450 of these were major procedures. And these were shared among 3 consultant surgeons, giving you an average annual rate of 40 per year. And I scrutinized this paper, and I knew every data in there is absolutely accurate because Bode is an excellent data acquisition doctor. These are what they are currently doing, which shows that things are improving, the cardiac procedures are improving, the overall cases annually are improving, the clinic activity, interestingly, strikes me. It appears as if out of the people that come to the clinic that require surgical intervention, only 1/3 of them gets through. And that is because of cost and people having to pay out of pocket. It's something that we need to address. The overall spectrum of cardiac work is cardiac and vascular is excellent and impressive and matches anything that you see anywhere in UK. Interestingly, looking at this data, they appear to me to be a changing pattern of spectrum of disease. I will touch on that later. Now, we know that in modern medical education training is meant to be trainee-driven and trainee-centered. So it's important to look at the perspective of the trainees. I found this article by Ojo and his team in Nigerian Medical Journal in 2014 very interesting. It looks at postgraduate surgical training in Nigeria, trainee perspective. It's a questionnaire survey sent to 16 academic training centers in Nigeria, and 235 trainees participated. So it's quite a high-powered document. And there we are asking questions, which I just want to go through because it's very important. What is the adequacy of the training's duration? 75% of the respondees says they think is adequate. When asked, what about the volume of cases that you go through? That number drops to about 62. When asked about the operative experience, it dropped further to about 50%. When asked the preparation for independent practice after the training, what do they think? Only about 65% thinks that they are adequately trained before they are let out to practice independently. I want to narrow that down to our specialty, which is cardiothoracic surgery. A similar survey was done among junior residents by Emeka Kesime, Uma Abubakar, and Olusiji, and the rest, which is very interesting. It's also a survey. Looked at training, all trainees, not just cardiothoracic. And there were about 250 of them they interviewed. This first graph on the left side, they will show the important factors that the junior surgical resident believe reduces their interest in applying to specialize as a cardiothoracic surgeon. Important there is lack of exposure to cardiothoracic rotation, both in the medical school as well as a junior resident. So if these early doctors that are in their formative stage, we are not even exposed to this specialty, how do you think they will apply? We are losing brightest candidates to other specialties. Well, further down, limitation of the training opportunity is important, but more important to all of them is unavailability or lack of equipment to practice cardiothoracic surgery after training. Over 85% think that dissuade them from applying. Right. When asked to show the factors that we bias them, what we bias them, if it is there, to become a cardiothoracic surgeon, high on their list were access and exposure to a positive role model in the specialty. That is striking and important for me. Role model, in their view, are not there to attract them. They also highlighted inability to get sponsorship overseas to get exposed in an areas where that's not available in Nigeria. They also thought that burden scope of training for open heart surgery is not there, and availability of standard training facilities, even within the training institution, scores very highly. Right. I've been trying to engage as part of my behind-the-scene work with the Society of Cardiothoracic Surgeons of Great Britain and Ireland in order to see how we can leverage and improve the services in Nigeria. Engaging in the junior resident did not yield anything because overall I found them a very junior to be of any help when brought over. I therefore decided to talk at the, what I may call, they did not take offense, the junior consultants. These are consultants that are 5 years within the practice since they finished their distance. There were 13 of them that is participated in this survey. All of them did, and is just trying to understand how best we can help develop cardiac surgery. My bias is cardiac surgery, no offense meant. And the information that we are looking at, this is a structured survey for the Royal College, is their duration of the training, what was their choice of fellowship college, did they have any overseas training, where was it, the duration, which institutions they are now working in, and what is the annual volume of work there. Since appointment, what is the manpower and facility strength of the institution? Are the institution currently doing cardiac, or are they planning to do so? How confident are they practicing thoracic or combined cardiothoracic surgery? And finally, we ask them the important question. Do you think that the current training program addresses the cardiothoracic services need of the country? I will share with you the result. So in this result, 13 of them, 7 passed the exam within 7 years. So they were just 1 year above the training, recommended training, 6 years. 8 took 7 years to, 7 took 8 years to qualify. And incidentally, 4 of them, a significant number, took up to 10 years to qualify. Looking at the choice of college, that is very worrying to me. West African College of Surgery, 85%. Nigerian Postgraduate Medical College, 15%. There were a couple of them that were have double West Africa and Nigeria. And yet, for me, Nigerian Postgraduate Medical College should be superheading in training the cardiothoracic surgeons meant for Nigeria. That is surprising. We're going to try and explore why that is the case, if we can. Looking at their mandatory overseas fellowship, there is mandatory exposure to cardiac surgery, which is not done in Nigeria. So all of them are encouraged to find somewhere to go. India is the commonest, followed by Ghana, and a combination of India, Ghana. People go to Ghana and then later to India. So most of them would have done that. Only 2 candidates had a proper fellowship. One was in Israel and one was in South Africa. The duration of training in India is about 12 months, average 6 to 18. Average duration in Ghana is 1 year. Those who trained in South Africa and Israel did what I would call a proper fellowship in cardiothoracic surgery, 4 years. all the mandatory 12-month exposure, they were all for cardiac, all the mandatory outside training. 7 of all these people that went out had an opportunity to complete a single cardiac surgery while they were training. The range of cases done were from 1 to 40. And in fact, apart from the 2 that went for fellowship, all the other ones, the maximum they could do was 5 cases. Only 2 trainees, in my judgment, could stand as an independent operator after this training. But none of them is currently doing cardiac surgery in Nigeria. Looking at the volume of cases, major thoracic work in the institutions where they currently work, you could see that majority of the people still work in intermediate or low volume cases where 40 to 60 cases are all that is done every year. Most of the training are offered at UNTH, LUT, UCH, UBTH, and the University of Calabar Teaching Hospital. This is the one that I'm most interested, which we highlight where we are going, and this is their perception or their ability of what they can do and the facilities available to them. All agree that they are having a good thoracic practice. All agree that they would want to make use of their training, which is cardiac, and have a combined good cardiothoracic practice. Of all the 13 that are having good thoracic practice, 8 says they have adequate facility. The rest says their facilities is inadequate or incomplete. There are 5 that works in a center that they say they have, 5 of them say they have adequate cardiac exposure. In other words, they felt that they will be able to practice cardiac surgery on return. Out of this, only 3 are actually in cardiac institutions that are doing cardiac in Nigeria. The other 2 are therefore haven't had any opportunity to practice their skill. 7 hospitals or 7 doctors believe their unit is gearing towards starting a cardiac surgery program, which is very encouraging. However, none of these surgeons have ever done any cardiac surgery on their own or in Nigeria, or in fact, confidence to do so without further training. I then asked them, do you think that postgraduate training addresses the need of cardiothoracic services requirement in Nigeria? All categorically said no. These are lists of their reasons, but I have selected about 4 or 5. They said no role model or dedicated mentorship. This was exactly what the juniors said. No standardized training, residents are left on their own, very worrying. Lack of trust in local facilities, lack of awareness of actually what is possible, lack of opportunity to practice after training. There is extreme difficulties in setting up a functional new thoracic or cardiac program in Nigeria. I will skip through this because Bode is going to give an excellent talk on the update of the cardiac surgery status in Nigeria. So what is the journey so far? First open heart surgery in Black Africa was done in February 1974 at UNTH. Subsequent to that, UCH started their own program. There were 6 surgeons, as far as I can remember at that stage. There were 3 in UNTH and 3 at UCH. Fast forward 46 years later, only 4 units in the public institutions has capacity and capability for regular open heart surgery. UNTH, LASUT, UCH, and Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospital. Out of the 46 cardiothoracic surgeons resident in Nigeria, only 4 I could identify as capable of independently performing open heart surgery. I must add that there are 6 other private hospitals that are also doing cardiac surgery. So the capacity is improving and access is there. Despite that, there are less than 100 open heart surgery cases done every year in Nigeria. I recognize looking or interacting with them, which I've been doing in the last few years, that there appear to be a changing pattern of disease profile in Nigeria. The normal infective processes like empyema, thoracic, TB, lung, TB, pericarditis are largely disappearing with institutions, just seeing 1 or 2 every 3 months. I think the awareness and cigarette campaign for lung cancer has yielding results. There are less of them now than when I was training. The effective medical treatment for gastric ulcer and reflux esophagitis has reduced the incidence of esophageal stricture. And I think the awareness from NAFDAC and some regulatory rules in leveling has reduced the accidental ingestion of acid and alkaline. It used to be a common procedure, esophageal replacement for stricture when I was training, and in fact, I did quite a few of those to the annoyance of my professor when he was on holidays. Awareness in campaign by the Nigerian Cardiac Society has reduced or reducing the incidence of rheumatic valvular heart disease. I can attest to that. We are not seeing very less of that in private practice cardiac surgery in Nigeria. Coupled with increased education, increase in middle class population, lifestyle changes, we are beginning to see emergence of different diseases. Ischemic heart disease, very common. Peripheral vascular disease, very common. Age-related acquired valvular heart disease on increase, as you will learn from Bode's lecture later. Therefore, cardiac surgery demand is now as important, or if not more important, than thoracic surgery disease. We now have to ask ourselves the question, did the national workforce planners not recognize or fail to spot the early warnings of this changing pattern and therefore restructure the training program in order to align with that? What is the influence of the Nigerian Cardiac Society? All over the world, the specialty societies are actually the people that set the tone for the training curriculum, shape it, and always monitor and liaise with the training colleges to make sure that the product at the end serves the requirement. Perhaps it's time for Nigerian Cardiac Society to take up the challenge to influence the training curriculum. It is not too late to do this. I would want to, my talk is not meant to be provocative in any sense, but I want to offer some directions for debate. Is the time allocated for training of both cardiac and thoracic surgery really adequate to produce world-class surgeons? Is the training still not too biased towards general thoracic surgery, which is okay? But remember, the changing pattern of disease is making cardiac surgical diseases more common. Should we not encourage them to split early rather than train as cardiothoracic? Those that we want to train as pure thoracic will split early and concentrate and achieve higher volume and exposure, while those for cardiac, we will now find avenue for them where they are going to train and become competent. Accreditation should, if you look at the Nigerian Postgraduate Medical College accreditation, I think it is too rigid and prescriptive, and it's not served the purpose. Should we now not think about accrediting private hospitals or any of the federal medical centers, especially where we have competent surgeons that can train? Shall we not begin to think about a joint accreditation? For instance, in Lagos, you can accredit LASUT with LUT, or in Enugu, you can accredit the UNTH with the Enugu State University Teaching Hospital, if there are capable trainees there, whether they are West African College Fellows or Postgraduate Medical College Fellows. I think it is time we begin to negotiate a meaningful collaboration with international societies. They are actually willing to help if approached, and in that sense, we begin to monitor how we train the candidates. I will conclude this talk by saying that I think we've done very well in thoracic surgery. We could do better, but we've done extremely very well, as attested by the surgeons after their training, but we may have failed woefully in cardiac surgery 46 years after that history was made in our land. I would want to put it to you that the Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, for which I am a fellow, I will always be critical of them, have not delivered on their promise of providing a world-class cardiothoracic surgeon at the end of the training. Take this as no criticism to the system. I probably have generated more questions than answers. And if this is the case, it just means I've succeeded in generating the type of controversy that Prof would have aligned with self with. We should see further when we stand on the shoulder of giants. Professor Fabian Udekwu was a true giant, and I ask that all that are charged with the training of cardiothoracic surgeons in Nigeria to stand on this his huge shoulder and see the brighter future ahead and embrace it. There is therefore need to rethink on how we can train and produce skillful cardiothoracic surgeons and cardiac surgeons that can handle the challenges of the changing disease profile in Nigeria. Thank you for listening. And I invite any of you that comes over post-COVID to visit Northern Ireland. Whether in winter or summer, there is a lot for you to enjoy. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
We can appreciate Professor Dr. Nzewi for the wonderful lecture. Dr. Nzewi, thank you very, very much.
Well.
Fantastic.
Okay, just a few housekeeping announcements from here. We will have the cardiothoracic lectures holding right here, and then the other section will hold on the adult cardiology link. Dr. Nzewi has raised so many points for us to ponder over. There is surely clearly that there's work to be done, plenty to be done, and we must commend those who have come in to help bridge the gap. Truly, the harvest is plenty, but the laborers are few, and I'm sure he has made Dr. Falashe's work a lot easier. I can see from his smile on his face that the overview of cardiac surgery in Nigeria would continue from where Dr. Nzewi stopped. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the moderators for this session on this link. Professor Araji, I'm not sure he's available yet, and then Professor Uvie Onakboya. They will moderate the sessions to be taken by Dr. Falashe, Dr. Sanusi, Dr. Ezemba, and Professor Etuma. Professor Araji, please. Okay, Professor Araji is not here yet. Professor Uvie, are you available? Hello? Mr. President, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll sort that out shortly. I'll find a surgeon to stand by while you can handle the adult cardiology session so that while I find someone to call the moderators for the surgical program.
Mr. Nzewi can do that.
Hello, Dr. Falashe. Do you have any suggestion?
Yes, Mr. Nzewi is here. He can do that for us.
Okay. I know that he just finished a long lecture now. I hope you want to talk to him?
I think he won't mind.
I'm trying to call Uvier. I don't know what's happened. I hope it's not operating.
No, I'm here, sir. Very much here, sir, my president. So we're going to start the session in a few minutes' time.
Thank you very much for showing up.
I've been here since my network just went on and off.
No problem.
Like a true surgeon.
And thank you, Dr. Oga. I think Dr. Oga he said he's reconsidering his decision to be an adult cardiologist. He's considering more doing surgery. He's going to change over.
Too late.
Okay, no problem. Once you give me the salary of a resident and a consultant, no problem.
Mostly well done. That was good.
So I think we'll start the session in about 2 minutes time, please.
Thank you.
While that is on, please, Mr. President, sir.
Yes, sir.
I've been requested by the DocuLink coordinators to make the following announcements. The current status of cardiovascular surgery in Nigeria we hold right here, and then the diabetes and the heart session we hold on the adult cardiology link. So those who would want to be part of the diabetes and the heart are encouraged to use the adult cardiology link to be part of that meeting. And the opening ceremony, this venue, this link will be for the cardiothoracic surgery lectures. Thank you.
So we can leave the carpenters behind.
Yes, ma, you can leave the carpenters behind to sort themselves out. They've told us some important things, that they are doing more cage opening than the heart. They're opening the cage.
Don't mind the carpenters. They're always looking for their tools. They will join once they get their tools.
Okay.
Hello, Dr. Nzewi. Hello, sir. Dr. Nzewi. Dr. Nzewi, sir.
How are you? Can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Somebody was making a suggestion that one of the children was around. If you wanted to do something.
Yeah.
I don't know if they are still available. They can still say something.
Maybe they have gone. Dr. Bianozie and Dr. Ndo. But I think Dr. Bianozie has gone. Dr. Bianozie, are you still here? I think, no, she has gone. It's okay, she has gone.
It's okay.
Rahman, how are you?
Very well, thank you, OC.
Nice
Good to see you.
Congrats, oh, big brother.
Ah, my sister.
Well delivered lecture.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
After your excellent lecture yesterday, I didn't sleep at night. I was trying to figure out how I can get something across.
Following your steps, sir.
But, thank you.
It's good to join your discussion. Please, sir, may I humbly remind the two of you that traditionally we submit manuscript of their lectures to the Nigerian Journal of Cardiology.
Yes, okay, we will do that.
Mr. President, sir.
Yes, sir.
I can write that up in a publishable manner.
Okay,
yes, I will also do the same.
Yeah, so if you go to the journal, you will see the section for those lectures.
Please, the president, you must remind me early enough, because as a pensioner, I don't get up in the morning.
But you have more time on your hands.
No problem. Now that you have given me the mandate to disturb you.
I'll get it ready. I already have that in plan.
I'm trying to find out whether any of the children of Professor...
I think they said they have gone.
Oh, okay, because we'll tell the
So permit me to leave the surgeons to join my people. I will still consider Onokwaya's invitation.
Please, what about the pediatric cardiology? Do we join that link now?
Anyone you like.
Your lecture was yesterday. Your symposium was yesterday.
Sorry,
So
is the cardiac session not taking place on this platform?
It is.
This is for cardiothoracic.
Okay, for the
Yeah, we're going to start. We're going to start the cardiac surgery symposium right now. We're just allowing opportunity for some extraneous fellows who call us carpenters to evacuate themselves.
More grease to your elbow. You will come back and
No, I think this talk is
I think you
relevant.
will get
As many
patients
of them
without us.
as possible should be. This body's talk is directed at them. So they should.
Yes, please. We want the cardiologist to be here, please, because this is an important talk.
Especially,
don't worry, this time I will join you.
Senior one,
Don't
please.
Thank you very much. I will want all the cardiologists to please stay.
Oh, yeah,
Professor Yuan, don't leave, please. Dr. Oga, please don't leave, because this is an important talk for everybody that Bode is going to give and the other people.
You know that all the lectures are for me, so I join everywhere.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President, sir.
Look at these Calabar people. They left us hungry and they are enjoying them. Yeah, this one no good, no Calabar.
Good morning, everybody. I think we are going to have to start the session for the surgical symposium right away. Can I request that everybody turns off their microphone, please? Except for the presenters, please. You are welcome to the session. This session is to be coordinated. Oh Lord. Can the LOC please turn off their microphone, please?
Professor Answer, please, can you turn off your microphone? Go ahead, I'll give him a call.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a lot of background and disturbing so much. Well, so welcome to the surgery symposium, and this is a very exciting period, because I can see lined up very interesting topics with very exciting speakers. This session is to be chaired by Professor Agachi, and I'm just supposed to assist him, but Professor Agachi is not on the platform right now. So if I could request our lecturer, Dr. Osin Zewi, to please chair the session. I'll just assist. I'll call out the names of the presenters, and if you could just help to coordinate the session, sir. I know that Dr. Bode had told us that we should allow you to rest, but we're not about to do that anytime soon.
Okay, I will need to figure out get out the program, but you call out the names and then.
Okay, sir. I'll call out the names. We're going to have Dr. Bode Falashe present to us overview of cardiothoracic surgery in Nigeria. And then that talk will be followed by Dr. Sanusi, cardiovascular surgery in Nigeria, my experience. Professor Izimba will be discussing on common cardiothoracic surgical conditions in Nigeria.
I'm fine. Can I?
Please, can I please request Dr. Bode Falashe to share his slides on overview of cardiothoracic surgery in Nigeria? We're to present for 15 minutes each, please.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll be talking about the current status of open heart surgery in Nigeria. A bit of background. Where have we been up till this? This was some work we did, several authors. As of 2016, we had a survey that showed that 15 centers had activity of various levels, some public, some private, some were regular missions, some were intermittent missions, and a couple were working towards having resident teams. So where have we gone between that time and now? Now, we have several problems, which I will just mention briefly. We've had several centers, and we've had to be, as Mr. Nzewi said, we've had activity as far back as 1974. But we're still on the journey where at the moment we have a situation where patients need surgery, either have to wait for a visiting team or leave the country going to India for surgery. To date, as of today, we don't have a national registry. So how many cases are we doing as a country? Where is the expertise? Who is doing adult cases, pediatric cases? What are the outcomes? We don't know. There's some reluctance to share data, and I think that is an ongoing problem which we need to address. Low volumes of surgery means residents still need to go out for training, same as the rest of the cardiac team, as it has been highlighted in OC's lecture. And of course, without the volume of cases, our bargaining power is low, so the cost of consumables is high from suppliers. So you have a vicious cycle where the cost of surgery remains high and fewer patients can benefit. So we formed the Open Heart Surgery Group, and I think to discuss the current status of open heart surgery in Nigeria, I'll focus on the work of our group. Now this group is made up of 4 institutions: the Tri-State Group across Babcock, Abuad, and Reddington, LASUT, which is public, First Cardiology, which is private, and OAU, which is public. We all agreed to collaborate and submit our data on open heart surgery for research purposes. Now, what are the models of surgery within the group? In LASUT, which is public, I'm the lead surgeon. We started here with cardiac missions supported by various teams. Most recently, Cardiostat and VOOM Foundation, who are US-based. We've had a gradual switch from visiting teams leading surgery to resident teams not doing the surgery. I trained in the UK. I became very rusty, so I went back to train under OC for a year in Belfast. And following that, we were able to reactivate our program. In Ife, Dr. Nopoya had a similar journey. They started with cardiac missions with teams from India and Israel. He trained himself in Egypt and Israel. He returned to Israel in 2018 for more training before coming back to push Ife to start local surgeries. So they're also transiting from visiting team-led to resident team-led. In the private sector, First Cardiology took the initiative, along with OC, who was the visiting surgeon. He built on the training he gave me in Belfast, and we started doing surgeries together with him being the lead. And over a period of time, I gradually started becoming the lead surgeon. That started in 2017. In Tri-State, they've done a fantastic job. It's private. They had a lead visiting surgeon, Professor Paul Davis, working with Dr. Sanusi. And there was a very rapid transition from visiting surgery to resident surgery by the local team. And that has been on since 2015 with services in Ibadan, Babcock, Abuad, and Reddington. So we all agreed to contribute data to our online database, which I created, which can be accessed at this link. I would encourage us to have a look. It's quite a simple database. And we agreed on submitting a minimal data set to encourage submissions, just as highlighted on the screen. The institution, age, sex, stage of surgery, diagnosis, the Euro score where possible, the operation itself, description of the surgery, bypass time, clamp time, and importantly, who was the surgeon? Was it a resident surgeon or visiting surgeon? And what was the outcome of the surgery? So I'll discuss our results. So far, entered on the database, we know that as with every database, there are issues. Some of the data is still underrepresented, but for what we have so far, we've had 406 patients. majority are adults, about 57%. For the adults, you have many males with a mean age of 46 years, and pediatric patients, mean age of 2.8 years. Now, this shows the buildup of activity across these institutions over the years. You can see that in the early years, it was mainly last from 2004. Then Tri-State is in orange. They started in 2015 and have expanded very quickly. IFE in red joined them in 2017. First Cardiology in black joined in 2017, has been growing, and LASUT has continued to grow over the same time frame. So this is looking at the annual, so this is looking at all the cases done in all the institutions across board. You can see that Tri-State has done about 50% of the work. Then you have LASUT, 21%, IFE, 18%, First Cardiology, 11%. So this is just all the cases altogether. Looking at the distribution, who does what? Tri-State does about an equal percentage of adults and pediatric surgery. IFE has focused on pediatric surgery. LASUT has focused on adult surgery, and First Cardiology, adult surgery. So at the moment, among the group, the options for pediatrics are Tri-State and IFE, and for adults, Tri-State, LASUT, and First Cardiology. Now, who is doing the cases? In blue are the resident surgeons, orange is the visiting surgeons. You can see here, overall, we're now doing more cases by the resident surgeons than with visiting surgeons. And the differences across the group. Tri-State is doing more than 90% as resident surgery. IFE is doing about 30 to 40%. LASUT overall has done about 30%, which has increased. And First Cardiology is picking up about 15%. So you can see that the resident teams are doing more and more. This shows in the different institutions the progression in the teams. This is the LASUT activity, initially all by visiting teams, then in blue, gradually pick up of the resident teams. This is First Cardiology, similarly, working with OC, was mainly OC, and I was understudying him. And then gradually in 2019, I started doing more cases, so the resident team started picking up. In IFE, similarly, after Dr. Onokwaya returned from Israel in 2018, they started doing more cases by the resident team. And this is Tri-State. In Tri-State, they had a very short transition, 2015, 2016, where the visiting team was active. And since then, it's been largely Dr. Sanusi and his team doing more and more cases, which has been extremely impressive. So overall, across the group, this shows the spread of activity. And you can see that since 2009 to date, there's been a gradual increase in the activity. So looking at the cases, LASUT, we've done 4 cases, and mainly mitral valve replacements, ASDs, AVRs, VSDs. And this shows the distribution of the resident team in orange and the visiting team in the adult cases. We've done 46 cases, a lot of cabbages. There's a cath lab there led by Dr. Jim Johnson. We've done a lot of aortic cases, modified dentals, mitrals, double valves, and various other surgeries. IFE, as I said, has focused mainly on pediatrics. They've done 73 cases, of which the resident team has done 13, and the VSD repairs, 12 total corrections, ASD repairs, and a variety, as you can see here, of pediatric procedures, which even include an arterial switch, truncus arteriosus correction. So there's a very wide range. And Tri-State, as you can see, has done a lot of surgeries, both adults and pediatric. The most common procedure has actually been TF total correction, cabbage, VSDs, MVRs, and a whole gamut of various pediatric cases. The majority, of course, being done by the resident team. So across the 4 groups, all the adult procedures done have been 235, And this is the spread of the adult cases, mainly cabbages, valves, and other procedures. And the majority have been done by the resident team. For the pediatric cases, the majority have been TOFs, VSDs, AVSD, and ASDs, majority also by the resident team. Now, looking at the outcomes, the mortalities, this is very brief. This is not risk stratified, which it should be, but I'll do that in some further presentations. So we know outcomes compared to the risk. The cases done in Lasuth, the overall mortality, about 7%. Cases done at first cardiology, overall mortality, about 6.8%. And that includes some very high-risk cases like the aortic dissections with the modified Bentals. So the higher the risk of cases, of course, the higher the likely mortality. TriState has done the most number of cases, and because of the spectrum of cases they have done, they've had a couple of mortalities as expected, but this is only getting better. So overall, different cases, very low mortalities across board, but a few TOFs, AVSD. So overall, it's about 12%, but this is getting better and better. And IFE has an overall mortality of 6.8%. So where are we? I would first say that following on OC's talk, we're making great progress as a country, but we can do much more. We all know the challenges to open heart surgery in Nigeria, and we keep discussing them. But the solutions lie with us, and I think we already have the solutions. With collaboration, by adopting different models for growth, as has been seen across the group, public and private efforts, we are growing. Right now, there's a wide range of open heart surgery procedures possible, both in the public and private sectors with good outcomes. And with continuing collaboration and supporting each other and exploring foreign linkages with partners, I believe that the future is bright. So right now, we have the beginning of a national registry with the data we have provided as an open heart surgery research group. We now have more local options for open heart surgery for patients. Traveling out for heart surgery is now optional, not mandatory as it was in the past. And with increasing volume of surgery, it opens up training opportunities and increases bargaining power with various suppliers. I must thank and acknowledge some pioneers that made all this possible. Mr. Osi Nzewi, his work across several hospitals, both in Northern Ireland, here in Nigeria, First Cardiology, UNTH, Alas Hospital, Lagoon Hospitals. Dr. Yemi Johnson for his fantastic work in driving First Cardiology, along with his partner, Professor Kofo Oguyaki. Professor Adeleke, Professor Paul Davis, Dr. Sanusi of the Tri-State Group, Dr. Thomas as well in the Tri-State Group, Dr. Napoya, who's been driving the program in IFE, and my indefatigable colleague, Mr. Rio Idowu, who's a perfectionist. He's mainly based in Lasuth, but he pumps everywhere. This list is not exhaustive, so I will stop here. I thank you for listening, and I believe that right now, the current status of open heart in Nigeria is that it is extremely promising. We've had a lot of progress in both the public and private sector. It can only get better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bode, for very detailed analysis and exposition of what is currently going on so far where we are in Nigeria. We are going to leave the question to the end, and I will now call on Dr. Michael Sanusi to give his talk on cardiovascular surgery in Nigeria, my experience. Dr. Sanusi is one of the, what I would call an inspirational on-the-ground surgeon, very dogged, persevered, and I am delighted with the achievement he's done so far, and I commend him for that. Dr. Sanusi, you can give your talk.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, and I hope you can all hear me. I want to apologize for not having my picture on the screen. My computer developed a fault with my webcam, and I presume you can all see my slides. So it's a pleasure, and I really thank society for inviting me to give this talk. It's a pleasure to be able to speak in front of well-respected and revered peers. I'm going to talk about my experience in Nigeria. I returned back to the country in 2010, and like most, and if not everybody on this platform, we've been trying to put a stamp with open heart surgery. So as has been mentioned time and time again, Professor Fabian Udekwu and Samagdi Yakub performed the first open heart surgery in Nigeria 46 years ago. UCH, Professor Adebonojo and Vilo tried to follow in their footsteps. And I decided to become a cardiac surgeon after the NCS was held when I was a medical student in UCH. And I remember Dr. Kereke, who was Professor Agaji's partner at that time, showing an echo. He had his own echo machine he had brought back from the US with him. And I was just so enthralled to see the mitral valve, on 2D echo. And Dr. Okereke has no idea of what influence he's had on my life. I refer you all to this wonderful book written by Professor Samuel Adebonojo about development of open heart surgery in Nigeria, a historical perspective, on which I got some of my information. Well, my own institutional experience after Mr. Falashe was through him that I had the grace of coming back to Nigeria. He personally invited me and made a way for me to come back to LASUTH at no small cost to himself and probably even to his career. We did LASUTH, and then I had experience at Gariki Hospital, and then with the Tri-State Group. And at the same time, of course, there are parallel developments all over the country, multiple sprouts, which have become trees in some areas. LASUTH experience is summarized in this article with the lead author of Mr. Bode Falashe, what transpired in LASUTH. I was only fortunate enough to be, because I came back 2010, involved in the last 15 cases of that era before this all restarted again in the late 2000s. So those last 15 cases, which Bode has spoken about, where we did work together. He has attested to what some of the issues at LASUTH were then. There was a low volume of cases, unstable work environment, there was training and exposure, young group issues, lab facilities, coordinating with other departments, issues with financial support, and difficulty moving away from the cardiac mission model that Dr. Nwilo had pioneered in 2004. Dr. Nwilo was actually the pioneer at LASUTH, as we all know, and made that way for us. So after things started to really slow down at LASUTH, we explored the Gariki Hospital in Abuja. I was fortunate then, like miraculously, Dr. Kereke, whom I'd never met before, I'd only seen him, was invited to come and work at Gariki Hospital by a friend of mine, Dr. Talabi, who is an anesthesiologist who was looking to move back into Nigeria. That's how I got to meet Dr. Kereke. He was such a gentleman and a mentor, in that he came at his own expense and mentored us through 15 open heart surgery cases where he just assisted and allowed these trips went a long way in restoring self-confidence and independence in our group and performing open heart surgery cases. The Dr. Minor, a general surgeon and then CMD of Gariki, was very interested in specialty surgeries, and he did everything he could to to push open heart surgery and renal transplantation, which was of interest. At that time, Dr. Femi Thomas, interestingly, was also around that time made the director of the NHIS. And few people remember that the funding for open heart surgeries came out when he was the director of the NHIS. And this allowed volume of cases to improve at that time because most people didn't have money. This is a beautiful picture of Bagada Cardiorenal Center. This almost makes one weep at what a colossal failure this was. Was the greatest embarrassment, I think, to cardiovascular surgery in our generation. I know the history. I know this idea was initially from Mr. Falashe. People may not know. After he visited Kolebu in Ghana and wrote to the state government, but the paper he wrote was soon hijacked and politics became heavily involved. And eventually that center was built at a very high cost and delivered many years post due. Eventually, the state government more or less gave up on the center after spending over 6 billion naira and gave it over to a private consortium who soon went bankrupt because they had no support at all from the state government. And there was also some kind of change in government in Lagos State at that time. Only 3 cardiac cases were ever done at this center, and only one of them was an open heart case. So, so then came Tri-States. I can only speak from my experience. So then came Tri-State Cardiovascular Associates, which came after Professor Adeleke had come to Nigeria on a medical mission and saw what the need was. And he formed the company with Professor Paul Davis, his friend. And the initial interest then was the Bagada Cardiorenal Center, which was the talk of the town. And they wanted to, they were advised to start, maybe develop cardiac surgery in Lasut and then transition to Bagada. The Lasut thing never took off. There was just so much involved. And I think Lasut was not used to the kind of model that was being proposed to them. So it never took off. But then they got invited by UCH to run. UCH had a new cardiac center which was equipped by GNCI with a cost of about 400 million naira from the federal government. And the center then was grossly underutilized, and Tri-State signed a contract, 10-year contract with UCH. This never really went off on a good footing, as it was obvious that there was a big misunderstanding. I think Tri-State's understanding was a private American model, of which was profit-oriented, and where they also agreed to train people. But UCH faculty was looking more as some kind of missions to develop them, for which they can take over. So at the end of the day, this is a paper written by Dr. Salami, Professor Adeboye, Dr. Kemi of UCH, where they attested to the cases that were done, even though this is emphasis on congenital surgery. Total of 34 cases were done at UCH. I think 35 because they did one case by themselves later. Of these 34 cases, 31 were done by Tri-State and 3 cases by another group from India. The main challenge we had at UCH, which is a problem, was just strikes. I mean, it's a problem with this, government institutions, strikes. And we couldn't really schedule patients. And but the advantage to me then was that's when I really was able to focus. Tri-State it allowed Tri-State to fledge as a real company. I resigned with Lagos State, and Professor Adeleke was essentially sucked out of the US, and we got with Tri-State. After the challenges of UCH and Bagada, we were already a private company ready to work, but we didn't have an operating room. We decided to approach Babcock, and you can see how private institutions work. We approached Babcock on a Friday. By Monday, there was an approval in April, and by September, we started operating at Babcock. That was this was at no small cost to Babcock, but I hope they don't have any regrets today. These are the number of cases that we've done at Babcock since inception in 2015. This year, we've, as of right now, we've done 56 cases. Obviously, there's still a lot of room for surgeries in our environment. The cases we've done so far this year, we've done a variety of cases. We've become much bolder, especially with the COVID. I'll say the COVID has actually been in our favor. To be honest, we've been able to do, it allowed us to do more complex cases where our hands were tied. If we wanted the children to do well, and we're able to record successes a lot of the time. So far at Babcock, we've done 223 open, well, let me say heart surgery cases at Babcock, which 70% of them have been congenital. We've done cases like coarctation, which are not open hearts. And, so the cases again have increased in complexity as the years have gone. And they've been mostly, if not totally, done by local teams. The total number of tri-state cases done is, over the different institutions that we've paraded through. We've gone through about 6 different institutions in our quest to establish cardiac surgery. With our latest baby being Reddington Hospital. We've done about 270 something odd cases. I think I added 279 cases totally at as a tri-state group. And the more cases we do, the more experience we are getting. One thing I must say is that there is no need to send most patients out of Nigeria today. I think most surgeons agree on that. We just have to convince the cardiologists that there's so many centers where things can be done. Even as time goes on, these centers can even subspecialize. So in conclusion, I realized that after being in a few centers, that the first thing is infrastructure, a dedicated space, which will mean a dedicated team, where you don't have to struggle with other teams for operating room space, and allows you to develop yourself as a team, and concentrate on the heart surgery. That is what we are so interested in with labs, x-rays that are dedicated to that, to the program. I think after participating in over 300 open heart surgery cases in Nigeria, I come to the conclusion there are not many straightforward cases in our country. People come late and they come in very sick. We need cooperation of the referring physicians to develop the system. We found out that a lot of times most cardiologists would, getting less and less of that now, they would initially refer just their most complex and difficult cases that don't have time to leave the country and make it abroad. And then they would now judge you based on the results on those cases. So the more the cardiologist feels ownership of the cardiac center, the more likely they are to refer cases to that center. Anesthesia and intensive care, we don't talk enough about, especially with the pediatric cases. I think the pediatric cardiologists should really consider training, subspecializing in intensive care for better results with congenital heart cases. 90% of complications occur in the ICU, especially as complexity of surgeries increase. I think the next steps, in my mind, are sustainability based on training. The postgraduate colleges, both National and West African College, have to get more involved with the training of within Nigeria and of the next generation of surgeons, so that things will be sustained. A lot of good work was done in the 90s, in the 80s in Enugu, but I think there was just not enough sustainability of training, and I think we don't want the same thing to happen again now. I think different centers can work together for accreditation, and I think we need to keep the cardiologists as relevant stakeholders very interested and excited about open heart surgery in Nigeria. it's not that easy to influence the politicians and the policymakers, but we need to do more advocacy. And teamwork, this cannot be overemphasized. And once again, I thank you for inviting me to speak, and I hope I've been able to shed some light in what my experience with open heart surgery in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osanusi, for an interesting journey that you've had and what you've been doing to advance cardiac surgery in Nigeria. We'll leave questions till the end. Can I invite my co-chair, Dr. Uvi, to introduce the next two speakers?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Osi. We're going to listen to Professor Udekwu Ezimba, who is going to be talking about common cardiothoracic surgical conditions in Nigeria. Professor Ezimba, please can you share your slides? Immediately after his presentation, we'll be having the presentation by Professor Tuma on pacemaker and ICD insertion in Nigeria. Professor Ezimba, I think you can share your slides, please. Thank you. Professor Ezimba, can you unmute your mic, please? We can't hear you. You need to unmute yourself.
Dr. Ezimba, can you unmute your mic? We are not hearing you. Unmute your mic and start from the beginning again. Thank you. Hello? That's right. We can hear you now. Start again from the beginning. Thank you. You are still muted. You are still muted. Unmute your mic.
Professor Ezimba, we can't hear you at all. If you could go to the very beginning of your presentation, and if you could unmute your mic and increase your volume, because we can't hear you at all.
I'll try and phone him.
Okay, sir. I'll ask us all to please just stay put until we can get Dr. Ezemba to sort out this technical issue. We are very interested in the presentation. And we're looking forward to.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Can you start from the beginning, please, sir?
Okay.
Because we didn't hear anything from the beginning.
Well, there's really not much from the beginning other than that.
No, go back to the beginning again. We'll give you all the time, don't worry.
Okay.
Share your slide again.
Yeah, we are seeing your slides, but just start from the beginning.
I've clicked that, but it's not.
Just wait. Just
slides.
wait. You can go backward on your arrow. And I hope your presentation is for 15 minutes. Yes. I can see that you have over 100 slides.
I'm going to run through it. Okay. Can you hear me? So can I run now? Yes. So
yes,
common cardiothoracic conditions in Nigeria
Can you click on the slideshow, sir, so that we can see the main slide?
Yeah, I've been trying to click on it now. Hello?
We can hear you,
hello?
Sir.
Okay, so
we can hear you. Okay, just go on, sir. Just go on, sir.
Tracheobronchial foreign bodies. I was saying that we still see this quite common. And it's important to recognize it because quite a number of times, especially the pediatricians, if it happens in children, do not pay attention to the clinical signs that the child presents with. This is foreign body aspiration into the left main bronchus. Can see the sudden cutoff of this bronchus with collapse consolidation, and then following endoscopy, that's what the chest X-ray looks like. So making a diagnosis of tracheobronchial foreign bodies, one of these three is an indication for endoscopy. History of foreign body aspiration, positive clinical signs on chest examination, and positive radiological findings. Whenever in doubt, one should scope, and one must bear in mind dangers of organic foreign bodies in infants and toddlers. The vast mortality I've had with foreign body injection aspiration has to be in toddlers, especially in infants when they aspirate peanuts. So lung cancer in Nigeria, lung cancer is actually on the increase in our environment, and there is the need for compulsive attitude towards preoperative assessment so that we can get some good results. We say we must aim to catch our patients as early as possible, so the early stage to make a definite diagnosis, even in lay presenters, okay? And even in lay presenters, we should be able to make a definitive diagnosis. This will help to offer appropriate palliation and counseling. Now, this is lung cancer in UNTH. I put here from antiquity. By 1980, basically, we only seen 4 cases per year. So they saw 20 cases in 5 years, and resectability was only 15%, and massive pleural effusion was still the main presentation. Subsequently, we just did a study of pleural effusion in biopsies of undetermined etiology. In those days when there was still Abraham pleural biopsy needle. And we found that a significant number of those effusions were from malignancies. Subsequently, we now did a study on lung cancer management, and we found out that over a 13-month period, we were able to record 51 cases. That's almost 200 or 300% increase than what was in the 80s. The characteristics remains essentially the same. Now, this is an ongoing study. As of September 2019, we've recorded 64 cases. More interesting, is the fact that the male-female ratio is 1.9:1. At this point in time, strange enough, resectability has reduced. There was only one case that was resectable, and the age distribution is still about the same. Now, so between 1980 and 2015, can see there's sharp stepwise rise in the incidence of lung cancer in our environment. The histologic subtype have also changed. It's presently more of adenocarcinoma than squamous cell carcinoma. Of course, a large number of them will not be able to type the histology because purely from cytology. Now, as of last year, we recorded 32 new cases of lung cancers with the same male-female ratio. Incidentally, smoking was only in 7 of these patients, and by smoking, we move both that have admitted to smoking and those that say, yes, there's some form of passive smoking. There was no resectability, and most of them presented in stage 4. This is the all-stage survival of all the lung cancer we've had from 2016 up until 2019. If you notice, very few of them will survive beyond 3 months. In fact, by 3 months, it's just about close to 60-something% of them have demise. And by 6 months, virtually only 4% were still alive. So moving forward, recent onset non-productive curve in non-immunocompromised adults, we should think of malignancy. We must investigate to positively exclude malignancy. There should be no reason these days to empirically treat patients for TB. And then we must emphasize the increased utilization of CT imaging and imaging-guided biopsies. Chest X-ray as an initial investigation, most of the time is not reliable. And we should ask ourselves, how come resectability is abysmally low, even with an increase in the number of cases? Are we playing any role in late presentation? One other thing I want to mention that we are beginning to see in our environment is thoracic endometriosis syndrome. It's not really uncommon, and we must have that in our background because most of our patients present more with effusive pleural endometriosis with or without pneumothorax, and close to 40% of them will have diaphragmatic holes. Therefore, we advocate VAS or open thoracotomy in addition to hormonal treatment as a means of management. This is the case we had over 5 years of thoracic endometriosis, 23 patients, about 16 of them presented with massive hemothorax, only 5 catamenia pneumothorax. And interestingly, there was associated ascites, massive ascites in this group of patients, often refractory to treatment. Now, we also have to pay attention to general thoracic trauma. We can handle most of these things, but I must emphasize here that whenever a patient has sustained trauma and we have a chest X-ray, we must clearly define the 2 domes of the diaphragm. If we are not able to define it, then we must think of diaphragmatic rupture. This is not pneumothorax. This is actually the stomach. And then this is part of the colon. The collapsed lung is just at this periphery. So if one does not recognize this, one will just put a chest drain there and probably will rupture into the perforated stomach. Now the dysphasias these are the common causes of dysphagia in our environment. We still have foreign bodies, but there has been a paradigm shift in the nature and age of foreign bodies in our environment. You remember the days of Babangida, we have these Babangida coins. So it was commoner especially among the children. Presently, it's just dentures, which we see in adults. But we mustn't forget the Stakehouse syndrome and body packing with this illicit drug and drug trafficking. We must see this, and we mustn't, there's a caveat whenever a decision is made to do esophagotomy for foreign body, an endoscopy must be done first. This is because not uncommonly the foreign body might have migrated. Achalasia, we still see them, and we still see this. What I want to emphasize in managing this, one must bear in mind electrolyte derangement. This particular patient of ours had to receive 30 millimole of magnesium daily for about 3 to 5 days, in addition to about 80 millimole of potassium before we could bring him out of bradyarrhythmia. Now, we know the International Society of Diagnosis of Disease of International Society for Diagnosing Endoscopy, what they have proposed as a guideline. What I want to emphasize here is that endoscopy in cases of suspected achalasia, there's a 98% consensus on that. But we mustn't forget pseudoachalasia. Umar has and KCMA have written a good review of that. Esophageal perforation is a surgical emergency with us. Mortality up to 50% when treatment is left for more than 24 hours. And the treatment goes as I've outlined. Now, because delays in instituting treatment of perforations of thoracic esophagus are associated with income, mobility, and mortality, bringing the patient to operation must be a top priority once the diagnosis is confirmed. The golden period for closure of thoracic esophageal perforation is the first 24 hours. Preoperative supportive measures must be done expeditiously because prolonged attempts at resuscitation are generally counterproductive.
Okay, you have 5 minutes more, please, for your presentation.
Thoracic esophageal injuries, like Mr. Nzewu pointed out, we no longer really see them, especially in UNTH, but they're still there in Nigeria. Now, let me move on to looking at issues, cardiac issues, the burden of congenital heart disease in Nigeria. It is estimated that 372 new cases per million children are born with congenital heart disease in Nigeria every year. The 4 most common ones are, as listed. These make up 70% of the lesion. If we add pulmonary stenosis, coarctation of the aorta, and a combination of these other 3, we get up to about above 80%. Of interest, however, is the fact that increasing numbers of these simple congenital heart disease are being treated locally. With improvement in surgical skills, echocardiography diagnosis, and anesthesia, a number of these cases are beginning to be dead even at a younger ages. This is particularly true with our PDAs, in which more than 50% of them come in infants. Burden of surgical lesion, mainly that of rheumatic fever, but we still have also pericardial effusion and tamponade. Now, subxiphod window or pericardial window is advocated for all cases in which the etiology is unclear, really. Onokoye and colleague pointed out that when they reported a case of cardiac tamponade as a sequelae of ventricular shunt. Most centers still operate on constrictive pericarditis without pump standby, but it's expected as more and more centers get equipped for open heart surgery, a pump should be standby for all cases of pericardiectomy. We still have grown-up congenital. Most of them are virgin grown-up congenital. We look at the ASD we closed in UNTH between 2013 and 2019. We can see total 37 cases, 25 were in children and 12 were in adults. These have implications because with adults, it becomes more, the hemodynamics becomes more severe. But the main burden of cardiac surgery in Nigeria is still that of burden of rheumatic heart disease, which we know is a pancreatitis, can affect any aspects. However, I want us to look at this picture here. This is the cause trend of progression. We notice that with acute rheumatic fever, when it goes into rheumatic heart disease, it initially starts more with pure mitral regurgitation. And as the days go by, it decreases and stenosis comes on. The import of this is that these patients should be referred to us much more earlier, because by the time they now get to pure stenosis, the right heart tends to fail, and managing this does not give a good outcome when the right heart fails. So what are the days from 1970 to 2020? There's increased number of cardiothoracic surgeons in the nation. The vast majority of general thoracic conditions are now safely handled across the nation. Nearly all general thoracic trauma can be managed effectively across the nation. excepting aneurysm of the thoracic aorta and suprarenal abdominal aortic aneurysm, as well as some complex forms of peripheral arterial disease. The rest of vascular diseases are routinely handled. The simple cardiac septal lesions are being handled at present in some centers in the nation, like we have all had. And there's an increasing attempt at managing non-complex obstructive cardiac lesion. Gradual and steady increase at reducing the surgical burden of rheumatic heart disease is beginning to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Zimba. What a nice presentation. We're now going to listen to Professor Tuma. Dr. Zimba, can you please stop sharing your screen? We're now going to listen to Professor Etuma give us an overview on pacemaker and ICD insertion in Nigeria. Professor Etuma, please, can you share your slides? Thank you very much. And then you can start the presentation. Professor Tuma, I noticed before you start, sir, I noticed that you have several other devices opened in your name. I think if you switch them all off or take them away from the room you are, then we'll be able to listen to you and hear you very clearly. Thank you.
There are many devices on in this room. That's what he said. Are you still listening to that one? Can you use an earpiece?
There are other devices.
Look, what you are saying there, that's not easy to explain. So tell them that you are ready. They should switch.
Well, I am ready.
They should switch.
We are also ready for you, sir.
So,
but if you don't remove those other devices, it's going to be echoing and we will not be able to hear you well.
He said these other devices are preventing this one from preventing. Okay. I'm on to you. Okay, thank you.
No, you still have other devices in your room, sir. And it's really interfering with what we are hearing.
Is it okay now?
I think it's a lot better now, sir. But there's still something there, sir. Well, maybe you go ahead and start. It's going to affect your presentation, but I think you can start, sir.
Yes.
Professor Chima, can you start your presentation, sir?
It's not slideshow. That's not. You shouldn't see those other slides at the side of the slideshow.
No, go to your slide first. Let's put your slide on slideshow.
Still not.
Let's wait and see.
That's it.
trying to.
Please.
No, you cannot connect. Share.
Yeah, share.
He's trying to
Yes.
share. As well. Is your internet on?
Yes, it's on.
You can stop and start again. But it's not moving.
I think we'll give Professor Chuma a minute or so because he's our chief host. So maybe we'll just give him a minute or two.
Udi, why don't you ring him and guide him on what to do?
Yeah, the problem is that there are too many people in the room where he's in. Too many cooks spoil the broth. So I think that is the issue because he presented the pre-conference workshop and we did not have this problem. Or maybe he's also having problems with the
He's
internet
having
connection.
problem moving his slides. That's the
Yes, sir.
problem.
I think it's his internet, the strength of his internet. Yes, sir. We'll just give him a minute or two, sir. I think he'll be able to get it sorted out.
There's something that can you see? Can we spotlight the Tioma, please?
Leave it to go.
Somebody's device is on. See, step away.
Network is network. Check network. Share slide. Put the network. You can share. Okay, share. Okay, share. Maybe have to share for him through that. Share for him through that. Okay. Okay, what are you going to do? But you're able to share just now.
It is a device that's interfering with the speaker. It's a device.
But this that was I was going to say. Okay.
You have to mix your
It's off. Okay. No battery. No. I just reached off.
Hello. 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 Can you hear? Please. Okay, the problem is in here. Oh my God. You are using this as your microphone. Where's your Zoom? Mute your own microphone. Launch your Zoom. So this is where you need to be.
Okay, can I suggest that we give some time to Professor Chuma to get his presentation sorted out on his internet. We are going to go ahead with the, oh, no, this is, this was his previous, maybe we can go ahead to the question and answer session. When Professor Chuma finishes, he can present, and then we can take his own questions at the same time. So are there any questions? Oh, okay. Finally, it's up. Okay. Professor Chuma, can you unmute your microphone, please? Hold on.
Okay, it's unmuted. Can you hear me?
Professor Chuma, see, I think we'll wait for you to sort out the sound in your room. You have too many devices in your room where you are. We cannot hear you. So please, if you can, we can't hear you, please, sir. There are too many devices in your room where you are and too many people there. So maybe if they sort these things out, we can take your presentation after the question and answer session.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, now we can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Let's take your presentation so that we can have what. Please go ahead, sir.
My outline is as shown. My outline is as shown on the screen. Overview on pacemaker, overview of pacemaker and ICD in Nigeria, challenges, prospects, and conclusion. All right, overview on pacemakers, the physiology that gives indication for pacemaker insertion. Just to remind us that sinus arrhythmia is common, and we know that inspiration inhibits vagal tone, giving rise to increased heart rate, whereas heart rate decreases with expiration. Carotid sinus hypersensitivity produces profound sinus bradycardia, and pauses from pressure on carotids may exist that leads to symptoms. Recurrent syncope and evidence that carotid pressure produces pauses more than 3 seconds could lead to class 1 indication for permanent pacemaker insertion. Sinus node dysfunction give rise to class 1 indication for permanent pacemaker insertion, and documented symptomatic bradycardia with pauses, symptomatic chronotropic incompetence, symptomatic bradycardia from required drug therapy in patients who need specific drugs that causes bradycardia. SA node exit block is another physiological change that could give rise to indication for pacemaker insertion. First degree cannot be seen. Second degree type 1 causes progressive shortening of PP interval until P wave is dropped. Second degree type 2 causes sinus pauses in exact multiple of preceding the RR interval. A third degree heart block will cause complete sinus arrest. The AV block, the Morbis type 1, cause progressive PR prolongation and progressive shortening of RR interval until dropped QRS complex. The block will be within the AV node
Typically, this is usually followed up clinically and does not require permanent pacemaker insertion. Morbis type 2, the sudden non-conductive conduction of atrial impulse without change in preceding PR interval. It may be infranodal, and in such cases requires permanent pacemaker. In the summary of the most common class 1 indications for permanent pacemaker insertion would include third-degree AV block with symptoms, third-degree AV block with no symptoms, but associated with asystole, that is up to or more than 3 seconds, or escape rate that is less than 40 beats per minute, or escape rhythm that is below AV node, or post-op block that is not expected to improve, or third-degree AV block, no symptoms but associated with any neuromuscular disease. Atrial fibrillation with pulses more than 5 seconds would require pacemaker insertion. Second or third-degree AV block during exercise is also an indication. Morbis type 2, alternating bundle branch block, and carotid sinus hypersensitivity that is symptomatic or asymptomatic, but the pulses is up to 6 seconds. The nomenclature of pacing, just for as a reminder, will be the four levels of identification: the chamber that is paced, the chamber that is sensed, the response to sensed event, and rate modulation. The first letter describes the pacing location, whether A is for atrium, V for ventricle, D for dual, as both chambers are paced, and 0 is for neither. Second letter describes the chamber sensed, and same code is as shown in the first letter. The third letter describes response to sensed events. I represents to inhibit pacing. T for trigger pacing, D for inhibition or triggering of pacing, depending on the favorability of the impulse. O represents no response. The fourth letter describes the presence or absence of rate modulation. The typical modes, the VVIR represents ventricle is paced, the ventricle is sensed, the response is inhibitory, and is rate responsive. Now, hysteresis, where the device occasionally allows ventricular rate to occur below set limits in order to facilitate intrinsic conduction. Sometimes it may be confused with oversensing, but it may be helpful in some individuals who may recover inherent rhythm. VVIR is used frequently in chronic atrial fibrillation, can lead to pacemaker syndrome, which atrial contraction against closed mitral tricuspid valves. It will cause decreased stroke volume, and a sensation of dizziness or weakness will be experienced by the patient. The basic rule is that no need for atrial lead in chronic atrial fibrillation or flutter. In such cases, dual chamber device in all cases, other cases are advised. This is a little model that shows the pacemaker and the lead. This is a typical conventional transvenous pacemaker and the lead inserted to the right ventricle. And this would be the pulse generator in those that do not have leads. The conventional pacemaker generates an electric pacing pulse. The pulse generator picks it up and electrical activity is sent, and the pulse generator, the pulse, the ultrasound impulse and leads to contraction. This is a picture of ICD, and it's becoming quite smaller recently, and therefore does not need very large external appliance. The Nigerian situation, the incidence of bradyarrhythmias in Nigeria is not really known, but there is no national registry for pacemaker and insertion in the country. Published data suggest an increasing number of diagnosed cases in the country over the last 3 decades. The number of hospitals in Nigeria offering pacemaker insertion therapy has doubled in the last 5 years. With the increasing incidence of non-communicable diseases, especially cardiovascular conditions, there could be a persistence in this trend. Challenges in managing patients with bradyarrhythmias in Nigeria include issues of awareness, affordability, accessibility, and availability. The future appears bright. The number of cardiac pacemaker insertion in Nigeria is difficult. Now, published work from centers in Lagos, Enugu, Ibadan, and Kano exists. Dr. Ekpe et al. Reported a review of 23 cases of pacemaker insertion in Enugu, 2001 to 2006. The mean age was 70 years. Commonest indication was complete heart block. The male-female ratio was 1, and 65% were via the transvenous route, and 67% of those patients had associated hypertension. In an earlier work by Thomas et al. From Lagos, 100 patients were implanted between 1999 and 2004. 98 were via the transvenous route, while 2 were via the epicardial route. The average age was 62 years, and 93% of patients were female. Complete heart block was also the commonest indication in 86% for permanent pacemaker insertion. Overall, 89% received single chamber ventricular pacing, and 11 received while chamber pacing with no complications. In 2013, teams from Ibadan, Lagos published their experience with pacemaker insertion. Adeoye et al. In Ibadan reported 50 cases managed from 2008 to 2011. Mean age was 66, male-female ratio was 3:1, complete heart block forms 78%, syncope was the commonest symptom. The mode implanted was VVI in 58%, VVIR in 40%, and DDIR in 2%. Hypertension rate among their patients was 40%. Complications they encountered with lead dislodgement, lead exposure, infective endocarditis, and diaphragmatic pacing. In the experience of Falashe et al. From Lagos over 5 years, 2008 to 2012, 51 patients with average of 68 years, and males form 65.9%. The commonest indication for pacing was complete heart block in 53%, and the commonest symptom was again syncope. The modes implanted were VVI in the right ventricle in 56.9%, DDDR in 43.1%. Complication was similar to the one done in Ibadan. In 2013, there were 10 centers in Nigeria doing pacemaker insertions. Now about 22, with an increase in volume. The increase in number of private hospitals that offer this service is worth noting. The commonest indication for pacemaker therapy in our environment is complete heart block, as opposed to sinus node dysfunction in the West.
You have
Most
2 more
pacing
minutes,
is done
sir.
by transvenous
You
single
have 2 more
chamber
minutes to
pacing,
your presentation, sir.
and well, cause the absence of pacemaker syndrome and lead dislodgement is not common. Calabar experience, we initially had a wandering pacemaker implantation program where our patients were taken to Abuja, and later on we settled in Calabar, And presently, sometimes we do it in Nigerian Navy Reference Hospital also. We are now set to go forward for a full operation in our institution. 21 other institutions do carry out pacemaker implantation apart from Calabar, and a total of 22 institutions. The list is what is shown. Of this, only about 8 institutions carry out ICD implantation. As you can see, the Abuja, in Lagos, another Lagos institution, mostly in Lagos and Abuja. The distribution of pacemaker centers in Nigeria across the region is what is shown. Most of them are done in the West and a little bit more in the North Central. There's increasing number in South. This is the private hospital.
Okay, great. So I don't think we can hear Professor Tuma again. So, Professor Tuma, I think your time is up really with the presentation.
Are contributing to pacemaker insertion hospital. The public is the blue. Charlie.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Tuma, for your presentation. I think with this, we've come to the end of the presentation, and I think we'll take questions and answers. I'll hand over to the chairman of the session, Dr. Osinzewi.
Thank you, Uvi. Can I congratulate all the 4 presenters for an excellent presentation. Bode talked about the recent status in the cardiothoracic surgery in Nigeria. It's interesting to see what a good registry can produce. And I think it's important we begin to engage in with other units joining to showcase exactly what we can do in a well-documented fashion. And that is the only way we can convince our colleagues that what we are doing and the result is very encouraging. One question for you, but what should be done to encourage, what do you think can be done to encourage other units to join with this brilliant registry? And on Dr. Michael Sanusi's transition and experience in cardiac surgery in Nigeria, excellent, and is a good eye-opener for any of the young ones that want to take that path. You can see he was really dogged and stuck to it, and I congratulate him for what he's doing. He's actually the only person that's standing by now in Nigeria ready to handle anything, since most missions are down due to COVID. Well done. My question to you is, has Tri-State and Babcock coordinated practice thinking of any plan whatsoever in taking in residents in Nigeria? Second question, rather than they are going to India and Ghana, as shown in my slide, that they come back actually with nothing to show for it. Second question is, why do you think the cardiologists are reluctant to believe in us locally, and what should be done to improve that? Going to Professor Ezemba's excellent talk on the common surgical conditions in Nigeria. It's very gratifying to indeed note that there is quite a lot of variety of thoracic conditions that would engage any serious thoracic surgeon. In fact, your colleagues over here in UK will be very envious of all that you see, some of which they will never come across in their modern practice. My question or my worry is that seeing the lung cancer inoperability late I was very worried about that. What do you think that should be done in order to raise the awareness and or what have you done so far in order to raise the awareness, in order to reduce the volume of inoperable cancers and transform them to operable cancers? And on Professor Tuma's overview of pacemaker and ICD insertion, I can only just make a comment on that. I am not a fan of cardiac surgeons doing pacemaker, but it's nice to see that the development has moved from few centers about 5-6 years ago to a broad range of centers all across the geopolitical spectrum. And more interestingly, to see it being developed in the government hospitals, because those are the only hope for the poor people. So thank you for that lecture. It's excellent. The floor is, unless Uvi, my co-chair, has any comment to make, the floor is open for questions. And I would ask the panelists to take down the question down and write it down, and they would answer at the end after all the questions have been submitted. Thank you.
So I think there are a few more questions.
I have a comment and questions.
Oh, please go ahead, our president.
Thank you so much. I've spent most of the time here listening, and I must apologize that probably during the planning, we should have made this a general symposium so that all of us we know what is happening in the country. So I must apologize, and Uvi, you're also in it because two of us planned this program.
We accept your apologies, sir.
No, me and you are asking for them to forgive us for our sins.
Okay.
Thank you very much. My comment is related to what Osi asked, the problem of collaboration. That's Palash's presentation. Why is it difficult for us to collaborate? Because I know your data is quite rich, and it could be richer if we have 80% or 90% of centers in the country pulling data together. It will make more meaning, so that we know even how to distribute resources or how to tackle the challenges. The other issue is that I'm happy you recognize that the cardiologists need to be part of what you are doing, because principally most of the patients will come from them. I noted that you did not make acknowledgement in that area. You listed only friends in Lagos. I think we need to work more together. I remember that me, in the last 5, 6, 7 years, I don't think I've referred any patient abroad. They either go to you or go to Sanusi or go to Enugu. And we have had tremendous outcomes, except some few patients they had endocarditis after surgery. I know she's here, but I believe that probably the antibiotic therapy that people give maybe is what is given abroad, but you know our environment is still dirty, and a lot of patients are prone to infection when they come out from the theater. I am suggesting that some of these patients may have a longer antibiotic therapy than just having few days of antibiotic and then coming in with after going through the stress of surgery and then having infective endocarditis. Now, I think one of the ways we can solve some of this problem of referral is for us to have joint meetings. And COVID has helped us. We can see platforms. We may have to devise regular meetings. It's not a problem with the cardiologists. I see it's a problem with the surgeons. The more you people try to run away, the more we pull your tail to be in one family. We need to have more meetings, whether every quarter or even monthly, we can present patients together where a patient needs to be referred. Somebody may have a patient in Maiduguri and doesn't know where to refer, and they go to Egypt, where it can be done here. So if we have more meetings, we discuss case more closely, and then a surgeon will say, bring patient to me, we can solve the problem. So I think this is a way we can do some of these things. So I want the surgeons to think about it. Once you agree with what I'm saying, we can always put up regular meetings. We'll meet and discuss some of these cases so that patients, you have more patients for you to work on. But I think the major challenge we have in the country is issue of funding and late presentation. I don't believe that cardiologists will keep a patient and wait until when it is too late. It's actually when the patients are coming to us. And that is when most of the time we try and see whether is it possible, is there anything that can be done for this patient? That's why they come late. The presentation on pacemaker, I believe that it can be, we can pull those data together rather than presenting an institution by institution. We can do a systematic analysis, pull the data together, pull all the problems together so it can be presented in a way we can work with in solving some of the challenges. I have enjoyed the program and thank you so much. I'm very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We have two questions from, there's one question from Professor Onwubiri. I don't know that he's still around. Professor Onwubiri raised his hands. I think he's left. Professor Onwubiri is here. Please, can you ask your question, sir, or make your comments?
I was just going to the issue of pacemakers.
Yeah.
I was just going to contribute. I think if the data is updated, Tenugu, we're doing more pacemakers now. The cath lab is functional. But in the past 2 weeks, we've done about 3. We're going to do the 4th one before the Johannesburg strike. So people can get referred even with this COVID period. Pacemakers can now be easily inserted here. And I think that data should be updated. We've done quite it should be much more than the 20-something figure that was mentioned. That's the contribution I would like to make on that issue.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Emeka Amadi, you have a question. You raised your hand up. Dr. Amadi?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead and speak, please. You need to speak out loud.
Okay.
Can you speak louder, sir? We can hardly hear you.
Wonderful presentation. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's much better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. No, my concern is what happened to Ross because when Chief OC was making his presentation, he made reference to accreditation of maybe multiple center accreditation or joint centers accreditation. Now, it is difficult for us to know what is happening in various centers if we don't have a national data. I think we had started something in that direction and all of a sudden it was cut short. I don't know what the challenges were, but I still want to pray that we'll look into it and see how we can continue with collection of our data nationally so that we can know what centers are doing and then to make it easier for collaboration and even for training, for further training, so that residents that are coming up, if we actualize multiple center accreditation or joint center accreditation, people can know where to go to and get training. Even referring patients, you know which center is doing what and know if a patient calls you, you know where the patient is, it will be easier to refer to a center closest to that patient that is active in that particular area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think Dr. Bodefalashe will take that question and also answer the issue of a database for or a registry for pacemakers, which was a question that was asked in Professor Etuma's presentation. Okay, so maybe the presenters can start. Dr. Falashe, can you? Are there any other questions before we start getting answers? Okay, Professor Frank Edwin, great privilege having you here. You've trained a lot of our cardiothoracic surgeons in Ghana. We're very delighted that you stayed from the beginning. You stayed for the lecture and also for these presentations. Please, you can go ahead to make your comments or ask your questions.
Thank you very much. Very delighted to join the.
Could you speak up louder, sir? It's not very clear.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Very, very. We know you are very gentle, sir, but you need to speak up a little louder.
Can't hear him at all.
I'll say that I've been delighted joining the conference, and also very delighted to see Dr. Nzewi, whom I met in Greece in 2008. I'm not sure he remembers. We were young surgeons at the time, and although we were not in his home, he did his best to make he did his best to make us feel comfortable during the conference. Thank you very much, sir, for all that you've done for cardiac surgery in West Africa and on the continent. Thank you. I wanted to commend all of you guys for the work that you are doing, for the results that you've presented, for keeping the data and making the data speak for itself. I think often when we talk about Africa and heart surgery, everybody keeps talking about the fact that we don't have data. But what you guys are doing with keeping a registry, keeping a record of the cases that you are doing, the outcomes, it makes it a lot easier to talk about what is happening on the continent. And I also have to agree with Dr. Sanusi when he said that there really is no need to send any patient out of Nigeria. I think your data speaks very clearly to that. There are several centers in your country doing very well. And really, I don't think patients should be sent outside your country. Definitely your numbers are going to increase because you started doing all the work that you are doing. You are getting good results. And I think once you get the cardiologists on board and you meet regularly, as your president has already submitted, I think you get to know each other better. You get to know the problems that your continent, your country is facing, and you know how best to move ahead with that. So just to indicate that I'm very happy with what is going on in Nigeria now, with the developments that are going on, and I wish you all the best in your work.
Thank you, Professor Frank Edwin, who is the president of the African Association of Pediatric Cardiac Surgeons. Thank you very much. So I think we'll ask the presenters to please quickly address the questions that have been thrown to them. Dr. Falashe, please, can you start to answer the questions?
Thank you. My answer is that some questions don't have an answer. Somebody asked, why is it difficult to collaborate? How do we get others to also use the database? I've had a long journey of trying to convince colleagues to submit data and use databases. And different things come up. People talk about cost, convenience, access. I've also realized that some people, despite the constraints, will contribute data. So I think it's just a long journey. We formed the Open Heart Surgery Group because we found institutions who are ready to collaborate and submit data. Anybody ready to join us is more than happy to do so, and we will solve the problem together. I don't think that we can solve the issue of why people don't collaborate. I think it will happen gradually over time. Mr. Nzewi often tells me about the experience in the UK when they're setting up a registry. 1 or 2 centers started, and over time, others joined. I hope that will be the case here as well. I would like to share my screen briefly, just to show you in terms of what is possible for an online pacemaker registry. This is my online database, and I'm just showing you my pacemaker. I have various things here: a billing manager, pacemaker activity. So here, for example, you can see this shows a graph of all the pacemakers that we have done annually. I can click here and show you all the patients that attend for pacemaker checks. We can also see all patients that are due for their checks, so we can send them messages and know who is due for a check when. Like that. So there's a lot possible with online data. So I can only encourage people to please join us, but I can't solve the problem. Thank you.
Sorry, sir. The software, can it be deployed to other centers?
Of course, most definitely. I think part of the challenge is people want free software. At the moment, what I do, I combine my pacemaker registry, my open heart surgery registry, my registry here in Lasuth, along with the research we do with the group. And I pay for all that myself out of pocket. And it comes to about 70K per month. I pay that because I feel it's something I really need to do. But when you tell people about the cost, they say, oh, can you get it cheaper? And the various things come in. I think there is no free lunch. We either agree that we need data or we don't need the data. Maybe, possibly, if we have industry supporting us and take the cost away from us, it may help others to join us. But yes, once you have the software, I can design this and it's accessible to anybody anywhere.
So probably an offline registry that people can maybe every quarter enter into the main registry may solve the problem in view of the cost, or completely offline registry where they can share with you on a regular basis as email attachment.
I agree, sir, but an offline registry has its own problems. When you're trying to bring the data together, when you have an online registry, you're able to determine the fields and the entry points. When it is offline, I'm sure you may have had that experience, where people enter data in different institutions. To now bring it together, you have a lot of errors. Whereas when you have it done, dedicated online, you can at a central point determine the fields and how the data enters and have very tidy data. So yes, what you said will help with cost, but the data accuracy would be very difficult.
Can I join into this debate? I think, Mr. President, I think this is what you should take onto the society. Maybe have an agenda to discuss it tomorrow.
I'm not hearing you very well, sir.
I said, this is probably what I would urge you to take a lead on and take it to the national meeting or the executive meeting. There is nothing as good as online registry because it lends itself to analysis. You can analyze the data, produce whatever results you want to produce, and use it in any way, especially for lobbying government and all that. It's not very expensive, and I cannot see that being expensive for the National Cardiac Society. We've got a lot of industries that sponsor meetings and all. I'm sure that once it's brought to their fore, one or two of them will take up the challenge and do that. It's extremely important, just as important as the cardiac surgery database, as well as National Thoracic Surgery database, so that we know what is there. That will help us learn the changing trend in disease pattern and address them appropriately in terms of training and manpower skill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll look into that. But on the pediatric and adult cardiology side, I think collaboration is actually quite better because we have run several registries successfully together. Heart failure, heart disease, congenital heart disease, and all those. But I agree with you. We can improve on what we have done. But what we need at the moment is encouragement of
Dr. I think your network is quite slow.
Collaborated excellent without a problem.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Doctor,
are you hearing me now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay. What I said is that the pediatricians and adults, they have run quite very big data registries, and we didn't have issues. But like you suggested, we'll try to see how we can run an online registry, but provided the identity of the patient, I mean the security of the patient data will be protected. Some of the institutions, they have red cap. These are things we use for big data management. Dr. Falashi, I wanted you to talk about this issue of joint meeting. If we're having problems, people referring patients, if that can solve it, is it possible for us to have a regular joint, if it is 2 months or 3 months or 4 months? Once we agree here, we'll bring it up tomorrow so that we can, it's quite easy. We'll run Zoom meetings on a regular so that people can bring up patients they have issues. Surgeons can take up from there.
Yes, thank you. You know that here in Lagos, Dr. Yemi Johnson and Dr. Mbakwen have been running the Lagos chapter for the Nigerian Cardiac Society, and we meet regularly. That has been physical meetings. It has actually helped the cross referral. So what I would say is that now that we're in the COVID era, and we're now all on Zoom, we can take it one step further. Rather than our physical meetings, even as a country, we can all meet online on a regular basis. That would definitely speed up collaboration. I fully agree.
So if it's agreeable by the surgeon, the ESCO can initiate something like that, maybe on every quarter.
Yeah.
Or monthly. Fully agree.
Depends on. Right?
Fully agree.
Do we say every month or every quarter?
Mr. President, that would be excellent. Every quarter will be appropriate.
Every quarter, yes.
Every quarter?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Every quarter.
Hello?
Okay, Dr. Sanusi, I don't know if you have any questions to answer.
Yes, thanks for answering questions from Dr. Nzewi. So one about resident training. In January this year, the National Postgraduate Medical College actually had approached Tri-State, and they were supposed to visit us to kind of evaluate us for training, but for the COVID, that's been put on hold. But on the other hand, the West African College of Surgeons has been to Babcock, and they this year approved for us for registrars to rotate through us there as part of their elective posting. We're still working on the Babcock University is working on the West African College of Surgeons, saying they can get accreditation for training. But I think what is most important, that where we can be most useful for now, because even overall, I still don't think we have enough cases to train. It took us a couple of years, even just to get on our feet. Start talking of training the senior registrars. I think we're definitely getting there now. But I think we can be most useful with young consultants who have recently finished training and are eager to really become independent. I think they can, if they want, they're welcome to come to our operating room and do cases. For example, Dr. Udekwu is now part of Tri-State, but his in last week alone, he's done 2 cases skin to skin. And because he already has the skill, and I know a lot of people too, and it's just for that mentoring and confidence training, so that they can also head their own centers. Why are cardiologists reluctant? I think one is familiarity, just like our president of the ORGA said. Maybe we need to familiarize ourselves more with meetings. There's some of them don't even have the information of what is available, if not for like this. And then there's always that lack of confidence in the system. We have to keep proving ourselves before, and because they already established referral lines, and you have to prove that a referral line can be recommended and worthy. It's important to realize that as a country, as a region, that we need to develop ourselves, because we will not forever have the opportunity to send patients outside, maybe in the patient's interest, if centers can be developed within our system that are reliable, and you cannot have reliable centers without referrals and patients coming through. Higher volumes, the practice makes perfect, they say. Not that we're practicing on patient's life, but obviously more situations and more experience is better, and we all know that in medicine. There's the query of remunerations from outside center, outside the country, and I don't think that is the big deal, really, to be honest. But I know there's always that temptation that if this patient goes to India, that there might be maybe there'll be some consultancy fees, which is something that actually is also being looked at, I think, in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Zimba, please. I think there are some questions you need to answer.
Question there. What am I doing to see if we can get our lung cancer cases early? I've been having some meeting and discussion with our pulmonologist in Enugu, and also know that in November this year, I'm also going to be presenting this topic with them at the Nigerian Thoracic Society, because part of actually the problem, like most people have observed, stems from them. Maybe it's because of the way physicians think. They tend to think about CT scanning as a late thing. They will do chest. In fact, even chest X-ray, there's a delay before they even do that, and then they do the chest X-ray. If it's early cancer, like most of us know, it may not be seen on chest X-ray. Then they start treating the patient for pneumonia and all that. Meanwhile, you look at the person that are treating for pneumonia, doesn't have fever, doesn't have signs of infection. So I've been pushing that we should, now that CT scan is readily available, we should not hesitate in requesting it for the patient, and then take it from there. And then secondly, even sometimes in advanced cases, you see them again think of TB, think of COPD. I know we have COPD, but actually my observation here is that we don't really actually have as many COPD patients as compared to lung cancer patients. I think most of those things is a blanket diagnosis they give. And with flexible scopes and rigid scopes and occasionally image-guided biopsies, and where any of this cannot give it, we can do mini thoracotomy and take a biopsy. Even in late cases, what that does for us is that at least we have a diagnosis that we can palliate the patient well, we can inform the patient, and we can counsel the patient. Some of you might probably remember one of our famous son in Nigeria is late. When he eventually got to UCAN, they made a diagnosis of CA lung. He was angry with the physicians in Nigeria that they were always treating him for TB, which was not right. So part of what I've been pushing is for if you like, call it impulsive use of CT scan that is available to us. And like I said, I'll be presenting them at Nigerian Thoracic Society meeting sometime in November. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Zimba. Professor Chuma, I think you have.
Sorry, okay. Thank you, Ezamba.
Yes,
it's nice to hear and know that you are engaging with the Nigerian Thoracic Society. I hope to be at their meeting too. I think it's going to be visual. Can I use this opportunity also to encourage as many of the cardiothoracic surgeons in Nigeria to engage and become member of that society? It's always helpful to work hands in hand if you're a thoracic surgeon with the respiratory physicians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I also hope to be in that meeting because I'm a member of Nigerian Thoracic Society also too. Professor Tuma, I think you have some questions to answer, sir.
Sorry, my thing went off at the point, and I haven't seen the question on the question and answer screen.
You have too many devices in the room where you are. You have too many devices in the room where you are, and it's affecting. But there was a comment by Professor Onwubiri. There was a comment by Professor Onwubiri that the figure you quoted for Enugu was very low. Maybe it was a study, I think it was a paper you quoted. He just wanted it to be corrected that they were doing a lot more in Enugu right now in terms of pacemaker implantations.
Okay. The paper I quoted in Enugu was just a single publication.
You see, there are too many devices in your room. That's why you can't hear
represent the total. There were too many it was just a single publication that was quoted. It did not represent the total work that is done in Enugu.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
The only way to know that work is to have an online registry, Dr. Makoya.
Yes. I think we are going to go round and round this issue of registry, and it's quite unfortunate that the Association of Cardiovascular and Thoracic Surgeons in Nigeria have shied away from having this registry. Dr. Falashe is very passionate about the registry, and when we started the registry, it caused a lot of problems with centers. He had to make a lot of personal sacrifices. He had to make a lot of phone calls. I think I had to do some also to discuss with some colleagues, and I discovered that people were just not ready for it. So I think the policy which has been adopted now, I think probably is the best policy. Have few centers, willing centers to start up the registry, and as people see the needs, they join in. I think that is the best policy. Every center in Nigeria was contacted. Some centers blatantly refused to have their data on the national registry for whatever reason. So, I mean, I don't think anybody can be forced to join a national registry. It has to be an association of the willing. So I really congratulate Dr. Falashe for keeping the fire burning with the registry. Our center was part of the initial Axon registry, and we're also part of this because we are a willing center. We want our data to be there. We want to be able to, everybody to see what we are doing and what we are not doing. If we're not doing things well, we want it to be out there so that we can improve on our outcomes and whatever we are doing. So it's the onus is really on the various centers to agree to join the registry.
If Professor Nzewi, yes, sir, please go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to say that the comment you have made is very important, and there may be many reading centers who may not be known until we have started. So we should migrate and commence the registry, because when we have a program like this, people know what is happening and where it is happening. It is difficult for people to key in. A referral system will improve, and our performance status will also improve when we have a registry. And we can key in. If you want data, people should not be afraid of the use of their data, but rather, even in this presentation, you are able to show what your center is doing. It should be a promotion for your center than ignorance of what is happening in your center.
Thank you very much, Professor Chuma. I think we would now ask Dr. Osi Nzewi to please close the session. I think this will be the last session for surgery in the conference. Professor Chuma, you are eating groundnuts. Sorry, sir, before Dr. Nzewi will come in. Professor Chuma is our host. He did not provide any lunch break for us. He's eating, and that is not a fair thing for us.
They were drinking tea. They were drinking tea. We saw them.
Provision has been made. It's transmission that is the problem.
Okay.
I wish I can send you some efang or ferry or efang soup.
Okay. Dr. Osi Nzewi,
we shall retaliate when the time comes.
Sir.
Thank
you very much, sir.
You can all agree with me that it's been an exciting and a lecture this morning. And more interestingly was us seeing exactly what we can do and is capable in Nigeria from across many centers. It therefore remains for me to just thank Professor Etuma, Professor Ezemba, Dr. Sanusi, and my very good friend Bode for the exciting lectures. Can I ask people to not just go away, but to join with the other lectures on the cardiology forum, and have a nice day, and thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, OC.
Thank you. Thank you, OC.
Always a pleasure, chaps. And for the Calabar people, you are going to have to entertain us at the next face-to-face Nigerian cardiac.
Supported.
So
Supported, sir.
Double entertainment.
Are you saying you want to come back to Calabar?
No, we're not coming back to
no,
Calabar, but you are going to bring the stuff from Calabar to join the next.
Yeah, exactly. Professor Chima, you know the next meeting is going to be in Lagos, and they don't have good food in Lagos.
I don't mind helping you fly it down.
They don't have good food in Lagos, so we need the food from Calabar, sir.
There's no problem about that. Let's see how we work that out.
Okay.
The president, can you take notes? He's been offered and facilitated. Cheers, guy.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. Bye, sir.
We are done.
Yes. So this is
Hello? Where are we? Madam President. Madam President, is everybody on break or something?
No, we're just leaving the other room and there was a bit of confusion, you know. They had told us industry 1 was going to be in the other room. So it's after the discussion that they asked us to migrate back to this room.
Okay, so I'm in the correct place.
You're in the correct place. You are for industry 1, right?
Yes.
Which one are you moderating? Industry 1?
Industry 1, yes.
Yes, because the diabetes symposium took so long, you know, speakers were not there, then slides will not go up, you know, all sorts of things. So it took forever to finish that meeting. So I guess people will start re-migrating from one platform to another. And then this morning, DocuLink asked me to go to that room for Industry 1. And after the discussion, they asked me to come back here for Industry 1. So you are chairing this session, right?
So I was told, but everyone is everyone is quiet now. You now begin to wonder whether you're the one making a mistake.
No, I don't think so. Very migrating. Even some of your speakers, I left them in that other room to come over here. Prof. Katibi, when are we starting?
It's the LOC that will have to tell us to start.
You have to ask them, because they probably may be assuming you have started.
Have you identified the other speakers, supporting speakers to you?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay, let me try to find out if they are around. Because the earlier we actually start and we finish, the better.
Maybe we should call them or something. Who is here? You can see Nigerian Cardiac Society, whatever here. So is somebody from LOC on the call?
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Hello, ma.
Yes.
Yeah, please. I think it's okay to start. It started already in the other link. It's okay to start, sir.
Which one are we starting?
The industry one presentation by Serbia and Center.
So which one is going on in the other room?
That's
industry 2 is going on in the other room. That doesn't concern us. It's the industry.
All right.
No, what I'm saying is that you are scheduled to start. It's okay to go ahead to start. That's what I'm saying, man. Answer.
Okay. I can see Professor Mbakwem. Is Oyewande Ajibola also here with us?
Yes, please. I'm online.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What about Professor Familoni? I think we should start. Professor Familoni will be joining us.
Sami, we may have to call Professor Familoni because he presented at the last session, so he may still be sitting in that room. Not you, Chairman. I think one of the Serbia people that.
All right, ma. I'll do that, ma.
Here.
I'll get in touch with him now.
Okay.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to this session of the Nigerian Cardiac Society Annual Conference, which is the industry presentation 1. And this will be chaired by me. And as we all know, time is not our friend, so we have to be very strict with time. All the speakers should please take note of this. To make presentations at this session are these eminent personalities. Speaking on behalf of Bayer will be Professor Amam Mbakwem, former distinguished national president of the Nigerian Cardiac Society, who will be talking to us this morning or this afternoon on managing atrial fibrillation in special patient populations, the patients with diabetes and renal impairment. And you will all agree with me that atrial fibrillation is one of the commonest arrhythmias that we manage in our day-to-day clinical practice as cardiologists. So this promises to be a very stimulating discussion. She'll be supported by the product manager and Anglo-West Africa manager for Bayer, Oyewande Ajibola, who is also already seated and ready. They have 45 minutes, and we'll start timing them from the time that they start speaking. The next industry presentation will be the one by Xavier, and it will be on optimal medical therapy, the metabolic approach to stable angina management, to be delivered by Professor Laurenti Familoni, who I'm aware is still trying to find his way to the correct meeting room. And then finally is the presentation by Centaur, to be delivered still by Professor Amam Mbakwem on the topic Metos, a brand of metolazone, the diamond diuretic. So without any further ado, you will agree with me that we are good to go since we have more than 75% of the speakers already seated and ready to discharge their functions. Like I said, the first speaker will have 45 minutes, which will start timing now. It is therefore my pleasure and honor to invite to the podium to deliver a talk on managing atrial fibrillation in special patient populations, the patients with diabetes and renal impairment. Professor Amam Mbakwem, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone. And I'd like to thank SCS for this wonderful conference. I've been introduced, and in the next 30 minutes, this is what I'll be sharing with you, managing atrial fibrillation in special population. I will be focusing on diabetes and renal impairment. So these are my disclosures. I've been contracted by Bayer to do this meeting, but I have no financial interest in Bayer. So the outline I'll use in the next few minutes is to do a bit of an overview of atrial fibrillation, which I'll call AF when we're going forward. The burden of AF in diabetes mellitus, I'll also call DM going forward. Then we'll look at the interplay between AF and DM and renal diseases as per complications and outcomes, complications of anticoagulation. And then what is the position of DOACs in all this interplay? And do we have evidence for the use of DOACs and not the VKAs? And then I'll summarize. So we know that atrial fibrillation is defined as a super tachyarrhythmia with uncoordinated atrial electrical activation, and consequently you have ineffective atrial contraction. And of course, diagnosis is by electrocardiography, where you find the irregularly irregular RR intervals, the absence of distinct P waves, and then the fibrillary waves, evidence of the irregular atrial activation. And of course, clinical manifestations could be different. I mean, patients could be symptomatic or asymptomatic. But in the new guidelines, there's also the talk of atrial high rhythm, excuse me, episodes, which you see where if you have a patient who has an intracardiac monitoring, and most of these patients will go, into AFib. So this is from the latest guidelines. That's just a few, sorry, excuse me, that's just a few months old. So a bit about the epidemiology before we move on. We know that atrial fibrillation, AF, is the most common sustained cardiac arrhythmia in adults that we see in clinical practice. And as of 2016, about 44 million people worldwide, been said to have atrial fibrillation. And we know why we're talking about atrial fibrillation, because of the substantial morbidity and mortality, significant burden to patients, societal, society, and the, health economy. And the prevalence is put about at about 2 to 4% in the general population, but it's there's an estimate that it will go up by 2 to 3-fold by the year 2060. And why is that? Because we are getting older, the aging population is increasing, the prevalence of CVD is increasing, even CVD risk factors. And then AF lifetime risk depends on the age, the genetics, and other than the subclinical, factors. So this is what I've been talking about. So in Europe, it said that from 2016 to 2060, there'll be a doubling, of the burden of atrial fibrillation. And of course, like I say, it's a man's world. Like our chairman is our chairman today. So it's commoner in men, than women. But however, women tend to have more complications. And also your lifetime risk of AF will increase depending on the number of risk factors you have. But then lifetime rate is that one of 3 individuals, or 1 in 3 individuals will have AF, especially if you have European ancestry. It's been shown that having European ancestry is a risk factor for AF. But for others, it's about 1 in 4 people who develop AF in their lifetime. So why are we, spending time this afternoon talking about this? Because patients with AF have an approximately 5-fold increased risk of ischemic stroke. This is data from the Framingham study, 15 to 10, for 50 incidence of stroke for about 50 compared to 10 in those who don't have AFib or AF. And then it's not just that the incidence of stroke is increased if you have AF. The disability of the AF related stroke is worse than other ischemic strokes and will persist over time. So whether you're looking at the acute phase, you're looking at 3 months phase or 6 months or even 12 months down the line, patients with AF in the dark have worse disability, more persistent disability than those in the lighter blue color. So there are a number of risk factors and initiators in AF which we must be aware when we look at this patient. So the major things that predispose the patients, the aging, the genetics, the male, gender, and ethnicity. But all around all these are all the the clinical risk factors that come into play. So but today, this afternoon, we're focusing on diabetes and chronic kidney disease, in particular. So if we look at the progression from risk factors to AF, it's a complex and intertwined relationship. So from risk factors on the left side of the of this cartoon, it can go to structural, remodeling, where you have increased fibrosis, hypocontractility in the atria, infiltration, inflammation, vascular remodeling, and also disorganization of the ionic channels. Okay, or the risk factors can lead to heart failure, but by and large, they will all kind of feed into themselves. And once that patient has stroke, has an AF, there's increased risk of stroke, cognitive impairment and dementia, depression, impaired quality of life, increased or frequent hospitalizations, either for for strokes or for AF or for heart failure, which may happen, or even for complications of the anticoagulation we're giving to the patient, and then finally mortality. And we know that we say that if atrial fibrillation begets atrial fibrillation, because once you have atrial fibrillation, the remodeling continues. There's not just remodeling, or the endothelial function is also abnormal. Even the rheology, the way the blood functions, is also affected. And so the cardiovascular risk factors and concomitant disease detection is very important in the management of these AF patients. And that's why we're focusing today on diabetes and chronic kidney disease. So the new guidelines, have some very lovely pictures and, very easy to, follow and help us in managing, the patient. So there's a holistic classification of AF now. So not just looking at, the usual classification we have of persistent, paroxysmal persistent, long-term persistent, permanent, newly detected, all that. Yes, it's important, but there's a lot more need to go into it. What is the clinical type? Talking about the 4S, the integrating so many things into the holistic classification. So you and I are used to the newly detected. So that's the first time I'm picking up this AF. I didn't know the person before, but the very first time I'm coming in contact, it has atrial fibrillation or paroxysmal or persistent, long-term persistent or permanent, where you and the patient have decided, what, let's not bother about rhythm control. We'll just go on with rate control and all the other things. But then the newer guidelines talks about the clinical types. Okay, what is the AF? I mean, is it AF in structural heart disease? Is it focal? Is it polygenic? Is it post-operative? Is it mitral or prosthetic valve, underlying problem? Or is it atrial fibrillation in athletes? Or is it monogenic? Because all things, all these will affect, the disease characterization, the way you manage the patient, and the choices that you make. So this is a lovely cartoon, in the new guidelines talking about the 4 S's. So what are the chances of stroke? Describing the patient stroke, yes, no, the risk, symptom severity or symptom burden, severity of AF burden, and then and then the comorbidities that will go into that, and then the classification of the comorbidities, or the chances, the risk of the patient, whether you're looking at the CHAS-VAS score, for the stroke, using it to estimate the stroke risk, or the ERA symptom score and quality questionnaires to determine, how limited this patient is, and then the temporal pattern of the AFib. So all your, paroxysmal persistent and all that will come into this picture and gives you a better holistic picture of who the patient is. Okay, so and all this you build into the patient management, and the new guideline talks about an integrated and ABC pathway. So A is anticoagulation to avoid stroke, which is where the focus of our discussion will be, for this afternoon. B is the better symptom management. That's not where we're going today. And then C will be the cardiovascular and comorbidity optimization. And the guideline talks about the CC to ABC. So C, the first is to confirm the AF using ECG. Characterize the AF using the 4 S's and the AFM scheme, and then treat AF, the ABC pathway, the anticoagulation, avoid stroke, better symptom control, and comorbidity management. So we all know this about the Chatsworth score, assessing the risk of your patient. Of course, for women, if they have more than 2, for men, more than 1, you need to, think about anticoagulating the patient. So looking at congestive heart failure, hypertension, age greater than 75 or older. You know that this is a bit different from the chart score, because in the chart score, age 75 was 1, but now it has 2, diabetes. So the diabetes we are talking about is already a risk, a factor for assessment of stroke possibility. And then, if you've had stroke, if you've had vascular disease, if you've had age, if you're 65 to 74, and the sex category, whether you're female. And of course, we know that the anticoagulation, yes, we're trying to prevent stroke, but we know that one of the major complications from your anticoagulation is bleeding. And the Hasbled score, helps us to assess patients' risk of bleeding. And remember that the Hasbled score is not just to keep patients away from anticoagulation. Yes, it increases, it tells you who will bleed more, but then it allows you to change patients' scores. If patients' blood pressure is uncontrolled, you can control that, control renal function, and remove all the other medications. Patients who are taking aspirin, taking NSAID. Of course, there are non-modifiable risk factors like the age. Apart from Nigeria, where age is modifiable, but if you're more than 65, you're more than 65, and then we can stop alcohol. So the idea is to have this and then push patients downwards, reduce their Hasbled score so that they can have their anticoagulation. But what do we see in real life is that despite the availabilities of vitamin K antagonists, anticoagulants, to reduce stroke risk, stroke still occurs commonly in patients with AF. This is data from the Canadian Stroke Network Registry, and what they found was that over 70% of patients were prescribed the antithrombotic therapy, VKAs, and over 40 antithrombotic agents, over 40% received warfarin. But you find that only 10% of these patients were in the therapeutic range of the warfarin, meaning that we're not doing exactly what should be done. So pre-admission, patients with known AF, were on VKAs, but then that didn't really change, what the frequency of presentation with AF. And we know that treatment with VKAs is also very expensive. So we're talking about the drug costs, which may not be much, but when you put into consideration cost of INR monitoring, traveling, to the clinics and home, time missed from work, and then nurse visits and postages, and then physician visits and hospital admission, for problems, you find that it's quite huge. And this study from the UK showed the total cost of 159, about 160 pounds per patient per year. Okay, so this may not look like much, but remember that if I'm giving anticoagulation, it's just a part of the treatment. So for patients who have CKD, so this is just a part of the treatment. So it's adding to the cost, and it's not, nobody wants to bear this extra cost. So why are we focusing on AF and CKD and DM? I said it's a dangerous marriage of inconvenience. And why am I saying that? Because both are risk factors for atrial fibrillation. And both of them have important risk factors for stroke. So on their own, they are risk factors for stroke. Then you put AF on top of that. And then because also these conditions will affect anticoagulation. For patients who have CKD, they have both a prothrombotic and increased hemorrhagic risk. And we know that DM is a common cause of CKD. So it's all, a potpourri of events, but everybody encouraging each other and pushing the risk, in the directions we don't want to go. So we've seen this before in another way. So the risk factors, so renal impairment and CV disease will share many common risk factors as well as outcomes. So whether you go via heart arrhythmias from the risk factors or you go via chronic, disease, everybody, progresses with thromboembolism, stroke, ischemia, arrhythmias, acute kidney injury, heart failure, and eventually death. And this is where we don't want to go. And we know that AF and CKD have, very strong relationship. Independent of AF, CKD is a prothrombotic and prohemorrhagic condition, because of the alteration of the functions of the platelets. AF may accelerate CKD progression. So it's been shown that patients who have, who have AF, rapidly lose their renal function. And then for patients who have de novo AF, they may have coexisting, about 50, up to 20% will have coexisting CKD at the time you're making the diagnosis. And then once you have all this, the two together, it increases mortality in this group of patients. And then CKD may be present in 40 to 50% of patients who just have AF. And you find that, like I said before, in AF patients, renal function deteriorates faster than in non-AF patients. And you find that worsening creatinine clearance is a better and independent predictor of ischemic stroke and systemic embolism and bleeding. So you can see how intertwined everything is. AF is pushing up stroke risk. The renal function is pushing up stroke risk on its own. Is also, a function, a parameter that will affect bleeding or otherwise. So this study looked at, loss of renal function over years for patients who had VKA and patients who didn't have VKA. So apart from apart from having CKD from the AF, if you use VKA, VKA causes a more rapid deterioration of renal function than patients who didn't have VKA. So this study looked at the warfarin and control. So if you look at the the bar chart, whether it's 1 year, 1 to 5 years, or greater than 5 years, it's even worse. For patients who are on warfarin, their renal function deteriorated much faster and was worse than for the control population. And why does this happen? We know that VKA promotes medial and intimal calcification because the VKAs will then affect the carboxylation of this MGP, protein, the matrix G1 protein, which is the one that inhibits vessel calcification. So you can have intimal calcification where you have, macro calcification. You can have, micro calcification, and you can even have calcification in the walls, and all this will further worsen glomerular function. So let's move over to diabetes. What's the relationship between DM and AF? DM is an independent risk factor for AF, especially in young patients. And we have a lot of them would have silent AF, especially those who have already developed autonomic dysfunction. And of course, the prevalence of AF is at least twofold, higher in patients with diabetes than non-diabetic patients. And AF incidence rises with increasing severity of microvascular complications. So our patients who are already presenting with renal disease with retinopathy, have a higher, risk of developing AF, and it doesn't matter whether it's type 1 or type 2 diabetes, all of them are risk factors for stroke. Okay, so this study just shows what's happening. So if you notice, this is a chart, even if the chart bar score, the D in the chart bar or the chart score is diabetes. So that increases your risk of having a stroke. And then, so whether you've had prior stroke, hypertension, diabetes, and these are the, the relative risk for that happening. And of course, we know that the diabetes on its own significantly increases the risk of cardiovascular events, whether you're looking at all-cause mortality, CV death, non-fatal MI, non-fatal stroke, and CV death and MI put together. Of course, even the patients who have a non-fatal MI would have, abnormalities in the muscle wall and function that may, promote AF. And this is, and we know that diabetes is a leading cause of renal failure, as indicated by the, this RLT renal replacement therapy initiation. Diabetes is quite high amongst all the other risk factors. And we know that kidney disease not only, but also the risk of stroke and bleeding in diabetic patients have shown you that. So what is the best strategy for anticoagulation in this group of patients? They have risk factors for CVD, they have risk factors for AF, they have risk factors for cardiovascular events, they have increased risk factor for bleeding. So what should we do? Do we do drugs or do we do VKA? Where is the evidence? And like I showed you all the problems that happen with VKA, apart from the poor control, time in therapeutic range, the cost of anticoagulation, but we also know that it worsens renal function in patients who have AF. So renal impairment increases the risk of stroke and bleeding in AF patients. I've told you that. So every third patient with AF has a CKD, and patients with AF and renal impairment are at stroke. So it's a double whammy, event that is going on. So looking at patients without renal disease and patients with end-stage kidney disease, if you can see that these patients have a higher event of event rate, whether you're looking at stroke, whether you're looking at the bleeding. So the ROC-F sub-analysis, has shown us that rivaroxaban showed efficacy comparable to VKA for patients with or without diabetes. So if you're looking at the primary safety outcome, is much safer. There was really it's much safer. It's better than it favors VKA, rivaroxaban more than VKA, even though it crossed the line of unity. So whether you're looking at DM or non-DM patients, it's actually better for the DM patients. If you're looking at vascular deaths, better for rivaroxaban or better for DM patients. If you're looking for major bleeding, no difference really. And then if you looked at ICH, it was actually better for rivaroxaban, whether a DM or non-DM. And then Aristotle, which used apixaban, showed almost exactly the same thing: stroke and side effects. Then CV deaths, intracranial hemorrhage. You find that the line was more towards the better for the drugs than the warfarin. And you find that the ROCKET-AF compared to Aristotle and Engage and Rely, ROCKET-AF had the highest number of diabetics enrolled in that study, 40%. So if we have 40% of patients who had AF and DM and they had a very high mean score, chart score 3.7. So these were people who were high risk of developing a stroke, and there was real significant benefit using rivaroxaban, for anticoagulation. And then when you look at protection, for this patient, looking at you're comparing ROCKET-AF, from cardiovascular death in patients, looking at ROCKET-AF, Aristotle and Rely, you find that ROCKET-AF using rivaroxaban, the trend was more in favor of rivaroxaban, whether you're looking at CV death, you're looking at stroke, raise your stroke events, you're looking at major bleeding, or even intracranial, bleeding, which was much more in favor of rivaroxaban than warfarin. So those are in studies, and we know that studies are very well controlled. We choose our patients carefully and all that. But this is real world evidence that shows consistent findings of efficacy and safety for patients with diabetes, as was shown in ROCKET-AF. So this is major bleeding, this is intracranial hemorrhage quite low, and fetal hemorrhage is quite low. And then, so what of drugs in CKD? Where is the evidence? Also in the ROCKET-AF. ROCKET-AF looked at patients who had mild and moderate, mild and moderate renal dysfunction. So they looked at creatinine clearance 30 to 49 and creatinine clearance greater than 50. So whether you're looking at primary efficacy endpoints, whether you're looking at ischemic stroke or hemorrhagic stroke, it was majorly in favor, of the rivaroxaban, and especially for hemorrhagic stroke, was quite the difference. For the lower creatinine clearance group, it was quite a significant. It was quite much better to use rivaroxaban than to use warfarin, and then the renal function was also better preserved, looking at ROCKET-AF, looking at Aristotle, and looking at Rely. So in this patient, the change in creatinine clearance over months was worse in those who were using, who were VKAs, that is the dark line. And also Rely that also happened. But in Aristotle, the patients who were on apixaban actually had, worse renal function everybody knows why that happened. And of course, real world evidence supports all that and that were found, because there is a confirmation that renal function is maintained in patients receiving rivaroxaban. Looking at creatinine clearance greater than 30%, and doubling of excuse me, creatinine levels, acute kidney injury, and kidney failure. And if you look at it, the lines lie in favor of NOAC. So from clinical trials to real world evidence, the DOACs, especially rivaroxaban, have been shown to be effective, less effect on less adverse event outcomes, and less progression of renal disease, and less complications of bleeding and intracranial hemorrhages. And we know that rivaroxaban is one of the drugs that has, that is allowed to be used in the range of 15 to 30 milliliters per minute. But for the other things, for the bigatran, once it gets to less than 40, you need to be very careful, but you also have to do dose adjustment. And remember, you also need to do dose adjustment for rivaroxaban when you get into that range. So in conclusion, what have I tried to say to you in the last few minutes? That AIF remains the most important arrhythmia encountered in clinic practice, seen in about 2 to 4% of the population, with a lifetime risk of 1 in 3 if you have a European ancestry and 1 in 4 for other people. The burden continues to increase as the population ages and risk factors continue to increase. Stroke remains the most devastating complication of AF, 5 times more, and then there's also more disability for the patients who have stroke secondary to embolism from atrial fibrillation. Anticoagulation with VKA is quite problematic because of the narrow therapeutic window. So the complications that leading intracranial hemorrhage is worse, and a lot of times it's difficult to get patients in the therapeutic window. It's costly, quality of life, it's not that good. And then there's also worsening of renal function. DM and CKD are intertwined with AF as risk factors, as interactions with anticoagulation and with bleeding. Drugs like rivaroxaban has similar efficacy in stroke prevention, but better safety profile. We are looking at bleeding, you're looking at ICA, intracranial hemorrhage, and you're looking at death. So rivaroxaban, the only drug with the prospectively tested specific renal impairment. It's available for you for your patients who have renal impairment, who also have diabetes. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Amam Mbakwe. Very brilliant presentation as usual. You spent exactly 30 minutes. Maybe Mr. Oyewande Ajibola would like to take the remaining 15 minutes because the company paid for 45 minutes. But if he has nothing to say, then we can take 1 or 2 questions on this presentation before we move to the next presentation. Mr. Oyewande, do you have anything to say? Because you booked for 45 minutes. She has spent 30 minutes. Please go ahead.
If you could hear me and if you could see my screen, I would go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Yes, you can.
Okay. First of all, I would like to especially thank the Nigerian Cardiac Society for the platform. And of course, especially Professor Mbakwe for the excellent and quite lucid information. So without taking too much of our time over the next 5 to 7 minutes, I'll be sharing with us about the home treatment of patients with low risk pulmonary embolism with Xarelto. Like we know, home treatment of low risk pulmonary embolism, PE, has a lot of benefits. I mean, for instance, you'd agree with me that the burden of our already strained healthcare is preserved. I mean, when patients are discharged quite early and they are managed at home. Of course, there's a lower risk of hospital-acquired infections or conditions like nosocomial or hospital-acquired infections, especially when patients spend shorter times in the hospital. And certainly, even before the COVID season, patients would probably prefer to be managed at home because, of course, it helps to improve their quality of life than when they are managed in the hospital. Now, despite this amount of overwhelming evidence, patients still end up being treated in the hospital. In fact, the guidelines and available data shows that about 6% of patients with stable PE, despite, 6% of patients with stable PE get treated at home. So that means a whole lot of patients still get treated within the hospital environment when they could probably be treated at home and even benefit from home treatment. Now, let's look at the HOT PE study, which is the home treatment of patients with low-risk PE with Xarelto. The objective was to determine if early discharge and out-of-patient treatment of these patients is feasible, effective, and safe. Like I mentioned earlier, these were patients that were objectively diagnosed as having low-risk pulmonary embolism, and they were started with Xarelto, 15 milligram BD for 3 weeks initially. Then for the next 3 months at 20 milligram once daily for the next 3 months. It's important to know that these patients were discharged from the hospital less than 48 hours after initial diagnosis. Now, the primary outcome of the HOT PE study was to check for symptomatic recurrent VTE or PE-related death. And of course, secondary outcome was to see the impact of this on the patient's quality of life, and certainly to check the impact of this on the healthcare resources. Now, at the end of this study, we could see that the incidence of recurrent VTE or fetal PE was low in patients with acute low-risk PE treated at home with rivaroxaban. Now, the guidelines also favor the use of Xarelto when oral anticoagulation is necessary. And of course, for patients that require longer duration, of course, because the guidelines actually recommend that we could use 50 milligram BD for 3 weeks and 20 milligram once daily for 3 months. And for those that need extended anticoagulation, the guidelines recommend 10 milligrams Xarelto once daily. Just like I mentioned earlier, Xarelto is taken at 15 milligram BD for the first 3 weeks for the first 21 days. And of course, for the next 3 months, 20 milligram once daily. And for patients that need extended anticoagulation, Xarelto is given as 10 milligram or once daily. And for patients who are at a risk of a VTE recurrence, Xarelto 20 milligram daily could be given in this kind of patients. And the beautiful thing about this is we save these patients from the use of injections, and of course, thereby preserving the already strained healthcare resources. It's important to mention at this point that Xarelto comes in 3 different strengths, like I mentioned earlier: Xarelto 15 milligram, the 20 milligram, and of course, for extended use, we have Xarelto 10 milligram. It's important to also mention that the product packs that are by 14 in a pack, and of course, those that are registered by NAFDAC, are the Xarelto packs available for use in our environment. So for any pharmacovigilance issues or medical issues, here are our emails. And at this point, I would like to thank you for your audience.
Thank you, Mr. Oyewande Ajibola, for that beautiful presentation as well. We have another presentation from Xavier by Professor Oluranti Familoni. I'm not sure he's in the meeting room with us.
Yes.
Because you are in the meeting room with us.
I can see him, yes.
Oh, you can see him. All right.
Yes.
I wanted to go to NTA to go and look for him, to go and announce on TV. So I think we can yield the floor to Professor Oluranti Familoni so that we can take all the questions and answers at the same time after the 3 talks. Professor Familoni,
can you share?
Yeah, I think I lost the control, and I'm.
Don't lose control.
No, just give me a minute. Yeah.
Don't lose control. Control is very important.
Let me just quit. I can, because yeah. So you can. It's gone now.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen.
Can you make it a slideshow, please? We can see your slides, but it's not on a slideshow yet. Thank you.
It's been a great meeting. In the next 15-20 minutes, we'll be looking at issues pertaining to stable coronary artery disease, and be looking at new contested grants as we manage this evolving disease in our environment. All right. Basically, the background to ischemic heart disease is atherosclerotic vascular disease, and it's common all over the world. Unfortunately, increasing in our environment, and 80% of death due to it now is occurring in developing countries, which is unfortunate. Why coronary artery disease becoming an epidemic here is obvious. One, there's urbanization, and urbanization carries with it lifestyle changes in diet, sedentary lifestyle. Again, we are dealing with issues of infection. So non-communicable diseases, including hypertension and all this, are increasing. And our life span is increasing. It was 47 or 48, it's gone to 50 something now. And we know these are diseases of old age. And so it's obvious that these diseases are likely to improve. That's the spectrum. But our focus this afternoon will be on stable angina pectoris. We'll not be looking at acute coronary syndromes or sudden cardiac death. Now, the truth of the matter is that a lot of mechanisms leading to myocardial ischemia, we are familiar with many of them. We are familiar with things that are called fixed atherosclerotic narrowing, okay, the plaques. We are familiar with vasospasm as we have a pacemaker angina. We are familiar with endothelial dysfunction, which is always the basis of the plaque formation. We are familiar with inflammation, particularly in the setting of acute coronary syndrome, things like mycoplasma, pneumonia. But one area that we have not dealt with a lot, despite the fact that we know it's there, is metabolic dysfunction. And this is one area we'll be looking at critically this afternoon. Like I said, the issues are multifactorial, okay? Usually when you have a plaque in coronary vessels, there's flow limiting stenosis, there's an inflammation that could go to acute coronary syndrome, you could have a emboli. Okay? But one area that we are not focused is that what exactly happens at the cellular level. If blood is not going, nucleus is not going, it's at the cellular level. If there's an obstruction, it's at the cellular level. And so we don't look at exactly what happens to the myocardial cell, because some of the other things we're talking about is directed to the myocardial cell. There's spasm, there's plaque, there's a critical stenosis, there's obstruction. What happens at the cellular level? What happens at the mitochondrium? What happens with the myocytes? And this is one area that we'll be looking at, because it's one area that has been neglected, quote unquote, in management of chronic stable angina. All right, just quickly to run through the drugs that are available. We know this very well. We know about the nitrates, both the short-acting and the long-acting nitrates. These are phosphodiesterase inhibiting drugs, and they dilate mainly the venodilatation, but of course, because of the arterial vasodilatation. The beta blockers are useful because they decrease both anotropic and chronotropic, and so decrease the work of the heart. The calcium channel blocker, particularly the hydropyridines, cause vasodilation and an improved blood supply. Okay, the RAS blockers over the years have shown to improve mobility and mortality, and they are the adjunct therapies, the antiplatelets and the statins, which have become very useful. So if we have all this armamentarium, why do we need another drug? We have all this, and then we have the interventions which you mentioned about. Why do we need another drug? Again, as a corollary of what I've shown, all these other drugs work perhaps around this place, okay? They cause vasodilatation, they cause increased blood supply, but nobody, okay? And if we do an intervention, either with or without stent, it improves particularly, but nobody has, well, we've not focused enough attention on what happens to the myocardium, what happens to the cardiomyocyte, what happens to the sarcolemma, what happens to the mitochondrium, because that is exactly where the effects of this ischemia does. And that's why we need a drug. We've done very well across the board with drugs and with intervention. But what happens exactly at this level? And that's why we need this drug. Let's look at a clinical scenario and to be able to put into perspective what we're talking about. There is a 60-year-old man with a lot of risk factors. His age, his sex, he's hypertensive, he's diabetic, he's a smoker, and also those discovering it has also dyslipidemia. And so it's not surprising that he came and had a chest pain at a point in time, especially during sexual intercourse, which he managed over 4 months. But by the end of 4 months, he has become bad enough and has become progressive that he had to seek medical checkup. And when he saw the GP, one thing that the GP gave him was an app, an angina controller, who to be looking at later to see how this can help. And there is drug at that time, which we should review, makes a lot of sense. There's a AC inhibitor, perindopril. It has an idapamide-like diuretics. Is on atorvastatin, though it should have been on a larger dose, and is on OHA, oral hypoglycemic agents. The primary physician did a lot and refer him to a cardiologist. Okay, well, on the side of the treatment is that he was using perindopril, this Covaxil, and we can see how it works even in ischemic heart disease. But particularly if we look at this slide, you could see this hypercellularity. This patient without Covaxil, and you can see with Covaxil and almost a clean lumen and a clean media. But that is the thing. Okay, now, because of time, we cannot see all the things that do, but after the cardiologists have done an FFA, they've done an angio, they've done a lot of things, it was concluded that what this patient needed was an optimization of his medical therapy. Why? Because he doesn't have a left main disease. We don't have time to show all those slides. And the left anterior descending was no significant lesion. And so it was a patient that was good enough for optimization of his medical therapy and not an intervention immediately. We need to look at what the guideline says, because we need to choose our patient very carefully. Patients in stable chronic angina who we have to go for revascularization are patients who have a left main disease with stenosis and proximal left anterior descending, stenosis of 50%. Okay, so this patient does not fall to that and is a patient who we're talking about who will benefit from optimal medical therapy. Okay, guidelines are very clear. The European Society 2030 guideline talk about optimization of medical therapy, no matter what even your risk is. If it's a low event risk, all you need is optimization of your medical therapy. Even if you have a high event risk, you, apart from all the other things, ICA, you need also optimization of your medical therapy. And in many cases, if you optimize your medical therapy, you might not even need to go to intervention at all. Again, we need to look at this slide, which we look again and again. The first line drugs we've looked at briefly, we're talking about optimization of your medical therapy. Beta blockers, we have, and calcium channel blockers, where we studied about the limiting thing, the shortening acting nitrate, that is tachyphylaxis. Use them once, it's difficult to use again. Beta blockers and calcium channel blockers, the problem with heart rate is either that the patient is going to have a tachycardia or is going to have bradycardia. Some of them, there's also myocardia, depression. Okay? And so you may have to switch to the second line drugs if you are going to maximize, optimize as the way your medical therapy. And you could use ivabradine, which is rate once again. You must make sure the patient is sinus rhythm and start the more beta blocker. Go to the long-acting nitrate or the nicorandin or ranolazine. But most importantly, we're going to be looking at this drug metazidine, which is works at the cellular level. Okay, metazidine. What does evidence-based medicine say? That's what the guideline says. Okay? If you look at some of the studies, we're going to ask, we have two important studies. There's a bypass angioplastic revascularization investigation study, okay, which look at patients who also are diabetic. Interesting study. You can see that over 5 years, patients who are optimized medical therapy and patients who had the revascularization, there was no difference in survival at all if you have optimized your medical therapy. Again, even from symptoms, exactly the same thing from symptoms over 5 years, no difference at all, and the major cardiovascular events. In patients who have been carefully chosen, okay, from the guidelines, and instead of revascularization, optimized medical therapy will give as good as effect. And that's important in an environment like us, where skill is still limited, availability of organization is limited, and economy is even an issue. Again, if we look at the COURAGE study, which is a much longer study, but which is similar to the Barry study, over 15 years, again, the same result, okay? Over 12 years, the same result. You can see that when patients are optimized their medical therapy and patients are a PCI, there's really no difference, okay, in the hazard ratio or anything. You can see P of 0.53. And so what we're saying is that if you optimize your medical therapy, it's very selected patients, then you don't need to go to the inconvenience and the expenses of revascularization. The orbital study is a very interesting study, which we look at in a bit of details, okay? These were patients who were recruited. And when they were recruited, the first thing that came out is that, and they were divided into the sham study, okay? Patients were recruited, number one, and they were given optimization of the medical therapy, and then they were divided into two. Some had revascularization, but that did not have, and then the study was looked over 12 years. But if you look at the first thing, was the first thing that came out in that study is that many of the patients were not using enough drugs, okay? You can see that either in the PCI group or the placebo group, the mean drug recruitment was that. But after pre-randomization for 6 weeks, again, the patients were using an average of 3 drugs, which means many of our patients are not giving maximum drugs. But one thing that is important is that even after randomization, even after some group are at PCI, you will still use the same number of drugs. And so you ask yourself, why did these patients have to go for PCI? Okay, this is the recruitment, and it's very important. Most of them were at the Canadian Cardiovascular Society's stages 1 and 2. You look at the studies from the left panel, okay? Patients in the PCI group, patients in the placebo group. Again, I need to let you know how this study again was done. Patients in the PCI group, after randomization, after optimization, went and had a PCI. But the other one, how we call a sham procedure, they also put under anesthesia, so they didn't know. In fact, the catheter was put in, but they did not have a PCI. So it was a sham procedure, and you can see this result, which is very interesting. Okay, these patients are well matched, but after 6 weeks of intense medical therapy, the first thing that comes out is that in both groups, many of the patients had no symptoms again. Okay, the patients who are in class 2, they have dropped. Many of them have dropped to class 1, and there was no difference in patients who are meant to have PCI or placebo. Then they went on to PCI, and then they were followed up. And you can see again, there has been no difference at all, either whether they have PCI or placebo. And so the issue is the optimization of their medical therapy. But if you optimize medical therapy, PCI again is superfluous. And that is one of the things that the orbital study shows. And the primary endpoint of orbital study is that exercise tolerance and exercise time, there is no difference between those who had only optimization and those who went to optimization and PCI. And so what we are saying is that optimization of the medical therapy is vital, is the most important thing. And so we go back to this slide. All you need to do is to optimize your medical therapy in your carefully chosen patients that the guidelines do not say you should do an intervention. So we go back to our patient. The cardiologist now decided that there was no point doing an intervention, and they decided to prescribe Pastarel, which is trimethazidine, slow releasing, 35 milligrams BD. Why did they do that? This was a study, it was a statement by Dr. Ferrari, who was the principal investigator of the ATPCI trial, which was presented in ES. He said, trimethazidine is the only anti-angina drug devoid of hemodynamic effects, improving metabolism of ischemia myocardium. That was why trimethazidine was used in that trial, because it improves metabolism of ischemic myocardium and is devoid of any hemodynamic. It doesn't affect heart rate. What are the basic mechanisms of action of Pastarel? Let's just look quickly. The main important thing is that when you have ischemia, okay, the patients tend to use, normally they have the step cycle, but when there's ischemia, they tend to use fatty acid. That fatty acid is so energy dependent. So you have a problem, a myocardium, a mitochondrium that is already ischemic. You're asking us to do a lot of work to be able to produce ATP. And so what trimethazidine does is that it blocks partially that free fatty acids and allow the myocardium to use glucose oxidation to produce even more ATP. And so what you have is that it's a novel partial fatty oxidation inhibitor, okay, which will be the final enzyme, and therefore uses less oxygen and energy at cellular level. We're talking now about cellular level and metabolism. It reduces your accumulation of sodium and calcium again, that reduces the amount of energy, and it has an antioxidant effect. It also protects the mitochondrium and stabilizes the sarcolemma membrane. There is no other drug that we are using for chronic stable angina that does any of these at all, and it's working at the level in which we ask it to work. So it improves your cardiac efficiency and improves your cardiac function without asking you to do extra work, without causing tachycardia or bradycardia or myocardial depression, which many of the other drugs that we are familiar we use again. And so we've come to a point in which we are not only working on the blood supply, we are working on the cellular level itself, the mitochondrium itself. And that patient, that 60-year-old man, which you see here, see the effect. You might not see very clearly, but this patient presented in August and was given this app. And then at that time, he was having an average of 33 angina attacks per month. And the rate, the severity was about 15. Within 4 weeks of using this drug, that patient has decreased his angina attack to 17, and the severity has dropped to 5. And you could see progression, even up to November. It came in August. By November, he was having only 3 angina attacks per month, and the severity. And so you can see this drug starts acting early and is progressive as the time goes on. And so it's a drug that can be used no matter what drug you are using before. If they are being a beta blocker or a patient that be on long-acting nitrates or whatever, again, you can see very interesting results. This patient, for example, this was having about 3 angina attacks per week. Within 2 weeks, within 2 weeks of adding trimethazidine, it has decreased to 2, and by 4 months, patient was having less than 1 attack per week. Still on beta blocker again, partial channel blocker, the same thing. Even if it's on multiple therapy, the drug, it's a message that the drug starts acting early and is progressive and cumulative over time without affecting the heart at all. Again, it does not matter how long you have had your disease. If it's been less than 1 year, same result, or even no more than 10 years. Again, patients was having about 4 attacks a week. By the time in 2 weeks of adding this drug, I talked about 2.5, and in 4 months, it's having less than 1 attack a week. Again, it does not matter, even 10 years. I thought this is a drug can use as an add-on drug, or you can use that, or you can add no matter what number of years, and of course it improves the quality of life. Don't forget that our patient, his primary problem was having issues of sexual intercourse, and you can see again progressive over the months, improvement in quality of life. Okay, so angina is a single linkage to multiple etiologies. Optimal medical treatment remains a cornerstone, okay? And you need a drug that is hemodynamically neutral. It doesn't affect myocardial, and it works at the level of the cardiac cell. And ladies and gentlemen, I present to you promethazine, a drug that has been found useful in angina. Studies have shown that it improves performance capacity, increases duration of exercise. In fact, it shows objective differences in ECG indices and time to ST depression. And there's no disclosure in the heart rate, blood pressure, and the double product. Quickly, before I close, I want to talk about drugs, this drug beyond anti-angina, which should be interesting to us as cardiologists. It's also found useful in patients with chronic heart failure, congestive heart failure, because it decreases fibrosis, it decreases collagen accumulation, and so causes a remodel and improves New York class and increases ejection fraction. It also decreases hospitalization for heart failure. In peripheral artery disease, the same thing. It has been able to show that this drug, though not recommended for this thing, is also increased walking distance. In contrast, in this nephropathy, when people have angiography, the EGFR has found to be dropped sadly, but this drug has also been found to be useful if patients have been given just before they have
One more minute, please.
Following PCI, many of us know about reperfusion injury. Okay? Reperfusion injury, PCI, the distal myocardial injury, this drug also have been found to be very useful. Though they have not been recommended for this, but this is a review that shows a very interesting role even beyond anti-angina. So in chronic heart failure, we found this drug to be also useful in ischemic cardiac, but also useful in hypertrophic cardiac. It decreases apoptosis, increases 6 minutes walking time. It even decreases P-wave dispersion, QT dispersion, which are objective ways, and also improves left ventricular ejection fraction. So ladies and gentlemen, it has a few side effects. Nausea, diarrhea, granulocytosis. The main side effect that has been worrisome is motor disorder, which is very uncommon. 1 in 300,000.
Hello. I think we have to take the side effects and all of that, maybe during question and answer, because you are allotted 20 minutes. You have already overshot the 20 minutes.
As I close,
just 1 minute.
As I close, I present a drug that I say is an unsung hero. It's a drug that has been licensed in Europe as adjunct or monotherapy for 40 years. Meta-analysis has shown it as good as nitrates, calcium channel blockers, beta blocker, stable angina, and it works as cellular rather than vascular level. So there is no hemodynamic, and it's also chronotropic neutral. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kindly unshare your slide so that the next speaker will not have a problem. Kindly unshare your slides. Thank you very much, Professor Familoni, for that elaborate and extensive presentation. They are kept to time, and I want to believe that Professor Ama Mbakwem, who is the last speaker for this session, will also keep to time like she did during the first presentation. The last presentation is sponsored by Centaur and is on Metos, a brand of metozalone, the diamond diuretic. Can we have Professor Ama Mbakwem to have the floor again to discuss this medication with us? Thank you very much. You only have 15 minutes this time around, not 45 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You at the end of 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I've titled the talk, Efficacy and Tolerability of Betolazone in Chronic Heart Failure. These are my disclosures. Centaur is sponsoring this talk, but I have no financial interest in Centaur. The outline I'll try to do is a bit of definition. What's the scope of the problem? what's the problem of fluid overload in heart failure? What management options are available to us? And what is the place of adjunctive therapy in fluid management in heart failure? And what is the evidence? Do we have evidence for methylazone combination therapy? So we all know this definition from the ESC guidelines that heart failure is a clinical syndrome characterized by typical symptoms. Of course, the ankle swelling and the fluid retention is a major part. And then when you come to signs, elevated jugular venous pressure, the pulmonary crackles, the peripheral edema, of course, functional abnormality resulting in reduced cardiac output, elevated intracardiac pressures at rest or during stress. So we all know, the divisions into HFrEF, HFmrEF, and HFpEF, and all the categories. But what we also know is that the burden of heart failure. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the burden of heart failure is expected to continue to increase because we're getting older, and from what Professor Fabian had presented, we're keeping all the coronary artery diseases alive, longer, for myocardium to fail. So it's not, while we're controlling all the other risk factors and all the other heart diseases, but everybody is feeding into heart failure, and the burden is on the increase. About 21 million people a few years ago. So we know that the goal of treatment is to improve a patient's clinical status, functional capacity, and quality of, prevent hospital admissions and reduce mortality. And these are the modalities. Yes, we know disease-modifying agents and all the other things will help, patient. But today we are focusing on the general measures on symptom relief. Yes, we don't have too much evidence with diuretics for, disease modification, but we also need to keep patients comfortable. Patient comes in, is all congested, is all breathless, can't lie down, can't do anything. We also need to get rid of that, improve the quality of life a bit, and before the disease modifying agents, will kick in. So the clinical profiles of patients with acute heart failure based on presence and absence of congestion and hypoperfusion. So whether we're looking at, this categorization, so it's a patient, warm and dry, or warm and wet, or cold and dry, or cold and wet. So this is where we're talking about. So this patient is congested. I need to get rid of the fluids, and then to move the patient along the ladder. And then if you look at the this algorithm from the ESC, yes, diuretics are not among the disease-modifying agents. But if you look at the diuretics, but on the left-hand side, so whether you are starting at the point of the ACE and beta blockers, going on to the CRT, going on to VADs, LVADs and all that, diuretic therapy, is indicated in all those patients. And then we know that, the use of diuretics to reduce the signs and symptoms of congestion, especially with HFrEF, even in HFpEF, but if effects on mortality and morbidity not studied in RCTs, and I'm not sure anybody's ever going to do that. But the Cochrane meta-analysis, suggests that in chronic heart failure patients, loop and thiazide diuretics appear to, reduce the risk of death and worsening heart failure, compared with placebo, but we don't really have robust data, in that area. And then compared with an acute control, diuretics appear to improve exercise tolerance. So continue with the use of diuretics. Diuretics produce a more intense and shorter diuresis and thiazides. The patients that present in the emergency room with a congestion and difficulty with breathing, those are not the times we're using thiazides. We're using a more aggressive diuretic like the loop diuretics. But the thing is that the loop diuretics can also act synergistically when combined with other medications to treat resistant edema, because that's the one you and I are so worried about. Patients are so congested. I'm loading my loop diuretics, the fluid is not going anywhere, and then the blood pressure, you don't even have enough blood pressure, to really push your the higher doses of the loop diuretics. But adverse effects are more likely, to happen when you have combination. So what are we? What are our aims when we use diuretic therapy? We want to achieve the U and maintain U volemia, with the lowest achievable dose. So the doses of diuretics commonly used in patients with heart failure, I won't bore you with this, we know all this. But remember, we have this afternoon, we are focusing on metolazone. So we have 2.5 to 2.5 to 10 milligrams daily. So these are the mechanisms, we all know this, we all learned this in biochemistry and pharmacology classes, all the, from carbonic anhydrase to diuretics all the way down, and then their mechanism of action. So I needed to put up this slide because when you want to do sequential nephron blockade, you need to know which classes you're choosing and who can combine with what and give you the effect you want. So can we combine diuretics, diuretic combination therapy? Yes, because, we may need to do a sequential nephron blockade where we are not getting the degree of diuresis that we need, and commonly used combination therapies, furosemide with metolazone, especially in volume overloaded patients, who have severe heart failure, whether it's acute decompensated heart failure or chronic heart failure. Different combinations use whether low dose or high doses, and dose escalation from very low doses advocated to reduce adverse events. This is especially useful in fluid overloaded patients who are resistant to conventional therapy. When we talk about diuretic resistance, we find that in heart failure, heart failure results with an interaction, between the pathophysiological mechanisms of sodium retention and renal response to diuretic therapy. So all this will affect the way your diuretic therapy will work in the patient, and you need multiple mechanisms are needed to get your patients dry enough. So reduced diuresis in heart failure, may be due to a significant counter-regulatory responses during acute and chronic therapy. So many things are happening. We have the breaking phenomenon, where there's acute reduction in diuretic efficacy with repeated doses. You find the patient comes in, you're giving 40 milligrams 12 hourly, and then the patient tells you, I'm not peeing much, in fact, my urine output has even reduced. Okay, so then you need to do more frequent doses. Or the post-diuretic effects, increased sodium retention after the loop diuretic has worn off. Or you can have rebound sodium retention, for patients who have used loop diuretics for a long time, would increase the cell nephron sodium reabsorption. Remember, the body tries to compensate for anything that is not a natural phenomenon that is happening to it. And then the kidneys adapt, to diuretic resistance by prolonged exposure to loop diuretics. So the nephrons, the tubules get hypertrophied, and there's increased local sodium uptake and aldosterone secretion. So this will limit the response to your loop diuretics. And the distal tubular hypertrophy also appears to be an important contributor to the rebound sodium retention and reduces response to loop diuretic therapy. So this is what happens when a patient, you're increasing the dose of your loop diuretics and patient is not drying up. In fact, sometimes patients are retaining fluids. And we also know that the dose response curve, to loop diuretics in patients with chronic heart failure is shifted to the right. If you look at the red panel, shows a normal human being who has, who is given a loop diuretic, so there is that increased phase and then the plateau phase. But for the patient who has heart failure, the curve is actually shifted to the right. So your drug is not even that effective initially, I mean, as effective as in a normal person, and then all these other, counter regulatory mechanisms come in to help. So this is a schematic diagram, showing you the things that will impair, mechanisms of impaired diuretic therapy, starting from the, abdominal glomerular hemodynamics. Remember, patients, these are elderly patients, may also be on NSAIDs, so some are in the cortex, some are in the medulla, and what would happen is that the patient retains a lot more sodium, the sodium with the water, and then it's fluid overloaded. Nothing seems to be happening. So what about metolazone? Metolazone is a quinazoline diuretic, properties similar to that of the thiazides. Actions result from interference with the renal tubular mechanism of electrolyte absorption and reabsorption. So we're talking about sequential diuretic, sequential diuresis, the sequential nephron blockade. So I'm blocking at the loop level. I'm also blocking at the tubular level. So as primarily to inhibit sodium reabsorption at the cortical diluting sites and to a lesser extent in the proximal convoluted tubules. Sodium and chloride ions are excreted in approximately equivalent amount, and the increased delivery of sodium to the distal tubular exchange sites with potassium excretion. Remember, we're exchanging potassium for the sodium, So taking a closer look at metolazone, it's absorbed rapidly, 95% binding to red blood cells and plasma proteins. So it has a prolonged duration in the system and you can give it once a day. Diuresis and saluresis, usually start within an hour and will persist for 24 hours depending on the dose, they're useful for treatment of edema in CHF and renal, diseases, especially nephrotic syndrome, diminished renal function. But it's contraindicated in anuric patients who are in hepatic coma or pre-coma, and known allergy or hypersensitivity. But please caution, electrolyte imbalance, especially hypokalemia, because we're using a lot of salt and sodium, and we're changing, also losing potassium. So hyponatremia and hypochloremia may happen. 80% secreted as unchanged compound in the urine. So do we have evidence that metolazone actually works? Especially when combined with the furosemide to do sequential nephron blockade. So these are some old studies that have been shown, and of course we know that people are not doing much studies again on diuretics except dosage, are we giving intermittent, are we giving continuous infusion, are we giving low dose, are we giving high dose? But this is a study of 40 patients, on loop diuretics, and then they added diazoxide or metolazone in a 2x2 factorial design. And these patients were in NYHA 3 or 4, on 80 milligrams furosemide twice a day. They were given 10 milligram Bendro or 10 milligrams metolazone for 3 days. Okay, so excuse me, similar effect, 5 kg loss in 5 to 6 days, 92% response, and 90% symptomatic improvement and leaving discharge. So metolazone actually had some more adverse effects on potassium levels really. Other studies have confirmed enhanced diuresis with addition of low dose diazide to or metolazone, but more effective than diazides in sequential nephron blockade, but this is still debated by authors. But what's been shown categorically is that the addition of metolazone has reduced length of hospital stay, because those patients who are still congested, whether peripherally, the lungs, you're not ready to send them home. So this would help, reduce the length of hospital stay. But also know that use of metolazone may be associated with worse outcomes related to disease severity. So does it work in blacks? Does this combination work in blacks? We talk about what happens in people like us. So this was a study by Gunstone et al. in Uganda, and looked at general edematous patients, looking at safety and efficacy, and had patients who had nephrotic syndrome from cotton malaria, patients who had EMF, and patients who had cirrhosis. And then what we found was that was quite efficacious. Loss of more than 0.5 kg per day, for 4 days was established, and in about 45% of the patients using it as monotherapy, not necessarily now as combination therapy. And then when you combine when it was combined, almost all the patients, 6 out of some patients, were actually dried up, and then substitution for aldactone, was successful in 4 of the 6 in 4 of the 6 patients. But a bit of caution here when you're using a combination diuretic therapy, severe electrolyte disturbances, you need to pay attention. Hypokalemia, hyponatremia, hypochloremia, and they can have hypochloremic metabolic alkalosis, and massive diuresis that may require fluid resuscitation may happen. Then worsening renal function may occur, from azotemia. Remember that you've shrunken the intravascular volume. And if I'm not taking, if the migration of fluid from the extracellular space into the intravascular space is not happening long enough, then you reduce perfusion to the kidney. So you need to do, need to have a balanced hemodynamics, reduce venous pressure actually will improve, renal function in heart failure. So in conclusion, what am I saying? The burden of heart failure continues to increase despite or because of improvement in therapies for other cardiac diseases, and because they're living longer, people are aging. The pathophysiology of edema is multifactorial in heart failure. Diuretic management in heart failure is crucial for symptomatic relief, reduction in hospital stay, length of hospital stay, and rehospitalization. Whether it had, there's no proof that it affects, it prolongs it affects survival. But remember that your patients, the quality of life depends on how active they are, how less breathless they are. So it's an important part of therapy. Resistant edema is a common finding in both acute decompensated heart failure and chronic heart failure. I've shown you a few things: braking phenomenon, rebound, braking phenomenon, rebound effects, end of dose effects. All those things will cause a patient not to diurese as much as what you want to happen. And remember that initially the curve for the loop diuretic response, it's different, it's moved to the right compared to patients who don't have heart failure. So sequential nephron blockade using combination diuretic therapy is actually more effective than increasing the doses of your loop diuretics. And you can have up to 5 kg loss in 5 to 6 days and up to 92% of the patients. Metolazone, a thiazide-like diuretic, in combination with loop diuretics, have been shown to overcome resistant edema in heart failure. But we must pay attention, to electrolyte imbalance and hypovolemia because of the efficacy of this combination. And if you've used this combination, you understand what I'm talking about. I had a patient come in once, pulmonary arterial hypertension, but was no longer responding to loop diuretics. So we admitted her to convert the loop diuretics to intravenous, and then the woman came in at 84 kg. And then 3 days or 4 days with us with 60 milligrams. We could only do 40 because she also, her blood pressure was also on the low side. On that 3 days, she had hit almost 90 kg. And the woman said to me, you know what, I'm going home. I need to discharge myself. And it made sense. I came here for you to dry me out, but instead of drying out, I'm actually putting on weight. But we added metolazone to the treatment, and it was like we opened the tap, and within 2 days she had lost almost 4 kg, and we had to send her home. So it actually works. It is safer, especially when you have those resistant edema, blood pressures are not too good. The renal physicians are not ready to do to do dialysis, to take patients to dialysis and get the fluid out for us. It actually, would help in patients, especially when they have developed resistance to the diuretics. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Amam Ombakwem, for that lucid presentation as usual. The time you saved us from the first presentation for Bayer, you have taken it back in your last presentation. 3 minutes we gained when you presented for Bayer. You have donated that 3 minutes to Centaur. But we enjoyed the presentation, so we didn't take offense. Thank you very much for the beautiful presentation. Now we have had the 3 speakers, and I can see in the audience many distinguished cardiologists. So the floor is open for us to critique what they have told us. Essentially, they have been talking about some new molecules to the Nigerian, cardiology market that they want us to look at in managing our patients with cardiovascular conditions. Specifically, they want us to look at NOAC and rivaroxaban in particular in management of patients with atrial fibrillations, particularly in the setting of diabetes mellitus. And they also want us to look at the use of trimetazidine in our patients with stable angina. But we are
Is it me or is the chairman's system frozen?
Well, that's okay. It appears Professor Katibi is off temporarily.
Okay, but I can hear you.
All right. I was going to commend him, and we're actually supposed to do this together, but it's good to be paired up with an energetic younger colleague. But that's all right. I think I listened to the speakers, and the two eminent cardiologists, Professor Mambakwe and Familoni, Professor Familoni, and we didn't expect anything less from them, knowing their capabilities. Very interesting topics. They took at very crucial things in cardiology practice. I don't really know, Professor Kadibi, do we have more time for any questions and interactions from the other?
Well, there's just one question that I have here, which is somebody asking about the use of rivaroxaban in patients with acute myocardial infarction in the setting of atrial fibrillation, the 2.5 milligram dose of it, that when will it be available in Nigeria? That is the only question that I have on the floor.
I don't think the other questions, there are no questions on the chat.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Professor Familoni, for that presentation. But I'm just wondering, I know we had so much hope for the trimetazidine, but the ACTS trial that you quoted earlier on, led by Ferrari, was actually negative, and people were wondering, so where do we go from here with trimetazidine? So what do you think is the explanation for the negative trial, that came out in ESC this year?
Do you also want to take the 2.5 milligram dose for rivaroxaban?
I think Bayer people will take it. I don't know where they'll make 2.5 available.
Thank you, Professor Bakwe. The trial was negative. Of course, we were looking at treatment for patients who had had PCI and then they had PIC. That was negative, has not taken anything even from that trial. You can see that the guy said he chose that drug because that drug was already a proven drug. He said it was the only drug that has been shown to improve metabolism and reduce angina. It's not like the period study I was going to use for absolute for precise ejection fraction. It was negative. They are not taking anything out of the fact that Uperio is a very good drug for reduced ejection fraction. The point we're making is that yes, the trial was negative because it was a post-PCI thing. So we're talking about chronic stable angina in very carefully chosen person. And even that drug was chosen showed enough evidence that people already have a lot of confidence in it. He said it was the only drug that they could use that would be applicable in the trial and also reduce ischemia. So I think it is true that that trial is negative. We have not taken anything out of that study. Just like the SAT ejection fraction trial, it very was negative, but has not taken anything out of that. So thank you.
I'm not sure if I totally agree with you. I mean, if you're using Uperio, because nobody would use Uperio for preserved ejection fraction except you're in the lower whatever. So it's taking something out of preserved ejection fraction, for those for any those medications. So I totally agree with you, because we're talking about evidence. A lot of things make sense, biochemically, pathophysiologically. But when you put them to the trial, large trial, because this was a very large trial, and then if this is post-PCI patients who are still having symptoms, so it means there's a bit of, there's still some ischemia going on, there's still some narrowing, there's still reduced supply, So I think, maybe we should look into that trial critically and not just say that, because it's a good drug. I mean, I use it, but I had a bit of a break after Ferrari's presentation.
Yeah, Professor Mbakwe, just before you sign up, somebody wanted to know when you have to combine metolazone with a loop diuretic, do you need to step down the dose of a loop diuretic? I think it's automatic.
Well, no, usually I don't, because remember that by the time you're adding it, because your loop diuretic is not working. So if you are doing 40 twice a day, for me to want to add metolazone is because there is resistance, this patient is resistant to diuresis using a loop diuretic. Okay, so I'll only step down if, the blood pressure is not letting me, do a lot more, but I usually, what I do is start with a very low dose, 2.5, that allows you to, now escalate. Remember, the maximum dose is 10, but if you start with 2.5, it gives you room, while you're watching the blood pressures and the hemodynamics as you're moving on.
But you want so much about hypo this, hypo that, hypo this, hypo that.
Yeah, yeah. Because of the way it works. Okay, because of the way it works, so you need to look out for the, for that patient. I shared my experience with the, it was so bad. The woman now said, when we discharged her, she had to she said when she's going out, how the traffic is in Lagos, she has to keep a bucket in the car. Because the diuresis was, the diuresis was that bad. Yes, it was that bad.
I thought that is normal in Lagos, isn't it? It will not be a bucket, maybe a Spiragolis bottled water.
No.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, I think I want Professor Mbakwe to really hammer on the issue of monitoring when patient is on those two drugs.
Yes.
Because you don't give such combination and give a long appointment.
Yes,
and sometimes when patient is dry, there may be reason to withdraw or even space. Sometimes we do space them, maybe alternate day or even twice a week, just to balance. Please, I want you to stress that because, and then the other one is, what is your take? I was one of our patients that is on that and is doing well. I went to one of these places in Lagos. They changed it to bumetanide. I didn't quite agree because Lasix and bumetanide, they are at the same point in the nephron.
Yeah.
This one acts in a different point. So what's your comment on that?
Well, first of all, we also need to talk to ourselves, because if a patient comes to you, and is why change a winning number? That's the way I practice. If a patient is doing well, is it just to change it for changing state? Okay, but we also know that of the loop diuretics, Lasix is one of the, it's not the best, because of short duration of action. It's pharmacodynamics and pharmacokinetics, it's not very well. So I don't know why they changed it, whether they think they can do bumetanide and leave out, that will spare them.
They combined bumetanide and Lasix instead of bumetanide and metolazone.
I guess maybe that's what they have. Maybe that's the loop directives they have in there. That's the only thing I can say.
I'm not sure.
But we know that bumetanide and torsemide are actually much better than furosemide. Furosemide is, not the best of all the loop directives.
I think another important issue is also to monitor the blood pressure. Sometimes it can be, you must make sure that the blood pressure is okay while you're giving the combination. I suppose you should stress on that as well.
Especially when you're initiating, because when they open up, it's like, like you open up a tap and all that, and those, and then it's really dicey, because if you don't take care of that, then you dry them out too much, then the hypoperfusion of the kidneys, will now also start up a vicious cycle that will worsen your diuretic resistance.
I'm not sure the Bayer
he's here.
Gentlemen,
Yes,
so, moderator, others are into their fourth abstract, and we are still the industry. Please round up that session.
Yes, Professor Umubere will close the session now.
Yes, okay.
Just 1 minute from Bayer, then Professor Umubere will close the session.
Okay, yes, we are in the process of the registration of Xarelto 2.5 milligram. And of course, the question came from Dr. Okunuga. So of course, once it's registered, we have your contacts, we would be in touch. And of course, we'd let you know when it's available. What we have available in the Nigerian market currently today is Xarelto as the 10 milligram, 15 milligram, and 20 milligram, registered by NAFDAC, and of course comes as 14 in a pack. Thank you.
Thank you. Please let's bring this session to a close, because you are far behind the other rooms.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You want to close the session, please? Professor Umubere, do you want to close the session?
I think he's gone.
Okay, I therefore on his behalf close the session. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Please, KTB, can you anchor adult category 2 abstract until the moderators come?
All right.
So, Mr. Chair LOC, why did you disturb our discussion if your people are not ready?
If we're supposed to make I take time.
Professor Victor, when your people are not here, why did you have a lively discussion? Oh, you see.
They cannot enter the room where you are still there. So please move to adult 2, please. Thank you.
Why can't they enter the room? Okay. Okay, bye everyone.
Yes. You are still in the same room. No problem.
So, Professor Victor, where are we going? Where is adult cardiology?
Where you are. Just stay put there. We'll join you there.
I thought you were asking us to leave.
Dr. Adewuya in there. Dr. Adewuya. Dr. Lutunde. Of course, Dr. Oga is
okay,
there.
Please, can you log out and log in through the link for that particular session?
Oh,
adult 2. Thank you.
You are stressing me. Oh.
No, I will pay you now.
Fisherman.
He heard that.
No, we have session.
Also, Victor, wait.
No, we save us here.
Oh my God.
Pediatric cardiology. Cardiology. Where we are.
We are still there. We'll come back.
These are all too many people.
There are 10, about 8. I'm coming. Okay. Let's start this session. Oh, okay.
Okay, the same place.
Same place.
With the permission of the LOC chair and the president of the Nigerian Cardiac Society, can we start with this adult cardiology 2 scientific session? The first paper is to be presented by Dr. Adewuya A. And it is titled Serum Uric Acid Predicts Antihypertensive Medication Adherence in Nigerian-based hospital study. Is that Dr. Adewuya in the Zoom room? Is Dr. Adewuya in the Zoom room? No. Dr. Olutunde M will be talking to us on stress management of selected cardiovascular patients in Ile-Ife. Is Dr. Olutunde there? Is Dr. Olutunde there? No.
Yes. Hello.
Dr. Olutunde, okay, Dr. Olutunde is there.
I'm Olutunde Miriam. I'm a nurse.
All right, you'll be talking to us on stress management of selected cardiovascular patients in Ile-Ife.
Okay, sir.
And you only have 10 minutes for the presentation. At the end of 10 minutes, I will be stopping you.
All right,
Please,
sir.
you have the floor. You can share your slides and start the presentation.
I've sent this slide for sharing. Okay.
I think you have to share it from your laptop.
There's no problem.
Okay, look for the slideshow and press the icon for slideshow. It's somewhere on the top, about midway on the top. Good, you're good to go. 10 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, the president of the Nigerian Cardiac Society, Dr. Oga, the panelists, and all the attendees. My name is Olutunde Miriam Titilayo, a cardiothoracic nurse in the intensive care unit of the Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospitals Complex in Ile-Ife. I'm here this afternoon to present an abstract on stress management of selected cardiovascular patients, which is a case study from the Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospitals Complex in Ile-Ife. As we all know, open heart surgery is a stressful experience from the patients and their families. So from the moment that the patients are told that they will undergo surgery onto discharge, they experience different degrees of stress. Stress is a common and recurring challenge in cardiothoracic patients that often affects surgery and even rehabilitation process. However, nurses play a major role in reducing it. Purpose of this study. Next slide. Okay. Stress management interventions to promote both pre-surgery and the post-surgery, cardiothoracic surgery are few. Therefore, the purpose of this study was just to examine the extent to which nurses' intervention in stress management helped cardiothoracic surgery, recovery, and then rehabilitation. This study was conducted using a descriptive cross-sectional design. Sample consisted of 50 cardiothoracic patients of different age between January 2019 and March 2020 with a diagnosis of patent ductus arteriosus as close as it is, even as it is being a closed heart surgery, patients still undergo stress. Arterial septal defect, ventricular septal defect, atrial septal defect, ventricular septal defect, tetralogy of Fallot, or even complete heart block. These are the samples that were collected, and they consisted of 50 cardiovascular patients of different age between January 2019 and March 2020, as earlier stated, at Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospital in Ile-Ife, Nigeria. 64% female and 36% male. The caregivers were predominantly female, of like 93% and 7% male. The instrument that was adopted are Holmes and Rest scale and the depression, anxiety, stress scale. They were both adopted to measure the extent and even the impact of stress in the pre and the post-surgery of the cardiovascular patients. We could only have access of 57 to 61% to the patients depending on their age, their social status, severity of stress, and their sociocultural belief system, which is the limitations to the study. So the data analyzed was done using the quantitative approach of Spearman correlation coefficient, where was used to assess the relationship between efficient stress and then the management and the recovery of cardiovascular patients. The findings of this study revealed that cardiothoracic patient recovery is influenced by both the pre-surgery and then the post-surgery stress management intervention by the cardiothoracic nurses. Psychosocial support services may also help adults, and in this term, most of the time is their parents, to manage surgery-induced stress, such as fear of death that most of them do have. So effective and efficient stress management was associated with lower stressor for young cardiovascular patients between the age of 5 to 15 years post-surgery, with recovery ratio of 83%, which means the highest recovery ratio was with the children under 15 years. In conclusion, pre and post-surgery stress management is necessary for patients going for cardiac surgery, as demonstrated by the study. That's what we've seen on them, and it really works. It allays their fears and they reduce their stress. Recommendations. Pre and post-surgery stress management should be mandatory for cardiothoracic patients to ensure effective recovery and rehabilitations. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
yes,
Mrs. Olutunde. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
For saving us time. Very straight to the point presentation. The next paper is titled Infant Malnutrition and Famine in the Biafra War is associated with hypertension in later life. The Habia NCDS study. And this is to be presented by no other but the president of the Nigerian Cardiac Society, Dr. Oga O.S. Dr. Oga, you have the floor, please. Dr. Oga, you have the floor. Maybe he's attending to some housekeeping issues.
Hello, okay. I'm hearing you.
Yes, you have 10 minutes, sir.
Please, I want to, just a minute, I just want to open my. Are you seeing my slide?
Not yet.
Are you seeing it?
Yes, but not slideshow yet.
Okay.
Beautiful slides as usual.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. The title of my presentation is Childhood and Infant Exposure to Famine in the Biafran War is Associated with Hypertension in Later Life. It's part of the Abia NCD project, and the authors are shown below. Early life and childhood malnutrition have been linked with future increased risk of cardiovascular disease in adults. That's according to Baker in 2002. Childhood malnutrition in Africa is exacerbated by regional conflicts, wars, and insurgencies, leading to displacement of people, disruption in food supply, as well as poverty. Few studies in Africa investigating famine exposure and hypertension in adults has been noted. There are quite few. One of them is the Holt et al., which was published in PLOS Medicine in 2010. Was served as natural experiment to investigate the Becker hypothesis. This is useful in health planning, conflict management, and health promotion. So the objective of this is to determine the association between famine exposure in early life and hypertension in adults using the non-communicable disease survey of Abia State. Individuals who were born in the early childhood during the Nigerian Biafra War that have a higher risk of hypertension in adulthood than those unexposed individuals who were born 5 years after the war. That's the hypothesis. So this is secondary analysis of our data. We chose 431 individuals who were born between January 1965 and December 1974, before, during, and after the Biafran famine. Study was approved by the Ministry of Health Ethics Committee, and multi-stage stratified cluster sampling was used, which has been described earlier. Interview administered questionnaire were used, and blood pressure were measured using Omron digital BP machine, and BP measurement was according to standard guideline, and definition of hypertension was also based on standard guideline. The Nigerian Civil War, as we know, started on the 6th of July 1966, following secession of the Eastern region. Inflow of food and basic needs were cut off by the Nigerian government, resulting in one of the worst humanitarian crises in Africa. Over 2 million people died, including 1 million children from famine. The war ended in 1970. This chart just shows a graphic representation of different periods that we did analysis. What we were testing was that those who were born between January 1965 and December 1967, they had famine in early childhood. Those born 1968 to January 1970, they had fetal infant famine. And then those who were born between February 1970 and December 1970, these were classified as transition period. And those who were born beyond 1971 were assumed to have not been exposed to the famine. This is what I have just described. So data analysis, we use different models in order to make a complicated analysis. I'm sorry that this will not be able to go through that one because of time. This table shows the characteristics of the people. You can see the first group here, as I said, famine in early childhood, fetal infant famine, and the transition period, and the unexposed group. In terms of age, you can see, which expected, that those who were born earlier were older. If you look at stress, exposure to stress, you can also see that this is significantly different among the groups. And then the weight, it is important for us to look at the weight of the individuals and the height. These were significantly also different. And then systolic blood pressure, if you look at systolic blood pressure, appears to be different. If you look at the systolic blood 135 for those born earlier, 131, 131. Sorry, this thing is disturbing my presentation. Sorry. So there's a significant difference in the blood pressure distribution. And then the odd ratios for hypertension, we tested this. If you look at those with fetal infants, childhood malnutrition, you can see that those who had exposure to childhood malnutrition they had the highest order of developing hypertension, followed by those in the transition period, and then followed by the fetal infant, and then the transition group. We use those who were unexposed as a reference group. So both in systolic blood pressure as well as in the diastolic blood pressure, you can see the differences. The odd increases as you move from the reference range to up. Now we represented this a forest plot of adjusted model of farming exposure and hypertension. You can see here also that there is what they just showed us, similar to what we have seen earlier, that those who were exposed to farming, a higher odds of developing hypertension. This also showed the similar thing, a forest plot of marginal effect. When we did adjusting, we could see that as well. The average marginal effect stratified by sex is shown in this table. The childhood farming, you can look at the female and male, and then the infant, fetal infant farming, the male as well as the female, and the transition period, both male and female. This is a graphic representation. You can see, if you look at, if we take this as the unexposed people, those before the war, and then you see transition period, the rate of hypertension is less. Now, this chart also shows the order of hypertension for men and women. So if you look at farming in early childhood, you can see the separation in the graph, and then the fetal infant farming, and also see a separation in the graph. There is notable difference between this area and this area. And this area, you see that the hypertension was much more in men, but in the fetal infant farming appears to be more common in female. And then this also changes as you get to the transition zone. And then those born after absolutely didn't show any change in the distribution of hypertension or blood pressure in this group, showing that this period actually affected the blood pressure of adults who were born within this period. There's no change in the people who were, there's no difference in those who were born during this period. So the Biafran farming humanitarian disaster with a legacy that continues, to haunt Nigeria. Children who experience farming in childhood have lifelong stunting and were overall heavier than those born during the famine or the transition period. Farming exposure group had a mismatch with their environment in the later years as normalcy and prosperity returned to eastern Nigeria, and they exhibited catch-up growth with metabolic perturbation, just like children of Dutch farming. Those who experienced famine in the early childhood, born before the war, were at most risk of hypertension, even after adjusting for biological and lifestyle factors. We sought to explain the role of biological sex in hypertension rate among the three famine exposure groups. Women who experience famine in early childhood showed a trend of higher risk of hypertension than men born during the same period. No sex difference in hypertension risk in those born during the famine. Interestingly, we found that men born during the 1-year transition period after the war, when famine started to improve, had a 3-fold increased risk of hypertension in adulthood. Women born during the same period who showed a trend of negative association. Sex-specific analysis showed a higher probability of hypertension in women who experience famine in childhood than men in the same category. In infant malnutrition group, men had slightly higher predicted probability. In the transition period, birth control, men also had higher predicted probability of hypertension. Women had highest predicted probability of hypertension in those with childhood malnutrition and negative predicted risk by the transition period, while men had the highest predicted probability of hypertension in adulthood when born during the transition period. Over the decade from 1965 to 1970, the risk of hypertension was highest in women born in 1969 at the peak of famine. In men, the risk of hypertension in adult life was high in 1968 when famine was just started, and the risk was highest in 1970 during the transition period. How do we explain these differences between men and women in their risk and their predicted probability of adult hypertension? Evidence for sex-based differences in association of early adverse life event and blood pressure has been weak. A previous study of the Biafran famine found no sex difference. It appears that African women are more susceptible to hypertension when they experience malnutrition in childhood, while African men are more susceptible to the effects of malnutrition in infancy, and particularly in utero. Our finding of a higher risk and predicted probability of hypertension in females exposed to famine in childhood compares with previous reports on the survivors of the Leningrad siege. That's according to Cook et al. Hypertension may originate from retarded in utero and uterine growth, followed by accelerated postnatal growth. Female may be protected by their 2 X chromosome, unlike men who have only 1 X chromosome.
Mr. President, you have to go to your conclusion now, Mr. President. Conclusion
yes,
now.
Sir. Protein malnutrition, macronutrient imbalance during pregnancy, as well as lactation, alter BP control of children through their central sympathetic dysfunction. This has been found also in previous or similar studies that were done in Europe. So the limitations of this study is a cross-sectional. We're also assuming that everybody born in certain period experience malnutrition. We may have overestimated the average marginal effect. The role of other unmeasured stressors is there, and absence of birth weight and childhood anthropometric record of the study participant may also have affected. Differential mortality of the least healthy and most vulnerable to famine will have biased the estimate. The strength here is that there is sampling of a homogeneous population and the use of average marginal effect for risk prediction and measurement of sex differences in risk. In conclusion, our findings suggest that behavioral lifestyle factors do not play appreciable role in associating famine with hypertension in adult life. We also show that higher risk of in utero exposure to famine in males, the highest risk in the under 5 female. These findings are especially important today when Nigeria is facing terrorist insurgency in some parts of the country, with millions of children displaced from their houses and their land. We can learn from this, the Biafran tragedy, to mitigate the long-term effects of the insurgents crisis on cardiovascular health. It is time our government invests in preventive health approaches from childhood. In this regard, the federal government school feeding program should be intensified in states ravaged by insurgency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The next speaker is Dr. Udekwu B, who will be talking to us on diuretic-induced hyponatremia in heart failure, a case report. Is Dr. Udekwu there, please? No. Dr. Udekwu? No. Mr. President, can you unshare your screen, please?
If I have anybody presenting after me, you can present, because I'm trying to bring my flash.
Dr. Udekwu is here. Dr. Udekwu is here.
Okay, Dr. Udekwu, are you ready to present?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, you have the floor. You have the floor. Again, the title is Diuretic-Induced Hyponatremia in Heart Failure, a case report. I thought that's a very well-known entity. Let us listen to what you want to tell us about it.
This is your bottle. Can you hear me, sir?
Very well.
Thank you so very much, sir. Good afternoon, my revered teachers, senior colleagues and colleagues across Nigeria and beyond. I bring you great things from the. I bring you one from the city of
slideshow.
The host center of NCS 2020, popularly known as the Canaan City. My name is Dr. Bernard Bassi. I'll be presenting on diuretic-induced hyponatremia in heart failure, a case report. These are my outlines. Hyponatremia is a common disorder.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. Hello, Mr. Speaker. Can you use your slideshow? Your slideshow, use slideshow.
Are you on?
Can you use your slideshow? Yes. Your slideshow. No, you are sharing the screen, but you are not using slideshow. Go to the top middle part. You will see the slideshow on it.
Resume slideshow.
Slideshow.
Hold on, let me remove this one.
There are many of them.
Yes.
Beginning.
Hello, please, moderator, can the docu link add Dr. Adebayo as a panelist? He has a paper here.
Can you see the slides?
Yes. You can go ahead now.
Hello, Professor Katibi.
Yes, please.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Dr. Adebayo is
done, sir.
The attendee list. Adebayo is supposed to be one of the speakers.
We will have him. That is actually better done by sending a private text message to the docu link.
Can you see, sir?
Yes, it's up to the BB there.
I'm on, sir. Sorry for the technical hitch, sir.
Introduce yourself again.
Just to recap. Okay, my name is Dr. Bernard Bassi from Calabar, the host center of NCS 2020.
But you're not listed on the authors.
I'll be presenting.
You're not listed on the authors.
My name is Udekwu Bernard Bassi.
All right, go ahead.
From Calabar, the host center of NCS 2020. I'll be presenting a case report on diuretic-induced hyponatremia in heart failure. These are my outlines. By way of introduction, hyponatremia is a common disorder in clinical practice and is said to be frequently unidentified and hence missed. It occurs frequently in patients who have been treated for acute and chronic heart failure, especially those who are on aggressive use of diuretics. Is therefore a very common contributor to increased mortality and morbidity in patients with heart failure. A combination of thiazide like diuretics and loop diuretics are said to be frequently associated with depletional hyponatremia. Case report. We present a case of a 57-year-old hypertensive who was being managed as a case of chronic heart failure and presented in acute decompensation. He was commenced on standard anti-failure regimen, which included intravenous furosemide, and we also added metolazone since he was anasarcos. Few days into treatment, he was noticed to develop acute constitutional states features like altered sensorium, and this warranted an EUC, which was done urgently, and the serum sodium was found to be low, 115.4 millimoles per liter. And that's actually severe hyponatremia. Below 125 millimoles per liter is said to be severe hyponatremia. He was then commenced on, he was then corrected as a result of the severe hyponatremia, and his symptoms were said to have improved remarkably. And when the features of heart failure were also resolved, he was discharged, having been well. This table shows the serial serum sodium concentrations from the first check, which was 115.4, like I said before now, and following correction, there was serial rise in the serum sodium levels from 115.4 to about 139.8, which is within normal range. And at that point, he was said to have improved remarkably in the symptoms which he had following that very low serum sodium levels. This graph here is a graph that is plotted to show the rise serum sodium against time. And we could see from here that there was an exponential rise in the serum sodium up to a level which I said for now about 139, and therein he was quite stable. By way of introduction, heart failure as defined by the American College of Cardiology and American Heart Association is defined as a complex clinical syndrome that results from any structural or functional conditions that impairs ventricular filling and distribution of blood. The prevalence is said to increase with age from about 1 to 3% in adult population and to 6 to 10% in people who are above 65 years. Approximately about 26 million people worldwide are said to have heart failure. Heart failure, especially those with acute features, carries very high mortality. 1 year mortality of about 30 to 40% and 5 year mortality of about 60 to 70%. That's quite a huge percentage. However, certain factors influence this mortality and morbidity in heart failure. And one of them is natural derangement, such as hypertension that are present today. And others will include poor functional status, reduced left ventricular ejection fraction, malignant arrhythmias like atrial fibrillation, and also patients who have high levels of cardiac biomarkers like the BNP and the pro-terminal BNP. Hypertension is said to be very common in heart failure patients, like those who have been treated with combined and overzealous diuretics and are said to contribute to high morbidities in these patients. By way of discussion, hyponatremia is defined as serum sodium concentration less than 135 millimoles per liter, and it's a common feature seen in the setting of heart failure. It's said to be a predictor of poor clinical outcomes in both acute and chronic heart failure. It has a percentage of about 15 to 30% in hospital-based patients, and this has resulted in increased cost of care, prolonged hospital stay, risk of cardiovascular events, and also all-cause mortality. Hypertension is said to result also in readmissions, poor quality of life in patients who have heart failure, and its mortality is said to have vary between 5 to 50%, depending on the severity and rapidity of onset. Acute hyponatremia is said to occur when there is a precipitous drop in serum sodium levels to less than 135 millimoles per liter within 48 hours of admission, while chronic is when there is a slow reduction in serum sodium levels beyond 48 hours. The American Association for Hyponatremia, it will be classified based on pathophysiology and mechanisms which can be depletional, as seen in the use of diuretics, or dilational when there is increased water retention. However, based on volume, we could classify it as hypovolemic, euvolemic, and hypervolemic hyponatremia. Now, the pathology of hyponatremia in heart failure is said to be multifarious, and we know in heart failure there are several activations. The activation of the RAS and also activation of the sympathetic nervous system. All this will result in the elaboration of some neurohormonal substances such as vasopressin, which will cause increased water absorption from the distal pituitary tubules and even yes. And also there could also be elaboration of angiotensin 2 and norepinephrine, which will also cause increased water absorption from the proximal tubules. Now, the end result of all this is that it will lead to a national form of hyponatremia, which can either be euvolemic or hypervolemic. Now, however, in the setting of distributional hyponatremia, this results from the use of diuretics, and what has been implicated mostly is the standard diuretic, which was displayed in our patient, and that resulted in the marked derangement in his status. Now, can also result in hyponatremia, but this is often seen when high doses are used in patients with heart failure. Now, patients could present with some features that are linked with alteration in certain nervous systems, such as headache, nausea, vomiting, and also seizures could also be seen, and some could go into coma. Now, management is depends on the patient volume status, the duration and magnitude of the hyponatremia seen in the patient, and also the degree and severity of the clinical symptoms. Now, for patients who are asymptomatic and have a hypovolemic hyponatremia, what is used as a gold standard is acetonic saline, which can be used to replace the contracted volume. However, the guidelines recommend the use of hypertonic saline for patients who have symptomatic hyponatremia. But in this report, we couldn't lay our hands on hypertonic saline. So what we used, the correction was 0.9% saline based on calculations, and patient was seen to have developed improved markedly following this correction. The HCC-AHA guidelines recommend fluid restriction of about 1.5 to 2 liters in mention of patients who have hyponatremia. However, for acute hyponatremia, we correct the correction is often done quickly compared to patients who have chronic hyponatremia. For acute, we actually would recommend a rise of about 1 to 2 milliequivalent per liter per hour of sodium levels for about 3 to 4 hours. And this rise should be seen to have to rise gradually until the levels are about 20 millimoles per liter. However, for patients who have chronic hyponatremia, like in our own index patient, the rate should be lower, about 0.5 to 1 milliequivalent per liter per hour. In a patient, our calculation was about 0.57 millimoles per liter. And this should not exceed about 8 to 12 millimoles per liter per day, and not more than 18 milliequivalent per liter in the first 48 hours. It's also said that for patients who have euvolemic and hypervolemic hyponatremia, what has been tried is the Vaptans. The vasopressin receptor antibodies have been used, but however, this can be used in patients who have hypovolemic hyponatremia, and hence we didn't display this in this patient. In conclusion, hyponatremia is said to be a common lethal disorder in patients who are hospitalized and are managed for heart failure. It's a common predictor of poor outcome in heart failure and said to be associated with prolonged hospital stay and increased morbidity and mortality. However, said to be more common in patients with heart failure. However, overzealous use of diuretics have resulted in additional as seen in our index patient. It therefore becomes very expedient that we ensure rational use of diuretics in patients who are being managed, who are being on treatment for heart failure, as this will forestall the untoward effect of hyponatremia that could be seen in these patients and would, of course, worsen their outcome. These are my references. Thanks so very much for your rapt attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akpo BB, for that lucid presentation of a very common problem that you have tried to look at in a different light. The next presenter is electrocardiographic findings in adult Nigerians with keloids. And this is to be presented by Folorunsho TR. Is Folorunsho TI in the Zoom room?
Yes. Good afternoon, the panelists.
We only have 10 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, panelists.
If you like, greet for 10 minutes.
Sorry, I have... Also.
Let me call.
The docu link should please add Dr. Adebayo, one of the presenters, as one of the panelists, so that he'll be able to share his slides. Dr. Adebayo.
Good afternoon, Prof. Already added, sir.
Oh, good.
Can you see my slide?
I can see your face, not your slides. Not your slides. I can see your face. The last presenter, did he share his screen? Can we take the next one if you have technical issue?
Yes. You're still talking. I don't ask you questions.
No, it's not now. Is Follow ready now?
Share his slide again.
Is Dr. Adebayo ready?
Yes, sir. I can make my presentation, sir.
Please go ahead. Let us gain time.
Good afternoon, the panelists and our distinguished, very senior colleagues and trainers. I'll be making this presentation, electrocardiographic abnormality in preoperative patient in Ibadan. It's just a report from the audit because there's a high volume of consults to review ECG abnormalities. So I have no disclosure other than I work in University College Hospital. I'm a senior registrar in University College Hospital. I'm going to follow this outline, background, objective, patients, method, and the other part. Then I'll conclude by acknowledging the relevant people. So I would like to start with this background. As early as 1980s, routine ECG assessment have been part of preoperative assessment of adult patients. However, there are few studies that are actually done about preoperative, the findings, even preoperatively or postoperatively of ECG findings in patients going for surgery. Such studies are even less among Black population, where we have high burden of hypertension and other cardiovascular disease that can alter the cardiac structure and thereby predisposing to various ECG abnormality. Furthermore, our population is aging. That means, as we even see along the line from the findings from this study. And interestingly, cardiology consult, even across, is very wide for ECG abnormality. And in our own place, anecdotally, we know that quite a number of people come along and consult for ECG abnormality. So what is the objective? Is to study retrospectively pre-surgery patients who underwent ECG tests in our cardiac laboratory in University College Hospital, Ibadan, between May 2019 and May 2020. So what was it? Is a retrospective cross-sectional study, and it included all patients that was going for surgery that had ECG done in the hospital, and it was in all the ECG that was done in our department, cardiology, the ECG suite in the department, and they were able to we included about 361. We discarded about 4, the tracings that were not good, and the patient could not come back again. The surgery had been done, patient had been discharged. So we included 361 tracings and excluded pulse tracing, as I've said. These ECG terms were defined based on standard criteria, which I've listed there, which I'm not going to go all over again. And the key things in this fact is that most of the patients, based on the available information, most of those patients, they were interestingly, most of them were, the average age was 55. And most of them, you see the males, though they were older than the females, were still 60 compared to 51. And that's very interesting compared to adult. That means, interestingly, to be interesting to actually know how many that it appeared patient coming for surgery in University Hospital Ibadan, University College Hospital, ending up for surgery and coming for ECG, apparently very old, middle age and older people. And also even from the number that were elderly classified. And if you look at it, most of them were middle age and they were elderly. And also, this is another way classifying them based on that. And we discover rate again tends to be higher between males, although higher than the females that we saw. And the fact that, interestingly, most of them, the axis were normal, which is what the same thing almost you find in the normal population, and left axis almost following the similar pattern you find in the normal population. And also the fact that sinus reading, although arrhythmia not very common, AF not very common, more in the males. We found just 2 in that whole population for a whole year of patients going for surgery. Sinus tachycardia appears to be very common, and it'd be very interesting to as a cardiac consultation to a cardiology team to come and see. There were other things, although most interestingly to say that PVCs too were commoner in males, but they were smaller numbers compared to those that were normal. And if you look across the age group, similarly, again, bringing to fore the fact that rates higher among the elderly and the middle age. By middle age, the mean middle age was 84.4, elderly was 85.67. And if you look at it, the axis again, commonness, normal in all groups, and in all groups. And if you also see sinus reading, things that sinus arrhythmia were lower, AF was only among the elderly, we found AF and other things. So, and the PVCs too were just distributed across without so much disparity among the group. Conduction abnormalities, well, most of them did also have conduction abnormalities, and statistically not significant, the difference between males and female. Now, also, if you look at across the age group, not significant, though I did not put it here, but the value was about 0.576. Looking at the conduction abnormality between the elderly, not much difference, first degree heart block compared to the other age group, right bundle blank block. Other form of conduction abnormality was not found. Now, again, considering the fact that particularly QT corrected, whether QT are markers of potential arrhythmogenesis. Well, if you look at the mean, male higher than female, not statistically significant. So basically, there's no much problem. When you dichotomize, categorize, which because of, I was thinking there was not going to enough time, so I didn't put it here, was the fact that the males, the males,
your time it must be running up now.
Okay, sir. So then the key other things is the fact that, well, LVH commoner among males, which is not unusual. Right ventricular block, right ventricular hypertrophy was not common at all. These are also findings, just about 25 that have evidence of ischemia or infarction based on ECG. Generally, overall, looking at it, encapsulating everything, males tend to have a higher ECG abnormality compared to female, though without statistical significance. And when you look it across age group, elderly, middle age, and elderly tends to have. So what are our key findings and recommendations? More patients with ECG requests are males, middle age, and elderly in age group. There's a high body of ECG abnormality. Such abnormalities are more among elderly and male. There's a need, this actually calls for a more holistic assessment of patient prior to surgery. And the fact that continuous routine ECG prior to surgery may appear necessary, particularly even though most of these ECG findings are what we call in quotes benign, might not have serious implications. And that brings to fore the last point, that there's a need for continuous training of every doctor to be able to read ECG strips and not to allow for a time wastage because they are looking for somebody to review an ECG because of strange abnormalities.
You have to stop now. You have to stop.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. These are my conclusion. This is my conclusion. And concluding by saying high frequency of ECG abnormality and great implementation.
Thank you, Dr. Adebayo.
These are my
Thank
references.
Thank you, Dr. Adebayo, for that very revealing study on ECG and surgery in Ibadan. Can we take Dr. Folorunsho now, if you are ready to share your screen? Let's come back to you, Dr. Folorunsho.
Let Dr. Adebayo
on share his screen.
Yes, his screen.
All right. Dr. Folorunsho will be talking to us on ECG findings in adult Nigerians with keloids. Yes, Dr. Folorunsho.
Okay, sir.
We'll take all the questions at the end of all the presentations.
Good afternoon, the panelists.
It's a privilege to. You can't see your slides.
Can you see my slide?
No, I'm only seeing your face.
I've already shared my slide.
And you presented here
yesterday. Presented yesterday.
So you should be familiar with it.
Yes, slideshow. I click slideshow down here.
Through a wrong route. You probably joined the webinar through a wrong route. Anyway, let us move to the next speaker again. We'll come back to you. Resolve with.
Please, sir. Let me.
Yeah, you want to present without. You want to present without sharing the slides?
Just give me some time, sir.
I'll give you 1 minute. But you're not losing anything. We're only coming back to you. We're not ruling you out.
Okay, it's all right. I'm grateful.
I'm going to come back. But take your 1 minute. After 1 minute, we'll move to the next speaker.
Can you see it now?
I'm only seeing your face.
I mean, something is wrong, sir.
Okay, try and open your PowerPoint first.
Yes, I've opened it on my.
Open your PowerPoint on your desktop.
Yes, I've done that.
You presented yesterday.
Then you go to slideshow and then click on the small square.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I've seen it now. Open. I don't know.
Let's come back to you. Is Dr. Olga ready to take us? You have another presentation titled.
Okay, let me try.
Clinical profile and baseline characteristics of atrial fibrillation in Ibadan.
All right, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to present again.
You not need extra time this time around.
Just to present.
10 minutes.
Sir?
You only have 10 minutes.
No problem, sir. This is the title. I don't have any disclosure just to say that AF is common. It's associated with increased morbidity and mortality. It's a public health problem. In the US alone, consumes about $16 to $26 billion annually and accounts for 3.2 million hospital days. Data from the RELIASH study shows that there's a large global variation in age risk factors, concomitant disease and treatment for AF among regions. Data on risk factor of AF in sub-Saharan Africa is relatively scarce, and in Nigeria it is even more scarce because most of the studies available are quite scanty, and the number of patients that were recruited in the reports are not many. So this chart shows us that AF of all the age-adjusted standard death rate, that the change has occurred most in AF between the year 1990 and 2013. So these are some data on AF in Nigeria, previous data. Like I said, the highest patient reported in literature was 55 patients from Ekiti. But in other African countries, they have done quite well. In South Africa, in Kenya, and Uganda, in Cameroon. So this has a lot of gap in AF, especially in our country. So the aim of this is to document the risk factor for AF at the UCH Ibadan. It's a descriptive cross-sectional study performed at UCH. Ethics approval was received, and we started collecting data as far back as June 1, 2016. Just to also mention that globally, AF appears to be less in Blacks compared to other occasions. So we collected information on all this, and we recorded their blood pressures. We also did ECG to confirm the AF. We did echo, and the patients were also on follow-up, although we are reporting only the baseline data. Then the definition of AF is based on the ESC criteria. This is the statistics we used. In terms of the mean age of the population, 63 years. And we know that this is relatively higher than the average heart failure patient. This also shows some of the characteristics, educational status, which is less in women. Most other studies, employment is also less in women. Income also, we're relatively not different between the two. Men were heavier than the women in terms of weight and BMI, but was higher in the female, but not statistically significant. Most of the other parameters were similar. Type of previous AF is about half of the patients have not had AF before. 50% are people who are in follow-up in the clinic. In terms of types of AF, permanent AF appears to be a common thing in our environment because makes our patient present late and have severe dilated LA, and they're not really reversible by medications or by cardiovascular. These are the common symptoms. In terms of NYHA class, you can see most of the patients are between 2 and 3. And then Karnofsky score is a score we use for assessing patients who have malignance in terms of disability. What it shows here that most men are more disabled by this disease compared to the female folk. Now, these are risk factors for AF, smoking, common in men, alcohol consumption, common in men, family history, not significant, cardiomyopathy. Hypertension appears to be the commonest risk factor for AF in Ibadan. And there's no age in the sex difference, even in the other thing, diabetes and ischemic heart disease. But things like rheumatic heart disease is commoner in female, far commoner in female compared to men. These are the baseline laboratory parameters of these patients. Really, they are, except for serum creatinine and urea, which is higher in men. All the others are not. Sorry, this slide is supposed to come earlier, but these are other risk factors associated and comorbidity associated with AF. We recorded. The ECG findings, they are not quite remarkable in terms of the age of the sex of the patients. They are pretty similar, but the echo, the left atrial enlargement, LV diameter, functional class, EF and the ejection fraction were relatively lower in men compared to the women. Other things, spontaneous echo in 22%, cardiac clot in 2%. Heart failure with reduced ejection fraction is seen in 43%, preserved 39, and mid-range in 17.9%. Charles Bar score, you can see that most of our patients, you look at that, mid-22 persons had level 1. Many patients will require anticoagulation. And this also, even those with 1, they also require anticoagulation. Either they had younger people, younger ladies who have rheumatic heart disease, other had severe mitral stenosis, and also require anticoagulation. So in terms of management, chemical or reading control, 11%. Rate control is what we use most of the time. Only 2 patients had cardiovascular, and 2 patients who have visited the US have had interventional procedure done. These are medications that our patients use. High use of beta blockers, even higher than in some high-income countries. We also use digoxin sometimes. or even with beta blockers. Anticoagulation, almost more than 2/3 of our patients are on anticoagulation. Warfarin, most of the time, there are some of our patients on NOACs. AF is a common comorbidity in patients with AF and stroke in Ibadan. It's commoner in elderly population. Mean age of AF is higher than that of the general heart failure population, which is about 52, 53 in Ibadan. So they are usually 10 years older. There's no significant gender difference in terms of age. The commonest risk factor is hypertensive heart disease. Other factors, alcohol use, rheumatic heart disease, degenerative valvular heart disease, thyroid. Their stroke risk is high based on the TAT score. Cardiovascular pharmacology and rate control, as said earlier. Optimal anticoagulation, though we didn't show this data, only 46.2 patients had that. So we are grateful to all the participants in this study, as well as in this research. It's an ongoing work, and we want to escalate it to other centers to have a more data, because this has taken us almost 4 years just to collect over 200 patients in the AF registry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Oga, for that very smooth and informative presentation. Can we go back to Dr. Folorunsho now, if he's ready?
Yes, I'm ready, sir.
All right, ECG findings in keloids. Go ahead. 10 minutes.
Dr. Gashu, okay. Can you see my slide now?
Your slides have disappeared again because you were talking. We saw it at the beginning, then it has disappeared again. It has disappeared.
I used the same system yesterday.
You don't have your slide. This is the last chance you will have. We won't come back to you again.
Prof, I don't know what's happening. I used the same system yesterday.
1 minute to
start the whole process again. Go to share screen.
Share screen, okay.
Click on share screen. It's down, not up.
Okay.
It's not peculiar to you. It's a COVID challenge. We are all learning.
I can't even see where the share screen is.
You have to go out and learn it very well. What laptop are you using?
I'm using Windows 10.
That's not a laptop.
Please.
Can we move to, is Dr. Orogun there? Is
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Orogun there? Orogun has.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Let us have Dr. Orogun has. The title of the presentation is Echocardiographic Pattern of Heart Diseases in Lautech, Ogbomoso.
I've seen it.
Dr. Orogun, thank you very much. And we'll come back to you. So use your slideshow. You have shared your screen. We can see your screen quite okay.
Okay.
We can see your slides, Dr. Orogun. Aha,
okay.
Good.
Okay.
You have already upgraded yourself to COVID era. That's very good. Can you go ahead?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I want to say good afternoon to the president of the society, the panelists.
You only have 10 minutes.
Yes, sir, and other attendees. I'll be presenting echocardiographic pattern of heart diseases in Lautech Teaching Hospital, Ogbomoso, a 10-year review. I'm Dr. Orogun, ST, and these are the other participants. And then these are affiliations. I'll be following this outline. Hello, sir. I think, hello, sir.
Go ahead.
Prof, please. I'm true now.
I said we should wait. Father Runshaw will come back to you. Somebody has already started.
Okay, sir.
So, Father Runshaw, mute yourself and
Okay.
share your screen. Yes.
Okay.
There's no aggression in life. Wait for your
It's
time.
all right.
There will always be NCS every year. This is not
You
the end.
forgive him, oh, this is having problem.
And we'll come back to him now.
Also,
and we'll take him, but let us finish with the person who already started with 2 slides. Orogun.
Hello, sir. I still can't. I think it's still showing that it's sharing here.
I think this thing is, why can't you just allow me to go on since my computer is hanging?
But I can't even see your slide. I can't see your slide. So what do you want to go on with?
Okay.
When we said somebody else should start, you didn't have to try again. You should have just rested. Can you come out, Dr. Folorunsho?
Okay. It's all right.
If it is hanging, just switch it off completely. Switch it off completely.
Okay.
If it is hanging. First cute.
Okay. I've removed it.
So, Dr.
Yes, sir. Can you see my slide?
Olo, not your slide yet.
Okay. Can you see my slide now, sir?
Not yet.
Can you see my slide now, sir? Hello, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, sir. So I'll be following this outline, the introduction, epidemiology, and other things that are listed. Cardiovascular disease are a leading cause of death worldwide, and the trend of cardiovascular disease between high and small middle-income countries are readily apparent to us. Now, there are very major risk factors, which include lifestyle impact on the effects and the prevalence of cardiovascular diseases, especially in environments such as ours. It is important that we are abreast of the trends, which vary from place to place. The WHO puts it in 2020 that cardiovascular diseases account for about 17.9 million deaths of persons, and it's the leading non-communicable disease ahead of cancer. And now, the most productive age group in environments such as ours are grossly affected by cardiovascular disease, and this is a reason for us to, of course, know what is plaguing us. In Nigeria and other low and middle income countries, there are epidemiologic transitions from poverty-associated cardiovascular diseases like rheumatic valve diseases to hypertension and lifestyle-associated cardiovascular diseases. And as at yet, in places like Nigeria, we have a mixed spectrum. Now, this again is a startling epidemiology that we also need to know. Now, because of this, our study set out as a retrospective study of echocardiograms between 2011 and 2020 in Lautech Teaching Hospital, Ogbomoso. Echocardiography being a largely non-invasive and relatively cheaper and ubiquitous means of assessing cardiac structures and functions is a fitting tool for us to evaluate the state of cardiovascular diseases in our environment. And the aim of this study is to study the trend of the cardiovascular diseases in Lautech Teaching Hospital for all the patients that had the investigation in the period of the under review. Now, all our patients had echocardiogram, which were conducted within the premises of the hospital, and we used the GE Logic 2-dimensional echocardiography machine and an M-mode and 2-dimensional Doppler echocardiography with color flow was done for 1,395 patients. Now, we did a transthoracic echocardiography on all our patients according to the American Society of Echocardiography guideline, and all the patients, all the data were analyzed using the SPSS package. Now, this is a table that shows what we came up with, we see that most of the patients that had a pathology of the heart had hypertensive heart diseases, about 451 of them, constituting 32.33% of the patients that we had. Now, also, we had quite a number of them that had valvular heart diseases. Now, some of them had degenerative and then rheumatic diseases with mitral prolapse in some. And then dilated cardiomyopathy was also noticed amongst others. In some of these patients, especially those close to the pediatric age group, we also saw congenital heart diseases. And most of our patients, about 41.08% of them had normal studies. The results, the age of the subjects ranged from 16 to 114 years, and the mean age was 52.78 years, and there was male preponderance of about 55%. 62% of our patients had referral to us and had a diagnosis of heart disease that was made on them. And the commonest finding was hypertensive heart disease, and while the degenerative valves were also commoner. Now, there have been previous studies that have been done to look for the trend of the cardiovascular diseases, especially in Nigeria. We see that Oga et al. In 2008 reported the same pattern of hypertensive heart disease being prevalent, the same for Ajayi et al. In Ekiti. However, Oga et al. Reported a predominance of rheumatic valvular disease in 2008. Our study showed a prevalence of degenerative, probably due to the increased lifespan. The study was done in a suburban area, Ogbomoso, an ancient city in Oyo State. And rheumatic valves are, however, still common, commoner than mitral prolapse in some of our patients. Now we see here the echocardiogram of a patient, one of the patients that had mitral prolapse, and we see this as the left parasternal lung axis view. And we see that ischemic heart diseases were reported, are comparable to the study done by Kolo et al. In 2007 in Ilorin, which reported 0.99%, ours reported 0.57%, and also we had quite a number of congenital heart diseases. Most of the cases that had echocardiograms had normal findings, as was said earlier. Now, Seidu in 2015 also did a study in Northwest and reported about 20% of the patients, especially in the female group, having peripartum cardiomyopathy, which was not really quite obvious from our own studies. Just a few of our patients had this done. Now, this study is comparable to most of the studies that have been done in that there is a prevalence of hypertensive heart disease, which is still very much so with us. And this is important to note, knowing that hypertension is actually a major cardiovascular risk for most of the patients all around the world. About 1.3 billion patients are said to have this. The retrospective study, like others, shows an enduring pattern of cardiovascular disease as determined by echocardiograms, and hypertension-mediated heart pathologies are, of course, prevalent again. Degenerative valvular disease are also much commoner, but we see a fall in the rheumatic affectations of the valves. Thank you for listening. These are my references.
Thank you very much. That was a very, very time-conscious presentation and very lucid as well. Is Dr. Folorunso ready for the last time?
Yes, I'm ready.
We'll give you 2 minutes to troubleshoot. At the end of 2 minutes, if you are still unlucky, then I'm sorry, we will not be able to help you as far as this conference is concerned.
Prof, I appreciate your patience.
Has Dr. Orugun unshared his own slides?
Not
Can
yet.
You share your screen? Dr. Orugun, can you please unshare your screen?
I have from my end, sir.
Thank you.
Can you see my slide now?
No. I'm sharing a session at the Nigerian Cancer Society.
What is it? On what? On this? Okay.
This. After Maghrib. All right.
Share screen. Yes.
Can you see my slide?
No.
Now?
Yes.
Prof,
Yes.
can you see my slide?
Yes, you're already sharing your screen, but not slideshow. Can you
put it on slideshow?
Yes. Click on it once, just once.
Okay.
If you cannot get it, just start like this. Just continue like this. We'll manage.
Okay, sir.
Just continue like this. We'll manage. Before it's
From beginning,
I appreciate your patience, and I want to thank the local organizing committee for the privilege to allow me to present my abstracts. This is a study I did as a senior registrar. I'm a consultant cardiology in FMCO. I did this study in my part 2.
You only have 10 minutes. Don't use I because you have many authors listed there, not only you. 10 minutes, go straight to the study.
I think you can see properly now.
Go straight to the study and present.
Okay,
yes.
I'm presenting electrocardiography finding in adult Nigerian with keloid. Like keloid, as we all know, is an old problem with us, particularly blacks. And there's a coincidence of cardiac hypertrophy and keloid, higher predisposition to keloid in black. We are trying to look at it whether this predisposition will have any relationship. And the objective of the study was to compare the electrocardiography variable in adults with or without keloid. We recruited 90 subjects with keloid, and to exclude confounding variable, we have to match them with, they were age, sex, body mass index, and body surface areas matched. And not only that, we ensure that those patients has at least keloid score of 10 and above, which was actually properly done at the dermatology clinic. The exclusion criteria include other confounding variable of left ventricular hypertrophy, like hypertension, heart failure, and various heart problems, and also history of alcohol, smoking, anemia, pregnancy, and also other patients that who also have some other cardiac condition were excluded during an echo section to ensure that these patients are not having any underlying heart problem. The echocardiography was done with a resting ECG, standard ECG, and proper positioning of the patient, and also application of gel. And also we ensure that the flitter mode is on so as to be able to remove all artifacts that could create that could affect our findings. This is one of the ECG for our subjects. These were the measurements taken, the heart rates, the P-wave duration, PR interval, the QRS duration, the frontal axis, and the QTC interval. And also from those findings, we analyze our results into various electrocardiography anomalies. Those that were normal, those that has sinus tachycardia, sinus bradycardia, and a left atrial enlargement, and other findings. The result of our study actually shows that there's no difference between the age, the weight, the height, and the body surface area and body mass index of both the keloid subjects and the control, as shown in table 1. And looking at the electrocardiography variable, the heart rate, the pulse, the P-wave duration, the PR interval, the QRS duration and the QRS axis and the QT's duration compared to control, there were no difference between the subject with keloid and the control. That is also seen in this next table. That's, sorry for typographical error, that's table 2. In analyzing the ECG findings, we discovered that subjects with keloid had more abnormal electrocardiography findings like sinus tachycardia, sinus bradycardia, left atrial enlargement, left ventricular hypertrophy, prolonged QT interval, and a prominent Q wave and left axis deviation, first degree AV block. But when compared with the control, the difference were not statistically significant. This is showing the table. This is table 3. Sorry for the typographical error. In concluding, we make a conclusion that keloid do not have significant influence on electrocardiography variable. The limitation of the study, basically we look at 90 subjects compare with 90 control without keloid. We believe that if more large sample of the same study is done, it's most likely that we may have some of the electrocardiography findings becoming statistically significant. And this is the very first study in this area. We believe that more study is needed to see whether keloid has anything to do with electrocardiography changes in our population. These are my references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'm very grateful for your patience.
Can you share your screen now?
I'll do that, sir.
We have listened to all the presenters, and the floor is now open for comments and contributions. I don't want to start off. I rather want to listen to others. But certainly I know that the last presentation on keloids and ECG findings is not the first of its kind in the world. Maybe it's the first of its kind in Ogbomoso.
In Nigeria, sir.
In Nigeria.
And I'm not aware of that one elsewhere in other climes.
Oh, it's done severally.
Okay, sir. I will search for it.
The floor is open for comments and contribution.
Professor Katibi, can I make?
Oh, please, Professor Zezwe, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Professor Oga, to thank him very much for his presentation on hypertension and infant malnutrition in the Southeast. And this is a web development in trying to explain why the prevalence of hypertension is probably very high in the Southeast compared to other places. My first comment is if Prof is aware of similar work by Martin Hunt, titled High Blood Pressure, Diabetes, Overweight, Looming Legacies of the Biafran War. The second comment is that it will be nice for him to have that literature to support his work. The second comment is whether we have birthweight people that were born in the period under review. which is very unlikely, and I think that should feature in the limitations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ezezo. The floor is still open for other comments. Let me quickly also add my own to that paper on the Biafran War. I wish it is possible to do a prospective study, in which case to specifically identify those children that were born during that period and had objectively defined malnutrition or famine, and then to now follow them up, say every 10 years, and see at what point they are developing hypertension, and to see whether the prevalence is higher in them than the normal controls. Because not everybody that was born during the Biafran War will naturally or necessarily suffer from malnutrition. Some will be born during that period and may not have. And don't forget, even there are people who are born now in Nigeria in 2020, and they go through malnutrition. So if we're now looking at them in 60, 70 years' time, and there is a pattern in their blood pressure, are we going to necessarily attribute it to the fact that they are born, they were born before their age, before their time? They must have been born in Biafra or during Biafra War, and not because
Do you want me to respond? Are there more questions?
Yes.
Any more comments or questions?
that this is because of
Professor Oga. Professor Oga.
Yes, sir.
Professor Katibi.
Yes, please.
Prof, I'm hearing you.
Yes, sir. The other thing too, if we are continuing with the work, is to determine the level of insulin. That will be very critical, because what we are trying to describe is a thrifty phenotype hypothesis, and there's a correlation between fasting insulin level and low birth weight. So it is sometimes the argument is that probably what is actually the problem here is the high level of hyperinsulinemia in this population, and that is genetic factor rather than even the environmental factors. So having the level of insulin of the different group, those born before and during the war and after the war, may also help in really conclusively saying that what
Thank you, Prof. I'm not even hearing you again.
I think it's the network.
I can respond now.
No, before you respond, Dr. Oga, my last comment on that same your paper is at the point of labeling or identifying those survivors of Biafran War to be hypertensive, were they antihypertensive medication naive, or they were on medications? If they were on medications already, are we sure the higher level of blood pressure recorded in them at those periods is because of the effect of what they suffered in childhood, or because economy or whatever, or adherence has been a problem or whatever, and they have not been taking their medications as good as the other side? And that is why the BP is now recorded to be higher in them than people who are not born at that period. In other words, what I'm saying is that there are so many co-variables, so many confounding factors, that to really do a very convincing study, I think there has to be a way of picking those children, when they were children, and then prospectively now following them up for years before one can then conclusively say this is the cause of what we are reporting now. You have the floor now, Dr. Oga.
Thank you very much. The first thing is that the finding is not a new thing in medical literature. The Dutch people were the first to demonstrate that after the Second World War, and the Leningrad starvation and all those. So it's an established factor that the tryptophan theory and the Becker's hypothesis. It's a well-known phenomenon that has actually been well substantiated. Now, why did we look at our data and trying to see anything based on it? That one, as Professor Cesar has said, a paper which I also quoted, the Dutch people actually came to Nigeria and went to sample some people in a market in Enugu. I hope you're hearing me. Hello?
Hello,
yes,
we are hearing you.
Okay, thank you. And they went to sample, the paper you mentioned, Professor Cesar, they mentioned went to sample people in the market and then analyze, and also they showed the trend that children or adults who were born during that period tended to higher high blood pressure and even some degree of insulin problems. So it's a known thing.
Any other question? Any other contribution from the floor?
There is a question in the chat box, please.
All right. Let me also quickly ask, why trying to read the one in the chat box?
Not finished responding to the questions that were thrown.
Okay, we'll come back to you. I'm sure there could be more questions for you. Dr. Orogun, why did you separate hypertensive heart disease from hypertensive heart failure in your ECHO study 10-year review at Ogomosho? Yes, that makes sense. Yes, Dr. Oga, we're back to you. Dr. Oga, we're back to you.
So, like I was saying, so yes, I'm talking, sir. Are you hearing me?
Very well.
Okay, sir. So what I was saying is that it may be difficult to do and remanufacture people who had malnutrition during that period. We can only assess them based on the age at which we are born and work back. Now, we have similar situation. If we really want to do that, we have similar situation. There are a lot of people who are displaced in Nigeria now, that people want to take up such topic. And I'm sure most of those children who are in displaced camps, a lot of them are going through malnutrition.
Yeah.
So that could be another way to follow them up and study. But like I have said, it is to at least
am I the only one who is not hearing you, or every other person is not hearing you as well?
I was locked up by network. So at least the Dutch people, as they have come to Nigeria to demonstrate that, and we in our own data, we have also tried to replicate that data. And like Professor Cesar said, it may be one of the factors responsible for a high burden of high blood pressure in that region. But if you look at our slide, we said there were a lot of limitations in using that data. But then our findings appear there are limitations, but then there's no study.
Thank you. Dr. Adebayo, your paper on pre-op ECG findings at UCH Ibadan. Your paper
is misbehaving. My network is misbehaving.
Yes, Dr. Adebayo, your paper on your no, Dr. Oga, just hold on. You will come back to you again. The paper on ECG findings in patients being prepared for surgery at UCH Ibadan.
You're not hearing Professor Katbi again.
Hello? Good afternoon.
Hello, Professor Katbi.
Hello, Dr. Oga.
Yes, ma'am.
Through the chair. Through the chair, please.
I think Professor Katbi is not there. Maybe he's lost.
Okay, please go ahead, Dr. Udekwu.
Good afternoon, and thank you all presenters for your wonderful presentations. I'm just wondering what the contributor as what being a stressor is to your study, because that itself might potentiate vascular changes early in childhood. That's one thought I had. My second question to you, Mr. President, is how were you able to classify the patients with atrial fibrillation in your study? How were you able to classify them? I hope I'm clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. I heard you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think the first one is a comment, which I agree that there was a stressor, especially in early childhood, apart from the nutritional problem that they face. But it's a very stressful situation for a child to go through. I completely agree. It may be a factor, but how do we measure such? Number two, because the AFPC, we are doing a follow-up. So those patients are having 6 month, 1 year follow-up. So, and there are, a patient comes in, you may think that this may be assistant air along the line, or let's say paroxysmal. I mean, you may think it's a permanent because of the degree of valvular remodeling that has occurred. But, and then gets reverted along the line. So we have to reclassify those ones. So patients are being, follow-up is one of the ways of, one of the objective of this story. So along with their patients who were classified along the line, that the patient has come and we're following up, may revert to sinus reason. So based on the definition, so we put the patient on where the patient belongs. But by and large, many of our patients don't go back to sinus reason. And those ones, when we have decided to leave them alone in that state, I guess that should be labeled as a permanent care. So, but it's not just on the spot diagnosis of care and then we classify. They have to be followed up significantly in order to know whether they will revert back or they will still remain in there.
Is Dr. Orogun there? Yes, please. Is Dr. Orogun there to respond to his question? No.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, there was a question for you.
Okay, sir. Okay, I think the question is why separate hypertensive heart disease from hypertensive failure?
That's correct.
It was not for any technical reason. It was just to bring to the fore the end of the spectrum of the affectation in hypertension. It wasn't on any technical basis. Eventually, we summed it up and then brought everything together.
All right. What about the man Adebayo from UCH on pre-op ECG? Is Adebayo
Yes,
still
sir.
there?
Prof, I did not get your question. The network was not when you were speaking, sir. So I didn't hear the question, sir.
The total number of ECG for a whole year.
Yes, sir.
From May to May.
Yes, sir.
2019 to 2020 was 361.
Yes, sir.
That,
yes, sir. The total,
on the average,
yes,
suggests that they only did one operation a day in UCH.
Where the possible explanation, sir. The possible explanation, sir, because the number of tracing that we did not do were just 4. The explanation is this. There are patients that probably brought ECG from outside, from other facility, which was not included in this. Another fact is the fact that the volume they send, because this is just 4 points, there are about 7,000 ECG that are done in total in the lab that the
standard is that is those who are above 40.
Then also, yeah, there are also adults only that was.
The younger people, they will do ECG for them routinely.
And even those above 40, I expect them to operate more than one person in one day in UCH. Otherwise, I would tell Buhari that they should look at their salary.
But what we are saying is that we have a younger population in Nigeria. So those who are less than 40 are likely more than the people who are more than 40 who will be operating.
I think we should go for lunch, except if the LOC chairman has any objection. We have had a very stimulating academic session.
You're running away.
Thank you very much, Dr. Professor Katibi.
Thank you.
I actually co-opted you to do this job. I think those who are supposed to do it did not show up on time. It has been a wonderful day, and I thank all of you for staying put throughout this session. Tomorrow we have one adult session, Canada 4, starting by 9 a.m. And please, I invite all of you to log in on time so that we'll finish early enough to join the AGSM. I expect that the president and the ESCO will send out the login details for the AGM for tomorrow. It's unlikely we are going to use the logins that we have now. But for the abstract session, you use what you have now. Just click on that PDF, active PDF, and you enter the room. There's no parallel session, just one session. There will be an interesting talk, which was actually delivered to the allied professionals by Dr. Iseko. As I plead that I should give him 10 minutes tomorrow. So I'm going to squeeze him into tomorrow's session very briefly to share his experience in the cath lab with us. Thank you very much and have a pleasant night's rest. We'll see you tomorrow. Presido, anything for us?
You have not invited us for a meeting.
Which one is that one?
I was supposed to have a meeting with you now. You have not told us the name.
Very on which one?
ESCO and LOC.
Well, I've not gotten login details yet, man. So send us now.
Or maybe we should leave it to tomorrow.
Okay.
That one's between the two of you. You'll be sending messages to yourself, not all of us. Bye-bye.
Okay.
You may be invited.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Also, Katibi, you are invited.
He says, well,
thanks for the comment.
I hope you are doing the abstract scoring as I told you to do.
I will send you the result now.
Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you.
Officers, yeah, hospital is not on strike.
Yeah, that's why I have to be. I am everything. Thank you.
It's a good day. Nice to see you again. This is Dr. Wafo.
You are looking young. That's great.
The guy, bro, the guy is frying plantain every day.
President, now Vaseline be this, Vaseline and
I saw you beautifully well in the last session.
Oh, thank you,
yeah,
sir.
You did well. Thank you very much.
Well done, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Thanks.
Well done, President.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anything for the boys?
We are looking up to the president.
It's no longer, but I don't mind him. I should be the one to ask that question.
Sir. No, wait, now you will soon be a boy.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. It's got to become boys, eh? I didn't know.
Yes.
I didn't know we were to boyhood. Okay, now I get it.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right.